982. Three buses moved with almost funereal slowness through the narrow, winding country lanes. Overhead, the sky was dark with rain clouds. The passengers stared out at the meadows and the pretty villages, defaced by advertising, TV antennas and traffic signs, and at the orchards and streams drained of colour by the long months of winter. The buses did not stop until they reached one large, ugly field disfigured by the rusting metal skeletons of old Quonset huts and brick remains, slashed across this huge field like some monstrous sign of plague. There was a concrete X. Here and there strenuous attempts had been made to remove this disfigurement, but only tiny pieces had been nibbled from the great cross. Cautiously the passengers disembarked into the chilly winds that scour the flat East Anglian farmlands. Huddled against the weather, palms outstretched to detect rain in the air, zipped and buttoned to the neck, they formed into small silent groups and wandered dejectedly through the ruined buildings. They were Americans. They wore brightly coloured wind cheaters and tartan hats. They carried cameras and tote bags. None of them was equipped with the heavy sweaters and thick overcoats that England's climate demands so early in the year. They were white-haired, and they were balding. They were florid, and they were ashen. They were fat, and they were frail. But, apart from a few young relatives, they were all in that advanced stage of life that we optimistically call middle age. The nervous clowning and the determined laughs of the men demonstrated the tense anxiety behind their movements. Wives watched knowingly as their men frantically searched in the workspace of the echoing old hangar, paced out the shape of a long-vanished barrack hut, peered into dark corners or scratched upon dirt-encrusted windows to find nothing but ancient farm machinery. They'd waited a long time, they'd paid hard-earned money, they'd come a long way to find the man they sought. Sometimes it became necessary to consult an old photo for identification purposes. At other times, they listened for half-remembered voices, but as the group grew quieter and, in deference to the cold, returned to the warm buses, it became evident that none of them had discovered the man they all so clearly remembered. One couple separated from the others. Holding hands like young lovers, they followed a potholed tarmac road that, like a huge ring, surrounded the field, touching the extremities of the crossed runways. The man and woman talked as they took a shortcut along a farm track. They unhooked themselves from blackberry bushes, stepped over cow dung, and picked a wood violet to be pressed flat into a diary and kept as a souvenir. They spoke about the weather and the crops and the colours of the countryside. They spoke about anything except what was uppermost in their minds. "Look at the cherry blossom," said Victoria, who had not lost her English accent despite 30 years in San Francisco. They both stopped at the orchard gate, which once marked the end of Hobday's farm and the edge of the airfield. "Why did Jamie stay in the bus?" said the man. He rattled the farm gate. "Isn't he interested in seeing where his father flew from in the war?" Victoria hugged him. "You're his father," she said. "You tell me." Colonel Alexander J. Bonin. Colonel Alexander J. Bonin's large office overlooked Grosvenor Square. The furniture was a curious collection of oddments. 2 lumpy armchairs from the American Embassy's storeroom smelled of mothballs. His desk and a slab-sided table, loaded with box files, bore the markings of Britain's Ministry of Works. The antique carpet and a Sheraton china cabinet were air raid salvage that Bonin had bought cheaply in a London sale room. Only the folding chairs, 6 of them stacked tidily behind the door, were American in origin. But it was December 1943, and London was very much at war. The clouds were dark and low over the bare trees of the square. The soft, silvery grey barrage balloon wore a crown of white, and there were patches of fresh snow on the grass. But elsewhere the snowflakes died as they reached the ground, and the hut that sheltered the balloon's operating crew was shiny and wet. Smoke from the stove twisted with every gust of wind and chased the snow flurries. For once there was no sound of aircraft. Little chance of a German air raid today. Nature was providing its own barrage. Colonel Bonan, U.S. Army Air Force, was a tall man in his middle 40s. His uniform was well cut, and he had buffered his appearance against the onset of age by a daily routine of exercise, aided by expensive dentists, hairdressers, masseurs, and tailors. Now, with the same waistline he'd had at college, and nearly as much wavy hair that was only slightly greying, he could have been mistaken for a professional athlete. His visitor was an elderly American civilian, a sober-suited, white-haired man with rimless spectacles. He was older than Bonan, a friend and business associate. 20 years before, he had been part owner of a small airline and Bonan a trained engineer with contacts in the banking world. It was a relationship that permitted him to treat Bonan with the same sardonic amusement with which he'd greeted the overconfident youngster who'd pushed past his secretary 2 decades earlier. "I'm surprised you settled for colonel's rank. Alex, I thought you'd hold out for a star when they asked you to put on your uniform." Bonan knew it was a joke, but he answered earnestly. "It was a question of what I could contribute. The rank means nothing at all. I would have been content with sergeant's stripes. So all that business about your expecting a general's star at any moment is just moonshine, huh?" Bonan swung round sharply. His visitor held his stare a moment before winking conspiratorially. "You'd be surprised what you hear in the embassy. Alex, if you wear rubber-soled shoes. Anyone I know there last night?" The old man smiled. Bonan was still the bright-eyed young genius he'd known so long ago. Ambitious, passionate, witty, daring, but climbing, always climbing. Just State Department career men, Alex, not the kind of people you'd give dinner to. Bonan wondered how much he'd heard about the excellent dinner parties he hosted here in London. The guests were carefully selected, and the hostess was a titled lady whose husband was serving with the Royal Navy. Her name must not be linked with his. "Work keeps me so busy I've scarcely got time for a social life," said Bonan. The man smiled and said, "Don't take the army too seriously, Alex. Don't start reading up on the campaigns of Napoleon or translating Thucydides or practicing rifle drill in your office, the way you used to practice golf to humiliate me. We've got too many businessmen walking around in khaki just because it's a fashionable color," said Bonan. "We're fighting a war. Any man who joins the service should be prepared to give everything he's got to it. I mean that seriously." "I believe you do." There was a steel lining to Bonan's charm, and he pitied any of Bonan's military subordinates who hesitated about giving up everything. "Well, I'm sure your Jamie will be green with envy when he hears you got to Europe ahead of him. Or is he here too?" "Jamie's in California. Flying instructors do a vitally important job. Maybe he doesn't like it, but that's what I mean about the army. We all have to do things we don't like. His mother thinks you arranged that instructor's job." Bonan turned to glance out of the window again. The old man knew him well enough to recognize that he was avoiding the question. "I don't have that kind of authority," said Bonan vaguely. "Don't get me wrong, Molly blesses you for it." "They both do. Molly and Bill. Bill Fairbrother treats your boy as if he was his own. Do you know that? Alex, he loves your boy. They would have liked a son, I guess," said Bonan. "Yes, well, don't be mulish. Alex, they don't have a son, and they both dote on your Jamie. You should be pleased that it worked out that way." Bonan nodded. There was virtually no one else who would have dared to speak so frankly about Bonan's first wife and the man she'd married. But they'd been good friends through thick and thin, and there was no malice in the old man's frankness. "You're right. Bill Fairbrother has always played straight. I guess we were all pleased that Jamie was assigned to instruction." "I suspect you had a hand in Jamie's assignment," said the man. "And I suspect that Jamie is every bit as clever as his father when it comes to getting his own way. Don't imagine he won't find a way to get into the war. Has Jamie written to you?" Bonan was alert now and ready to be jealous of this man's friendship with his son. "This is important to me. If the boy is being assigned to combat duty, I have a right to know about it. I only know that he visited his mother on leave. He sold his car and cleared out his room. She was worried that he might have been sent overseas. The old man watched Bonan as he bit his lower lip and then moved his mouth in exactly the same way he'd seen young Jamie do when working out a sum or learning to take the controls of a tri-motor plane. Bonan looked at his wristwatch while he calculated what he could do to check up on his son's movements. "I'll get on to that," he said, and pursed his lips in frustration. "You can't keep him in cotton wool for the rest of his life. Alex, Jamie's a grown man." Bonan got to his feet and sighed. "You don't understand me. You only think you do. I don't give myself any easy breaks. And if you were under my command, I'd make sure no one ever accused me of going soft on old buddies. If Jamie's looking to his old man for any kind of special treatment, he can think again. Sure, I put in a word that helped assign him to advanced flying training. I know Jamie. He needed more time before flying combat, but that's a while back. He's ready now. If he comes here, he'll take his chances along with any other young officer." Bonan's visitor stood up and took his coat from the hook on the door. "It's not a sin for a man to favor his son, Alex, but it is a court-martial offense," said Bonan, "and I don't quarrel with that. You've fallen in love with the military, Alex, the same way you've fallen in love with every project you've ever taken on." "It's the way I am," admitted Bonan, helping the old man into his overcoat. "It's why I'm able to get things rolling. But in wartime, the army has 1,000,000 lovers. It becomes a whore. I don't want to see you betrayed." "Alex," Bonan smiled. "What was it Shelley said? War is the statesman's game, the priest's delight, the lawyer's jest, the hired assassin's trade. Is that what you have in mind?" The visitor reached for his roll-brim hat. "I envy you your memory even more than your knowledge of the classics, Alex. But I was thinking of something Oscar Wilde said about the fascination of war being due to people thinking it wicked. He said war would only cease being popular when we realized how vulgar it was." "Oscar Wilde?" said Bonan. "And when was he a reliable authority on the subject of war?" "I'll tell you next week. Alex, the Savoy, lunch Friday. I'll look forward to it." "Captain James Fairbrother." "You're the luckiest guy in the world. I've always told you that, haven't I? So what happened to the man who was going to be the richest airline pilot in America?" replied Captain James Fairbrother, made uncomfortable by the note of envy in his friend's voice. Captain Charles Stigg pulled back the canvas flap to see out of the truck. London's streets were dark and wet with rain, but even in the small hours there were people about. There were soldiers and sailors in fancy foreign uniforms. There was a jeep with British military police wearing red-topped caps and some civil defence personnel wearing steel helmets. There must have been another air raid warning. "Nearly there now," said Fairbrother, more to himself than to his friend. Separation from Charlie would be a bad wrench. They'd been together since they were aviation cadets learning to fly on old Stearmans, and it was easy to understand why they'd become such good friends. Both were calm, confident young men with easy smiles and quiet voices. More than one member of a selection board had said they were not aggressive enough for the ritual slaughter now taking place daily in the thin blue skies above Germany. "Why didn't I bring my long underwear?" said Charlie Stigg, letting the flap close against the chilly air. "It's nearly Christmas," said Fairbrother. "I guess almost anything will be better than teaching Cadet Jenkins to land an AT-6. "Almost anything will be safer," said Fairbrother. "Even Norwich on a Saturday night." "You know why I stopped going to the Saturday night dances?" said Charlie Stigg. "I couldn't face another of those girls telling me I looked too young to be an instructor. They didn't mean anything by that. They thought we were ducking out of the war. They figured we volunteered to be flying instructors. The kind of girl I met at the dances didn't even know there was a war on," said Fairbrother. "Norwich," said Stigg. "So that's how you pronounce it. I guess I've been saying it wrong. Yeah, good. Come over there and see me. Jamie. It sure will cheer me up." The truck stopped, and they heard the driver hammering on his door to signal that this was Stigg's destination, the Red Cross Club. "Good luck, Charlie. Look after yourself." "Jamie," said Charlie Stigg. He threw his bag out onto the ground and climbed down. And a Merry Christmas. It wasn't fair. Charlie Stig had been hard-working and conscientious enough to master the complications of flying multi-engined aircraft, so when they finally let him go to war, they turned down his application for fighters and sent him to a bomb group. Fairbrother deliberately flunked his conversion to twins and got the assignment that Charlie so desperately wanted. It wasn't fair. War isn't fair. Life isn't fair. He suffered a pang of guilt as he watched Charlie staggering up the steps of the club under the weight of his pack. And then, with the heartlessness of youth, dismissed the feeling from his mind. Fairbrother was going to be a fighter pilot. He was the luckiest guy in the world. "Is this the truck for Steeple Thaxted?" a voice called from the darkness. "That's the way I heard it," said Fairbrother. An officer in a waterproof Mac, followed by half a dozen enlisted men, climbed into the truck. Realizing that Fairbrother was an outsider, they drew away from him as if he were the carrier of some contagious disease. The truck started and the officer lit a cigarette and then offered one to Fairbrother, who declined and then asked, "What's it like at Steeple Thaxted? Ever been in the Okefenokee swamp when the heating was off? That bad? Picture an endless panorama of shit with tents stuck in it and you've got it. Whenever I meet a new dame at a dance, the first thing I ask her is if she's got a bathroom with hot water." He drew on his cigarette, well aware of his audience of EMs. Of course, this being England. "She usually hasn't got a bathroom," one of the men chuckled. "You're living in tents in this weather?" said Fairbrother. The officer prodded Fairbrother's bag with the toe of his shoe and pushed at it until he revealed the stenciled lettering on the side. "A flyboy, are you?" He tilted his head to read the name. "I'm a pilot," said Fairbrother. "Captain J. A. Fairbrother," the officer read aloud. "A captain, eh? This is a second tour, or have you been in the Pacific?" "I've been an instructor back home," said Fairbrother apologetically. The officer sniffed and wiped his nose with a dainty handkerchief, obviously borrowed from a lady friend. "I've got a cold," he said, as he put it away. "My name's Madigan, Vincent Madigan. I'm a captain, Group Public Relations Officer. I guess you're assigned to Colonel Badger's 220th Fighter Group." "Right. If you're a flyer, you'll be all right. That son of a bitch Badger has no time for anyone who isn't a flyer." There was a soft growl of agreement from one of the other men. "Is that right?" Fairbrother looked round at the huddled figures. There was the odor of warm bodies in wet overcoats and the pungent smell of sweet American tobacco. The men were obviously coming back from pass and would go straight to their duties in the morning. They were waiting for Madigan to stop talking so they could catch up on their sleep. "Mud, shit and tents," reaffirmed Madigan. "And the local limeys hate us more than they hate the Krauts." "Hold it there," said Fairbrother. "My mother was English. The way I see it, we're in the war together, no sense in partners feuding." Madigan nodded and puffed at his cigarette. "They gave you the lecture, then?" A sergeant, sitting next to Madigan, rested his head back against the canvas side of the truck. There was a cigarette in his mouth, and as he inhaled, the light from it illuminated a face with a large, blunt moustache. A soft garrison cap tipped down to his half-closed eyes, and the collar of his overcoat wrapped around his ears. He pulled the collar tighter to close out Madigan's voice. But Madigan didn't notice. "You'll find out," he promised. "You're still on the crusade. Most of us started out that way, but you get Colonel Badger chewing your arse out. You get the limeys screwing your last dollar out of you and then spitting in your eye. You get memos telling you how the top brass are figuring new ways to get us all killed. Suddenly, maybe you'll start thinking the Krauts aren't so bad." The truck jolted as it went over some bomb-damaged road surface. Through the open canvas at the back, they saw a British soldier with a flashlight waving the traffic past. Behind him, there was a large red sign. "Danger, unexploded bomb." "Watch out, mate," the soldier called. "The red alert is still on." The driver grunted his thanks. "Even if things are as rotten as you say, what can we do about it?" said Fairbrother. Madigan threw his half-smoked cigarette into the darkness, where it made a sudden pattern of red sparks. He leaned forward, and Fairbrother smelled the whiskey on his breath. "There are ways." "Fairbrother, my boy," he said flippantly. "There are Swedish airfields packed wing-tip to wing-tip, with flying fortresses and B-24s. There must be room there for a factory-fresh Mustang fighter plane." He leaned back in his seat, watching Fairbrother catch the effect of his words. "Some flyers out there over the sea get a sudden hankering to make a separate peace. They steer north to the big blonde girls. Farm butter and central heating. You'll be tempted." "Fairbrother." "Old buddy." Nervously, Fairbrother reached for his own cigarettes and lit one. He took a long time doing it. He didn't want to talk any more with this drunken officer. But when the cigarette was lit, Madigan said, "You've got a nice lighter there, Captain. Mind if I take a closer look?" When it passed to him, Madigan silently read the engraved, "To Jamie from Dad," and then clasped it tight in his hands. "Women are all the same," said Madigan. He was speaking more quietly now, and with a fervor his earlier conversation had lacked. "I was in love this time. Ever been in love, Fairbrother?" It was not a real question, and he didn't wait for an answer. "I offered to marry her. Last night I dropped in unexpectedly, and I find her in the sack with some goddamned infantry lieutenant." He tossed the lighter into the air. "She's probably been two-timing me all along, and I was in love with the little whore." Fairbrother murmured sympathetically, and Madigan tossed the lighter to him. "You'll be all right," said Madigan. "Your reflexes are okay for 3 o'clock in the morning, and any guy who goes to war carrying a solid gold lighter is well motivated for survival. From Dad, eh?" Fairbrother smiled and wondered what Captain Madigan would say if he knew that Dad was one of the top brass who were figuring new ways to get them all killed. Lieutenant Colonel Druce Duke Scroll was the Group Administrative Executive Officer. He was a fussy 39-year-old who made sure everyone knew he'd graduated from West Point long before most of the other officers were out of high school. The exec dressed like an illustration from the officer's handbook. His wavy hair was always neatly trimmed and his rimless spectacles polished so that they shone. "What time did you arrive, Captain Fairbrother?" His eyes moved quickly to look out of the window. 2 aircraft were parked on the muddy grass, their green paint shiny with the never-ending rain. Some men were huddled against the control tower, the outer walls of which were patchy from a half-finished paint job. Behind it, the airfield was empty, its grass darkened by the sunless weeks of wintry weather. "A little after 8 o'clock this morning, sir. Transport okay? And you got breakfast, I trust?" The exec was bent over his desk, his hands flat on its top, reading from an open file. There was no solicitude apparent in the questions. He seemed more interested in double-checking the motor pool and the mess staff than in Fairbrother's welfare. He looked up without straightening his body. "Yes, thank you, sir." The exec banged a hand down on the bell on his desk, like an impatient hotel guest. His sergeant clerk appeared immediately at the door. "You tell Sergeant Boyer that if I see him and the rest of those lead swingers goofing off just once more, he'll be a buck-ass private in time for lunch. And you tell him I'm looking for men to do guard duty over Christmas." "Yes, sir," said the sergeant clerk doubtfully. He looked out of the window to discover what the exec could see from here. "I guess the rain is pretty heavy." "The rain was heavy yesterday," said the exec. "And the day before that. Chances are it will be heavy tomorrow. Colonel Badger wants the tower painted by tonight, and it's going to be done by tonight. The Krauts don't close down the war every time it rains." "Sergeant, not even the limeys do that." "I'll tell Sergeant Boyer, sir, and make it snappy." "Sergeant, we've got work to do. The exec looked at Fairbrother, and then at the rain, and then at the papers on his desk. When my sergeant returns, he'll give you a map of the base and tell you about your accommodation and so on. And don't kick up a fuss if you're sleeping on the far side of the village in a Quonset hut. This place was built as an RAF satellite field. It wasn't designed to hold over 1,600 Americans who want to bathe every day in hot water. The Limeys seem to manage with a dry polish. They think bathing weakens you. He sighed. I've got over 300 officers here. Well, I've got captains and majors sleeping under canvas, shaving in tin huts with mud floors, and cycling 3 miles to get breakfast. So, he left the sentence unfinished. I understand, sir. Having finished his well-rehearsed litany, Colonel Scroll looked at Fairbrother as if seeing him for the first time. The commanding officer, Colonel Badger, will see you at 1100 hours. Captain Fairbrother Mount, you've just got time enough to shave, shower, and change into a clean Class A uniform. He nodded a dismissal. It seemed a bad moment for Fairbrother to tell him that he had already showered in the precious hot water, shaved, and was wearing his newest and cleanest uniform. Fairbrother saluted punctiliously, and then performed the sort of about-face that was said to be de rigueur at West Point. The effect was not all he'd hoped for. He lost balance performing what the basic field manual describes as, place the toe of your right foot a half-foot length in rear and slightly to the left of your left heel. Do not move your left heel. Fairbrother moved his left heel. Everything good or bad about the base at Steeple Thaxted during those days was largely due to the group exec. It was Duke Scroll who, like all executive officers throughout the Air Force, made life a pleasure or a pain, not only for the flyers but also for the sheet metal workers, the parachute packers, and the clerks, cooks and crew chiefs who made up the 3 fighter group squadrons, and the Air Service Group, which supplied, maintained, policed and supported them. The exec stood behind Colonel Daniel A. Badger, station commander and leader of the fighter group. They were a curious pair, the prim, impeccable Duke and the restless, red-faced, squat Colonel Dan, whose short blonde hair would never stay the way he combed it, and whose large, bulbous nose and pugnacious chin never did adapt easily to the strict confines of the molded rubber oxygen masks the Air Force used. Colonel Dan rubbed the hairy arms visible below the shortened sleeves of his khaki shirt. It was a quick, nervous gesture, like the few fast strokes a butcher makes on a sharpening steel while deciding how to dissect a carcass. In spite of the climate, he never wore long sleeves and only put on his jacket when it was really needed. His shirt collar was open, ready for his white flying scarf. 10 minutes in the ocean and a GI necktie will shrink enough to strangle you. Colonel Dan was always ready to fly. Captain Fairbrother, the exec announced him as if he were a guest at a royal ball. Yeah, said Colonel Dan. He went on looking at the sheet of paper that the exec held before him, as if hoping that some more names would miraculously appear there. Just one of you, eh? Yes, sir, said Fairbrother, restraining an impulse to turn round and see. Colonel Dan ran a hand across his forehead in a movement that was intended both to mop his brow and to push back into position his short, disarranged hair. Do you know what I've had to do to get this group equipped with those P-51s out there? He didn't wait to hear the answer. No officer on this base has tasted whiskey in weeks. Why? Because I've used their booze ration to bribe the people who shuffle the paperwork at Wing, Fighter Command, and right up to Air Force HQ. In London, a black market bottle of scotch can cost you 4 English pounds. You can figure the money, I suppose. So you can figure what it's cost to get those ships. Yes, sir, said Fairbrother. He'd understood the British currency ever since parting with £2 to get his travel-creased uniform sponged and pressed in time to wear it at this interview. I was hanging around Wing so much, went on Colonel Dan, that the general thought I was dating his whack secretary. He chortled to show how unlikely this would be. I bought lunches for the chief of staff and had my workshops make an airplane model for the deputy's desk. When I finally discovered that the guy who really makes the decision was only a major, I spent over a month's pay taking him to a nightclub and fixing him up with a girl. He grinned. It was difficult to decide how much of all this was intended seriously and how much was an act he put on for newly arrived officers. So I get my airplanes? And what happens? I lose 6 jockeys in a row. Look at this manning table. One of them's got an impacted wisdom tooth, one's hurt his ankle playing softball, and one's got measles. Can you beat that? The flight surgeon tells me. He tapped the papers on the table as if to prove it. He tells me this officer's got measles and can't fly. He looked at Fairbrother. So just when I get 3 squadrons of Mustangs here ready to fly, I'm short of men. And what do they send me? Not the 11 lieutenants the TO says I'm supposed to have from the replacement depot, but one lousy flying instructor. He raised his hand. No offense to you, Captain. Believe me. But God damn it, he banged on his desk in anger. What do you think they want me to do? Duke? The CO twisted round in his swivel chair to look up at his exec. Do they want me to set up Captain Fairbrother in a dispersal hut on the far side of the field and have him train a dozen pilots for me? Could that be the idea? Duke? Colonel Dan scowled at Fairbrother and tried without success to stare him down. Finally, it was the CO who looked down at his paperwork again. 1,500 flying hours and an unspecified amount of pre-service flying. He read aloud. I suppose you think that's really something, eh? Captain? No, sir. We're not flying steerman trainers in neat little patterns over the desert, following the train tracks home when we get lost, and closing down for a long weekend whenever a cloud appears in the sky. He stabbed a finger at the window. See that pale grey shit up there? It's 2,000 feet above the field, and it's 10,000 feet thick, and you're going to be flying an airplane up through that stuff. An airplane you never dreamed existed, even in your worst nightmare. These P-51 Mustangs are unforgiving. Captain, no dual controls on these babies. Just a mighty big engine with wings attached. For the first few rides, they'll scare you half to death. Colonel Dan banged the file shut. We're stood down right now. As you can see, plenty of airplanes for you to try your hand on. Most of my pilots are on pass, flat on their faces, drunk in some Piccadilly gutter, or trying to buy their pants back from some Cambridge whore. Am I right? Colonel Scroll? Most probably, sir, said the matronly exec, moving one lot of papers away before placing a new pile in front of the CO. His face was expressionless, as if he were playing the role of butler to a playboy he didn't like. Get yourself a helmet and a flight suit, Captain, said Colonel Dan, and take my advice about logging some hours on a P-51 before the group's assigned to its next mission. He scratched his arm again. One of my flight commanders is still waiting for his captain's bars. And that boy has 5 confirmed kills. I said, how do you think he's going to feel when he sees you practicing wingovers with those shiny railroad tracks on your collar? Having you turn up means he'll wait even longer for promotion. You know that, don't you? Yes, sir. The colonel touched the edges of the papers the exec had placed in front of him. Then, as he looked up, his eyes focused upon Fairbrother and dilated with amazement. Captain Fairbrother, he said, in a voice which suggested that all the foregoing had been part of some other conversation. May I ask what, in God's name, you are wearing? Is that a pink jacket? His voice croaked with indignation. At my previous assignment, it was customary for instructors to have jackets made up in tan gabardine, like the regulation pants. I swear to you, but Fairbrother, said the colonel with almost incoherent vehemence, that if I ever see you wearing that pansy outfit again, he rubbed his mouth as if to still his own anger. You make sure you wear the regulation pattern uniform." "Captain," said the exec, "the enlisted men have been getting tailors' shops to make up all kinds of cockamamie Ike blouses, and the colonel will not tolerate it."
"One of my top sergeants had a uniform custom-made in Savile Row," added Colonel Dan. His voice was not entirely without a note of pride. "We stamped on it all pretty hard," said the exec. He picked up the cardboard folder and nodded to show that the interview was coming to an end. "Good luck." "Captain Fairbrother," said Colonel Dan, "get yourself somewhere to sack out and make sure you report to the orderly room of the 199th Squadron sometime this afternoon. The squadron commander is Major Tucker. He'll be back tomorrow." Captain Fairbrother saluted, but this time did his own modified version of the about-face. It was still raining when a sergeant, his name, Tex Gill, stenciled on his fleece-lined jacket, helped Fairbrother strap into one of the P-51s parked on the apron. The aircraft smelled new with its mixture of leather, paint, and high-octane fuel.
On its nose, a brightly painted Mickey Mouse danced, and stenciled in yellow, under the cockpit, was the name of its regular pilot, Lieutenant M. Morse. "Parking brake on, sir?" "On," said Fairbrother. He plugged in the oxygen mask and microphone and checked the fuel and the switches. "Did I see you on the truck from London last night?" "Sir?" His voice was low and leisurely, with the unmistakable tones of Texas in it. "That's right, Sergeant Gill. Take it real easy, sir. Sir. These airplanes are a handful, even for someone who's had a full night's sleep. Is she a good one?" "She's not my regular ship, sir, but she's a dandy plane. And I've got to say it." Gill smiled. He was a big muscular man with a black, square-ended moustache that drooped enough to make him look mournful. "Mixture off, pitch control forward," he prompted. "It's okay, Sergeant Gill," said Fairbrother. "I have a few Mustang flights in my log." "You don't want to listen to what people tell you," Gill said. "This place is no better and no worse than any other unit I've been with." Fairbrother nodded. The rain continued to drizzle down from the grey stratus. Its droplets made 1,000 pearls on the plexiglass canopy. He almost changed his mind about flying up into such an overcast. But it was too late now. He grinned at Sergeant Gill, who seemed reassured by this, but remained on the wing, watching the whole cockpit check. When Fairbrother set the throttle a fraction forward and switched on the magnetos and battery, the instruments sprang to life. Gill used his handkerchief to wipe the rain from the windshield, and then raised the side of the canopy and thumped it home with the heel of his hand. It was a gesture of farewell. He jumped down. Fairbrother looked round to be sure Gill was clear, and then hit the fuel booster and starter. There was a salvo of bangs from the engine, and the four-bladed propeller turned stiffly and halted. To the south, sunlight lit the cloud. The rain was lighter now, but still coming into the cockpit. He closed the side panel. Sergeant Gill's jacket collar was up high round his neck, but his knitted hat and fatigue trousers were dark with rain. He put his fist in the air and swung it round. Fairbrother tried again. The big Merlin engine fired, stuttered, almost stopped, and then, after some faltering, picked up and kept going. At first, not all the cylinders were firing, but one after the other they warmed up until all 12 combined to produce the ragged but unmistakable sound of a Merlin engine. Fairbrother checked the magnetos one by one before running the power up. He left it there for a moment. Sergeant Gill gave a thumbs up, and Fairbrother throttled back to 1,500 revs and looked at his instruments once more. She seemed okay, but the Merlins were notoriously susceptible to water vapor, and he let her warm up until she was very smooth. The rain stopped, and a beam of sunlight spiked through the overcast. By now, there was someone on the balcony of the control tower, and the men painting it had paused in their work to watch the Mustang taxi out to the runway. The engine cowling obscured his view, and Fairbrother steered a zigzag course along the perimeter track to make sure he didn't let the wheels go into the muddy patches on each side. At the runway he stopped. The figure on the balcony waved an arm, and Fairbrother ran the engine against the brakes before letting the plane slip forward and gather speed. She lifted easily off the ground, and he brought the wheels up quickly. The cloud was lower than he'd thought. Even before he was turning into a gentle circuit, there were tiny streaks of grey cloud rippling across his wings. A man has to be very young, very stupid, or very angry to do what Fairbrother did that December afternoon in 1943. Perhaps he was a little of all three. First he went up to find out how low the overcast was, and then he took her on a circuit to test the controls and look over the local terrain. He treated her gently, just as he had treated the ones at Dallas every time Charlie Stig had been able to persuade his test pilot brother that two hard-working Air Force instructors needed the taste of real flying once in a while. Fairbrother decided that, by luck or judgment, the unknown Lieutenant Morse had chosen a fine machine. Mickey Mouse II responded to every touch of the controls and had that extra agility the Mustang has when its main tank is more than half empty. He pulled back the stick and eased up into the overcast. A few wisps of dirty cotton wool slid over the wings. Then suddenly the cockpit was dark. The wet rain cloud swirled off the wingtips in curly vortices, but the Merlin gave no cough or hesitation. It drank the wet cloud without complaint. Contented. Fairbrother dropped out of the lower side of the Stratus in time to see the crossed runways of Steeple Thaxted just ahead of him. He levelled off and slow-rolled to a flipper turn that gave turning force to the elevators. Then he went higher, banked steeply, and came back. This time he dived upon the field to gain speed enough for a loop. As she came up to the top of the loop, belly touching the underside of the Stratus, he rolled her out and snaked away, tearing little pieces from the underside of the cloud base. He had their attention now. Men had come out of the big black hangars, and others stood in groups on the parade ground. There was a crowd outside the mess tents, and Fairbrother saw their mess kits glint in the dull light as he made a low run across the field. There were people in the village streets too, and some cars had pulled off the road so the drivers could watch. Fairbrother wondered whether Colonel Dan and the exec were among the men standing in the rain outside the operations building. By now he had enough confidence in the plane to move lower. He made another pass, this time so low that he had to ease her up to clear the control tower, and only just made it. The men working there threw themselves onto the wet ground, and on his next run he saw pools of spilled white paint that made big spiders on the black tarmac. He went between the hangars that time and did a perfect 8-point roll across the field. For a finale, he half-rolled to buzz the runway, holding her inverted until the engine screamed for fuel, and then split-hessed in for a landing that put her down as soft as a caress. If Fairbrother was expecting a round of applause as he got out of the plane, he was disappointed, apart from the amiable Sergeant Gill, who helped him unstrap. There was no one in sight. "Everything okay, sir?" said Jill. Deadpan.
You'd better change the plugs, Sergeant, said Fairbrother. He noticed that Jill had put on a waterproof coat, but his face and trousers were wet with rain. "She's due for a change, but I figured she'd be okay for a familiarization flight," Jill said in his Texan drawl. "You were quite right." "Sergeant Jill? You can leave the chute there. I'll get one of the boys to take it back." Jill walked back to the dispersal hut with Fairbrother. There was a primitive kitchen there, and some coffee was ready in the percolator. Without asking, Jill poured coffee for the pilot. "She's a good ship, and well looked after." "She's not mine," said Jill. "I'm crew chief for Kibitzer just across the other side of the hard stand. That one belongs to a crew chief named Kruger, but he allows Lieutenant Morse to fly it once in a while." "That's about the way it is," said Jill, without smiling. Well, I hope Kruger and Lieutenant Morse won't mind my borrowing their ship.
Lieutenant Morse won't mind, Mickey Mouse they call him, and he's mighty rough with airplanes. He says planes are like women, they've got to be beaten regularly, he says. Jill still didn't smile. Fairbrother offered his cigarettes, but Jill shook his head. Kruger, he won't mind too much, said Jill. It don't do an airplane any good to be standing around in this kind of weather unused. He took off his hat and looked at it carefully. Colonel Dan now. That's something else again. Last pilot who flew across the field. I mean, a couple of 100 feet clear of the roofs. Not your kind of daisy cutting. Colonel Dan roasted him. He was up before the commanding general, got an official reprimand, and was fined $300. Then the colonel sent him back to the US of A. Thanks for telling me, Sergeant. If Colonel Dan gets mad, he gets mad real quick. And you'll find out real quick, too. He wiped the rain from his face. If you ain't heard from him by the time you've unpacked, you ain't going to hear. Fairbrother nodded and drank his coffee. Sergeant Jill looked Fairbrother up and down before deciding to give him his opinion. I don't reckon you'll hear a thing, sir. See, we're real short of pilots right now, and I don't think Colonel Dan's going to be sending any pilot anywhere else, especially an officer who's got such a good feel for a ship that needs a change of spark plugs. He looked at Fairbrother and gave a small grin. I sure hope you're right. Sergeant Gill, said Fairbrother, and in fact, he was. Staff Sergeant Harold E. Boyer. Captain Fairbrother's flying demonstration that day passed into legend. Some said that the men on duty at Steeple Thaxted exaggerated their descriptions of the flight in order to score over those who were on pass, but such attempts to belittle Fairbrother's aerobatics could only be made by those who hadn't been present, and Fairbrother's critics were confuted by the fact that Staff Sergeant Harry Boyer said it was the greatest display of flying he'd ever seen. Jesus, no plane ever made me hit the dirt before that. Not even out in the islands before the war when some of the officers were cutting up in front of their girls. Harry Boyer was, by common consent, the most experienced airman on the base. He'd strapped into their rickety biplanes nervous young lieutenants who were now wearing stars in the Pentagon. And no matter what aircraft type was mentioned, Harry Boyer had painted it, sewn its fabric, and probably hitched a ride in it. Harry Boyer not only told of Fairbrother's buzz job, as it became known, he gave a realistic impression of it that required both hands and considerable sound effects. The end of the show came when Boyer gave his fruity impression of Tex Gill, drawling, "Everything okay, sir?" And then, in Fairbrother's prim New England accent, "You'd better change the plugs. Sergeant." So popular was Boyer's reenactment of the flight that when he performed his party piece at the 1969 reunion of the 220th Fighter Group Association, a dozen men crowding round him missed the exotic dancer. Staff Sergeant Boyer's reputation as a mimic was, however, nothing compared to his renown as the organizer of crap games. Men came from the bomb group at Narrowbridge to gamble on Boyer's dice, and on several occasions officers turned up from the 91st BG at Bassingbourn. It was his crap game that got Boyer into trouble with the exec. Although Boyer and the exec had carried on a long, bitter and Byzantine struggle, the sergeant's activities had never been seriously curtailed. But whenever it leaked out that some really big all-night game with four-figure stakes had taken place, Boyer frequently found himself mysteriously assigned to extra duties. So it was that Staff Sergeant Boyer had found himself in charge of the detail painting the control tower that day. At the end of Fairbrother's hair-raising beat-up, Boyer looked over to the operations building, expecting the exec and Colonel Dan to come rushing out of the building breathing fire, but they did not come. Nothing happened at all except that Tex Gill finally rode over to the tower on his bicycle, laying it on the ground rather than against the newly painted wall of the tower. "And how did you like that, Tex?" asked Boyer. On those slow rolls, he was touching the grass with one wingtip while the other was in the overcast. "Did you see it? He's clipped the radio wires off the top of the tower," said Tex Gill. Determined not to rise to one of Tex Gill's gags, Boyer pretended not to have heard properly. "He's what?" "He clipped the radio wires on that low pass." Tex Gill was a deadpan poker player who'd frequently taken money from the otherwise indomitable Boyer. So, still suspecting a joke, the staff sergeant would not look up at the antenna. Tex Gill held out his fist and opened his hand to reveal a ceramic insulator and a short piece of wire attached to it. "Just got it off his tail. Does Colonel Dan know?" "Even the guy who just flew those fancy doodads don't know. I figured that you and me could rig a new antenna right now, while your boys are finishing up the paint job." "That's strictly against regs, Tex. There'd have to be paperwork and so on." "That captain just arrived," said Tex Gill. "I was with him on the truck from London last night." "We don't want to get him in bad with the colonel even before he's unpacked." Staff Sergeant Boyer rubbed his chin. Tex Gill could be a devious devil, and maybe he figured there was a good chance that the new pilot would take Kibitzer, in which case Tex would be his crew chief. "Well, I'm not sure. Tex, if someone reports that broken antenna, the exec is going to come over here, Harry, and he'll see your paintwork is only finished on the side that faces his office, and he'll see that some clumsy lummox has spilled 2 4-gallon cans of white on the apron." Boyer looked at the flecks of spilled paint on his boots and at the insulator that Tex Gill was holding. "You got any white paint over there at your dispersal?" "I'd be able to fix you up, Harry." Tex Gill threw the insulator to Boyer, who caught it and winked his agreement. By the end of work that day, the tower was painted and the antenna was back in position. Captain Fairbrother never found out about it, and neither did the exec or Colonel Dan. Lieutenant Morse. Lieutenant Morse returned from 4 days in London with a thick head and a thin wallet. He desperately wanted to sleep, but he had to endure 2 young pilots sitting on his bed, drinking coffee and eating his candy ration, and telling him all about the fantastic new flyer who'd been assigned to the squadron. "What the fuck do I care what he can do with a P-51? Asked Morse. "I was happy enough with my P-47, and if I'd been Colonel Dan, I wouldn't have been so damned keen to re-equip us with these babies. Jesus, they stall without warning, and now they tell us the guns jam if you fire them in a tight turn." Morse was sprawled on his bed, his shirt rumpled and tie loose. He grabbed his pillow and punched it hard before shoving it behind his head. A large black mongrel dog asleep in the wicker armchair opened its eyes and yawned. Morse, who'd grown so used to being called Mickey Mouse, or MM, that he'd painted the cartoon on his plane, was a small, untidy 24-year-old from Arizona. His dark complexion made him seem permanently suntanned, even in an English winter, and his longish, shiny hair, long sideburns and thin, carefully trimmed moustache caused him to be mistaken sometimes for a South American. MM was always delighted to act the role and would occasionally try his own unsteady version of the rumba on a Saturday night, given a few extra drinks and a suitable partner. "They say it was terrific," said Rube Wine, MM's wingman. "They say it was the greatest show they ever saw." "In your ship," added Earl Koenig, who usually flew as MM's number 3. "I sure would have liked to see it." "How old are you jerks?" said MM. "Come on, level with me. Did you ever get out of high school?" "I'm 91, going on 92, said Rube Wine. Princeton University graduate in mathematics. There was only a few months' difference in age between the 3 of them, but it was a well-established vanity of MM's that he looked more mature than the others. This concern had led him to grow his moustache, which still had a long way to go before looking properly bushy. "I see you guys sitting there, Hershey bars stuck in your mouths, and I can't help thinking maybe you should be riding kiddie cars, not flying fighter planes to a place where angry grown-up krauts are trying to put lead into your tails. So who gave the new kid the keys to your car? Pop, said Rube Wine. This broody scholar knew how to kid MM and was prepared to taunt him in a way that Earl Koenig wouldn't dare to. Right, said MM angrily. Why didn't he take Cinderella or Bebop, or better, or Kibitzer, which is always making trouble? Why does he have to go popping rivets in my ship? That son of a bitch Kruger is paid to look after that machine. He should never have let this new guy fly her. Why didn't he use Tucker's plane? Said Rube Wine, who strongly disliked his squadron commander. Why didn't he take that fancy painted-up jouster and maybe wreck it? Colonel Dan's orders, explained Earl Koenig, a straw-haired farmer's son who'd studied agriculture at Fort Valley, Georgia. Colonel Dan told this guy to go out and fly a familiarization hop. Of course, it's only scuttlebutt, but they say Fairbrother asked, was it okay to fly it inverted? Meeting the blank-eyed, disbelieving stares of the others, he added, maybe it's not true, but that's what they say. The group exec is furious. He wanted Fairbrother court-martialed. There should be a regulation about taking other people's airplanes, said MM, and inverted flying is strictly for screwballs. Earl Koenig tossed back his fair hair and said, Colonel Dan said the new pilot hadn't been in the base long enough to make himself familiar with local regulations and conditions, and the colonel said that the especially bad weather that day created a situation in which low flying in the vicinity of the base was a necessary measure for any pilot new to the field about to attempt a landing in poor visibility. Earl laughed. Or put it another way, Colonel Dan needs every pilot he can get his hands on. Having related this story, Koeniger looked at MM. He always looked at his flight commander for approval of everything he did. MM nodded his blessing and put another stick of gum into his mouth. It was his habit of chewing gum and smoking at the same time that made him so easy to impersonate, for he'd roll the cigarette from one side of his mouth to the other with a swing of the jaw. Anyone who wanted an easy laugh at the bar had only to do the same thing while flicking an imaginary comb back through his hair to create a recognizable caricature of MMM. Sure, great, MM shouted, clapping his hands as if summoning hens out of the grain store, and beautifully told, Now cut and print. Get out of here, will you? I'm not feeling so hot. Rube Wine leaned over MM where he was sprawled out on the bed and said, It's chow time, MM. How would you like me to bring you back some of those greasy sausages and those real soggy French fries that only the limeys can make? Scram! Shouted MM, but the effort made his head ache. Rumor is that this new guy is going to get kibitzer, and that means he'll be flying as your number 4. MM, said Rube Wine. MM threw a shoe at him, but he was out of the door. Winston, MM's dog, looked up to see if the thrown shoe was intended for him to bring back, decided it wasn't, growled unconvincingly, and closed his eyes again. Not long afterwards, there was a polite tap at the door, and without waiting for a response, a tall, thin captain put his head into the room. Lieutenant Morse? Come in. Don't just stand in the draft, said Morse, stubbing out his cigarette in the lid of a hair cream bottle. My name's Fairbrother. Lieutenant, I'm assigned to your flight. Kick Winston off that chair and sit down. MM's first impression of the newcomer was of a shy, stooped figure in an expensive non-regulation leather jacket, wearing a gold Rolex watch and with a fountain pen that was leaking through the breast pocket of his shirt to make a small blue mark over his heart. His captain's bars had been worn long enough to become tarnished. It was a nice conceit, and MM noted it with admiration. I'm going to be flying kibitzer. I understand. MM recognized the slight Eastern accent. So you're the bastard who popped rivets in my ship. You've got a beautiful bird there. Lieutenant. She ticks like a Swiss watch, said Jamie diplomatically. MM purred like a cat with a saucer of cream, but I didn't pull enough G to pop any rivets. Where are you from, Captain? Said MM. New York? Boston? Philly? These rich Eastern kids were all alike. They treated the rest of the nation as if they were just off a farm in Indiana. I live in California, Lieutenant, but I went to school in the East. You want a drink, Captain? I've got scotch. Fairbrother held up a thin hand to indicate that he wouldn't. Settled back in the pillows and looked at him. A poor little rich boy. Junior figured that single-seat fighters might be a way he could fight the war without rubbing shoulders with the riffraff. Fairbrother said, "Are we going to fight the entire war with me calling you lieutenant and you calling me captain?" Turned and held out a hand that Fairbrother shook. "Call me Mickey Mouse like everyone else does. My friends call me Jamie. Take the weight off your legs, Jamie, and throw me a pack of butts from that carton on my footlocker." Morse opened a book of matches to make sure it wasn't empty. "Are you fixed up with a room?" "I'm sleeping downstairs, sharing with Lieutenant Hart." "Then you're on your own. Hart got some kind of ulcer. He won't be back. If you take my advice, you'll leave his name on the door and try to keep the room all to yourself. Like I have this one. No sense in sharing, if you can avoid it. Why are we living in these little houses? The RAF built them to house officers and their families. That narrow storeroom downstairs, where they fix sandwiches and fry stuff, used to be the family kitchen." Fairbrother looked round the smoke-filled room. Lieutenant Morse had left no space for anyone else to move in with him. The second bed had been upended, and a motorcycle engine occupied its floor space. Parts of the engine were strewn round the room. Some were wrapped up in stained cloths, and some were in a shallow pan of oil on the floor. In the corner, there were Coca-Cola bottles piled up high on a milk crate, and on the walls were pin-up photos from Yank and a coloured movie poster advertising Dawn Patrol. Above the bed, had hung a belt with a holstered Colt automatic clipped to it, and above that there was a beautiful grey Stetson. "And that old civilian sweeping the hall?" said Fairbrother. "We have British civilian servants, batmen they call them. They'll fix up your laundry and bring you tea in the morning. Well, you can make a face, but it's better than British coffee. Believe me, if you want coffee, fix it yourself. I hear you're the ranking ace here." Lit his cigarette carefully and then extinguished the match by waving it in the air. "You don't have to be any Baron von Richthofen to be best around here. Most of these kids should still be in primary flight school learning how to do gentle turns in a biplane."
Does that go for the pilots in your flight too?" Inhaled on his cigarette, closing his eyes as if in deep thought. "Rube Wine is my wingman. Sad-eyed kid with jug ears. Rooms? Downstairs? He's no better. No worse than most as a flyer. He's a brainy little bastard whose idea of a good time is to sit through an evening of Shakespeare, but he's got eyes like an Indian scout and reaction times as good as any I've seen. And don't let all that book learning fool you. He's a tough little shit. When he's on my wing, I feel good." Fiddled with his cigarette and tapped some ash into the tin lid. "You'll probably fly wing for Earl Koenig, better pilot than Rube. He's got that natural feeling for it, but he's a shy kid and he just won't get in close enough to get kills. Earl likes airplanes. That's his trouble. He's always frightened of bending something or damaging his engine by using full power.
"He flies these goddamn Mustangs like he was paying the maintenance out of his own pocket." Winston sighed and slid gracelessly off the wicker chair, which creaked loudly. Fairbrother, who had been standing, sat down on the dog's cushion and put his feet up on a hard chair. It gave a chance to admire Fairbrother's hand-tooled high boots. "When do you think we'll go again?" Fairbrother asked. "After that Gelsenkirchen foul-up, I thought we'd never go again. I had a hunch we'd all be transferred to the infantry. What happened?" Shook his head sadly. "Track in to Colonel Dan, leading us to the rendezvous with the bomb groups at Emmerich, near the Dutch frontier. We're tasked to give them close support all the way to the target. And then back as far as Holland again. We're all tucked in, nice and tight, behind Colonel Dan. It was like an air show, except that the stratus is under us and no one could see anything." "Not even the bombers?" "What bombers?" Waved an arm to indicate that he could see nothing. "I never saw any bombers." "So what happened?" "I'll tell you what happened. Nothing happened. That's what happened. The bombers never found the target. The little magic black boxes that are supposed to see through cloud went on the blink, and the B-17s went miles north of our route. Cut to Colonel Dan, who's taking us round and round Gelsenkirchen. At least he insists it's Gelsenkirchen, but all we see is cloud. Then we fly back to England in a nice tight formation, do some low passes over the field to show what split-ass aces we are, and there's plenty of time for drinks before dinner. Jesus, what a fuck-up. The mission didn't bomb. Oh, they bombed about, or they bombed, or... Targets of Opportunity, which is a cute name the Air Force dreamed up for shutting your eyes, toggling the bomb load, gaining height, and getting the hell out. I heard the bomb groups were having a tough time, said Fairbrother. I saw replacements by the truckload heading for the bombers. Slow dissolve to the Bremen mission 1 week later, said MM. Seems like the target selection guys at High Wycombe have some kind of private feud with the inhabitants of Bremen. Fairbrother nodded politely. It's accessible, it's near the ocean, he said. He reached into his shirt pocket for a packet of Camels and flicked a cigarette up with his fingernail. MM watched him light it. His hands were as steady as a rock. These rich kids are all the same. Maybe it's the school they go to on the East Coast. Keep it cool, never laugh, never fart, never shout, never cry. MM admired it. So what happened, but, said Fairbrother. MM realized he'd been daydreaming. He was tired and hung over. He should have told Fairbrother to go away and leave him alone, but he didn't. He told him about Bremen. He told him about the one that got torn in half. We found the rearmost task force miles behind their briefed timings, MM said, and stopped. He'd never told the others about that mid-air collision. Not even Rube, his closest buddy. So why tell this guy? Maybe because it was easier to tell a stranger. Thank God we weren't escorting those B-24s. They call them banana boats. They say they were flying boats that leaked so bad they put wheels on them and christened them bombers. Fairbrother smiled, but he'd heard the joke before. He could tell that MM was stalling. Those ships need a lot of babying. By the time they were above the cloud cover, they were skidding all over the sky. The pilots couldn't hold formation. It's that Davis wing, said Fairbrother. It wasn't designed for high loading at that altitude. Sure, something like that, said MM. It was a bad start, flying past those banana boats. And they've taken so many casualties over the weeks that by now the pilots are mostly replacements who've never flown a tough one before. He flicked ash into the lid that was still resting on his chest. You say Bremen's easy because it's on the coast. What you don't know is that the Kraut radar chain goes right along that coast. Anything coming in over the sea comes up clear on their screens. So the fighters were waiting, hundreds of them. Did we have the shit beat out of us? MM found that his hands were sweating, and he knew his face was flushed. I drank too much last night, he explained. You engaged the enemy fighters. Hey, Jamie, where'd you pick up that kind of talk? You training to be a general or a reporter or something? Sure, we engaged the enemy. We engaged him good and proper. Another engagement like that, and our parents are going to insist we get married. He puffed his cigarette vigorously in silence for a moment. Colonel Dan is leading Red. Red is always nominated as the troubleshooters, so Colonel Dan likes to take Red, and I'm leading the second element. We've passed the B-24s and found our forts, and we're keeping real close to them, just like it says in the book. But while we're watching that, we don't get so close. The trigger-happy gunners shoot us down. The Messerschmitt 110s come up on the horizon, and suddenly they're loosing off rockets. No one goes after them. By the time anyone guessed they were going to fire long-range rockets, it was too late. The Krauts were away and heading for their beer ration. Then the Messerschmitt 109s come roaring through the formation. And all this time we're still over the sea. We're nowhere near the target. They dive down through the bombers and lift their noses for a second, go at their undersides. Colonel Dan goes for them, and a few of us get some shots in before they're diving away. It's while we're wrestling with these babies that the withdrawal support group arrives. They're the Thunderbolts, and those guys think anything with square wings is a Messerschmitt. So, who should be surprised when the T-bolts come out of the sun and clobber two of our boys in the first pass? We lost 2 good pilots that day, and we didn't get 1 confirmed kill. Then just as we're getting ready to form up and go home, I see some lunatic kraut come sneaking back toward the bombers. I did a wing over and chased him, but he was going fast, really fast. I got a couple of squirts at him, but he just flies straight on. No evasive action. For a minute I think maybe the pilot is dead or out of action. Then I realize what this crazy bastard is going to do. He's picked himself one of the forts in the low box, and he just drives straight into its side. Fairbrother said nothing. Dashed his hands together and held them locked. I was right behind him. I saw everything. He ripped the whole side out of that bomber. I could see the guys flying her. I could see the seats and the equipment, the wiring and the bright aluminium interior. I was so close that I could have touched those guys. I saw their faces as the whole thing broke up. Shit, it wasn't a million laughs. Stubbed his cigarette hard into the tin lid and forced a smile. Pour yourself a drink if you want one. Loosen up. I'm loose enough already, said Fairbrother. The chair creaked as he shifted uncomfortably. Do you know what the flying schedule is likely to be over Christmas? Hell, Jamie, you ain't been here 5 minutes. Are you looking for a pass already? I have a close friend stationed near Norwich. We said we'd try to get together over Christmas. You're not thinking of visiting a bomb group, are you? Why not? Sure, you'll have a good time. The bomber guys love us, little friends they call us on the radio, right? They'll buy you beers and sing songs around the piano, and headquarters encourages all that bullshit. What's wrong with it? Sure, it's swell. Me and Rube and Earl used to go across to Narrowbridge, B-17s, easy to recognize them, red diamond on the tail plane, white letter A inside it. I met this guy who knew my brother. His family had a restaurant near Phoenix, and I'm from Arizona myself. It was great talking to him about places and people we knew. He's got his navigator there, and we're talking about home and showing each other photos of girls and mothers and kids, all that family shit, you know. I know, said Fairbrother. He could see the rest of it in MM's eyes, and he was in the ship. I could see him. The side of that ship opened like a sardine can. He was sitting at the controls, but there was only half of him left. Fairbrother. Was flicking at his stubbed-out cigarette just to keep from discovering if his hands were trembling. Slow dissolve and no partying at Narrowbridge, right? It would upset anyone. Sure it would. I don't need you to tell me that. Screw the Bomber Joes. I didn't tell them to join the lousy Air Force. It's not my fault that Colonel Dan wants us to keep tight cover. I can't help it if Goering tells his fighter jocks to go after the heavies and avoid us. Is that the time? Said Fairbrother. I'd better get out of here and let you get some sleep. He got to his feet, and the wicker armchair creaked. Winston looked out from under the bed. You go to hell, Captain Goddamn Fairbrother. You don't have to look down your thin white nose at me. You're heading there to... Captain. And that Eastern schooling won't mean a thing when the Krauts are putting lead into your ass. Fairbrother nodded politely and went out, closing the door quietly. Fairbrother knew how to be rude in a really high-class way. And keep your lily-white hands off my goddamned ship, yelled at the closed door. Captain Charles B., Stig Officers Club, 280th Bombardment Skew, H, Cowdrey Green, Norfolk. England. Dear Jamie, you get your $5. I've never been happier in my life. These guys are friendly, and the group commander, call me Porky the way the rest of them do, plays the trumpet in the dance band. He also slams his B-24 down onto the runway with the kind of bang that reminds me of Cadet Jenkins, but it's just his style, I guess. This group has taken a beating, and there are plenty of hair-raising stories told when the beer flows, but they're good boys. I feel so old. We've got kids here who only shave once a week, but good guys. No backbiting, and none of that gossip that the staff of you-know-where enjoyed so much. And I got a great crew. Instead of duds from the replacement pool, I took over a ready-crewed ship when they lost their pilot. He got VD in Norwich, the flight surgeon says, and we got a tub-thumping lecture complete with colour slides that made 2 or 3 of the guys go outside for air. Good ship too. Nearly new, and the crew all like her, which is a plus. Top Banana, she's called. So look out for us over Hunland. It looked like we were going today, but while we were all trundling round the perimeter track, it was scrubbed. Can't think why it took them so long to decide. I could hardly see the red flare from where the Banana was sitting, 500 yards away. What an anticlimax! And 2 ships damaged when wingtips touched on the taxiway. Porky put up a notice saying, "Goosing big birds on the apron is a privilege restricted to officers of field grade." Of course all the guys love him. Tomorrow I take my crew for ditching practice in the unheated water of the municipal swimming pool. In December, war is hell. So today, I've spent the unexpected leisure improving my bridge game at a cost of £4.50 and putting a little scotch into my bloodstream as protection against tomorrow's swim, and writing drunken letters like this, home. I sure wish you were with us. Jamie. It would make everything perfect. What's happening at Christmas? Looks like I won't be OD or get any duties. How are you fixed, your pal, Charlie?
Captain James 8, Fairbrother.
Jamie Fairbrother read Charlie's letter for the 5th time. Then he folded it, together with the $5 bill that was inside the envelope, and placed it in his billfold like an amulet that would protect him, not from evil, but from misery. What could he write in reply? How could he describe this tent city in the monsoon season, and the red-nosed, rheumy-eyed bums clad in ragged oddments of GI uniforms? What was there to say about the overworked comedian who was in command, or the unfriendly exec, or MM, the flight commander, who seemed to be twitching himself into a nervous breakdown? Perhaps it would all come right when the sun came out, and these mud-spattered planes began operations. But it wasn't easy to visualize. Flying the well-worn Mustang Kibitzer provided Jamie's only happy moments, and there weren't many of them. The weather did not improve. The big black hangar doors were shut and clanking mournfully in the wind. Flyers sat for hours in the club and got in each other's hair, bickering like children kept in after school. There were only a few brief breaks in the monotonous grey days. Apart from some local flights, MM had arranged to make sure that his new flyer was able to take off in pairs, keep formation, and get down in one piece. There had been only one scheduled flight in 7 days. The group went in formation across country to Yorkshire, but encountered unpredicted thunderstorms that couldn't be penetrated. The Mustangs came back to the base from all points of the compass. There were no casualties, but 2 pilots landed at other airfields. Kibitzer had engine trouble on the return. Fairbrother nursed her home carefully. And MM, Rube and Earl stayed with him, but when Tex Gill ran her up that night, she purred sweetly for him. "She's a whore," Tex said of Kibitzer. "A heart of gold, but you can't depend on the old bitch." Colonel Dan was not pleased with the group's cross-country flight. He assembled the pilots in the briefing room that afternoon and chewed them out for nearly an hour. The exec sat on the rostrum with his arms folded and head up, his eyes focused on some far corner of the ceiling. It was a pose meant to be both heroic and contemplative. Colonel Dan was never still. He went striding up and down, hugging himself and flailing his arms, shouting, whispering, threatening and promising, and stabbing his finger angrily at his resentful audience. MM sat behind Fairbrother at the back of the room, with Rube and Earl on either side of him. "More training," said MM in disgust. "I can smell it coming." "That's only Yorkshire," said Rube. "With long-range tanks, we'll be trying to find our way back from Austria. Imagine the chaos." "We've got to get Fairbrother a new ship," said MM. He put a flying boot against the back of Jamie's seat and nudged it hard to make sure he was listening. One jalopy like that in the flight could get us all written out of the script. There was a Betty Grable movie being shown on the base that evening, and the house was packed. There wasn't much drinking at the officers' club bar, Highly coloured accounts of the chewing out Colonel Dan had given his pilots soon reached the senior NCOs, and in the rocker club the sergeants argued bitterly about the merits of their charges. There was a fistfight outside the aero club, and a jeep was stolen. The execs sighed. These were all signs of lowering morale. Colonel Dan agreed. "I came over here to fight a war," sang a pilot named Boogie Bozzelli, playing the piano at the club that evening. He improvised a tune to carry his words. "All I've done since getting here is duck the weather. Can I have a rain check, Colonel? And come back next summer." Colonel Dan was not amused. He picked up his drink and moved away from the piano. The feelings of frustration were not relieved when, in the small hours of the next morning, the sound of aircraft engines, synchronized Merlins, circled the base ceaselessly until the duty officer switched on the runway lights. The noise woke everyone up. Fairbrother opened the blackout shutters of his bedroom and saw Rube and MM fully dressed outside. The eastern sky was streaked with the pink light of dawn. The night air blew in like a gale. Fairbrother closed the window and went back to sleep. Next morning there was an RAF Lancaster parked on the apron. It was a big, matte black, 4-engine bomber. A noisy crowd of GIs were gawking at it and taking photos. Its crew, 7 sergeants, were treated like visitors from Mars. Thaxted's only aircrew mess being in the officers' club. The RAF men were eating breakfast there when Fairbrother arrived. MM waved to him, and he took a seat at MM's table, chosen to provide a close look at the British flyers. Perhaps the sergeants were uncomfortable at being cast adrift on an ocean of officers, for they were shy and uncommunicative. They'd been to Berlin that night and lost a section of tailplane and a chunk of wing over the target. The pilot was a grey-faced boy of about 20, and the rest of them looked like undernourished schoolboys. These flyers who fought by night were pallid and withdrawn by comparison with the noisy, sun-tanned extroverts which US Army selection boards seemed to prefer as crews. Mickey Mouse never stopped fidgeting with the salt and pepper and tapping his fork against the tablecloth. "Look at those guys," he said, indicating the bomber crew with his fork. "The British have been fighting too long. They're tired and low. Maybe you'd be tired and low after a night over Big B without fighter escort and half your tail missing," said Fairbrother. MM gave him a sly grin. "We'll be finding out soon," he said. "With these new external gas tanks, we'll be able to fly our ships to Cairo if the brass dream up a reason for it." He used the tip of his tongue to search out a piece of ham stuck between his teeth. "Paper gas tanks. Sounds like they're carrying the metal-saving campaign too far, right?" "Will they come off the shackles when I jettison?" said Fairbrother. "You've got something there, pal." MM turned in his seat for a better view of the RAF men. One of the top kicks asked the Limeys to stick around. "There's some kind of celebration in the rocker club tonight. And they want to grab some gas and get back to their squadron. Look at those kids, would you? Will you? Are we going to look like that by the time we are home again? Did you hear the radio this morning? The RAF lost 30 heavy bombers over Germany last night. 30 crews! Sure they want to get back. To see if their buddies made it." Lieutenant Morse got to his feet and said, "I'm going into Cambridge on my motorcycle. Want to come?" Morse's black mongrel, Winston, crawled out from under the table and shook itself. "I've got some letters to write, so can you lend me £5? MM drained his coffee cup while standing up. Fairbrother passed him the money, and MM nodded his thanks. "So they went to Berlin last night," he said enviously. "You get headlines going to Berlin, and no one wants to know about the flak at Hanover or the fighter defences at Kassel. But go to Berlin and you're a headline. And you want to be a headline? You bet your ass I do. A kid at school with me was on a sub that sank a Jap ship. The town gave him a parade." "A parade?" "He was a hash slinger on a pig boat. He never even finished high school." The officers' club bar was a gloomy place, most of the blackout shutters permanently fixed over the windows. Fairbrother found a corner of the lounge, and despite the noise of the men fixing up the Christmas tree in the hallway, he began writing a letter to his mother. "Can I get you a drink, sir?" It was one of the British waiters, a completely bald, wizened man, bent like a stick and flushed with that shiny red skin that makes even the most dyspeptic of men look jolly. "I don't think so," said Fairbrother. "You won't be flying today." "Sir," he coaxed. "The rain is turning to sleet." Fairbrother looked up to see wet snow sliding down the window glass, fast enough to obscure the view across the balding lawns to the tennis courts. Over the loudspeakers came a big band version of Jingle Bells on a damaged record that clicked. "It's too early for booze, Curly. The captain wants a cup of coffee." It was Captain Madigan. Fairbrother recognized him from the night journey on the truck from London. "None of that powdered crap. Real coffee. And a slice of that fruitcake you sons of bitches all keep for yourselves back there." The bald waiter smiled. "Anything for you, Captain Madigan?" "2 real coffees and 2 slices of special fruitcake." "Coming right up." Madigan didn't sit down immediately. He threw his cap onto the window ledge and went across to warm himself at the open fire. When he turned round, he kept his hands behind him in a stance he'd learned from the British. "My God, but this must be the most uncomfortable place in the world. Have you tried the Aleutians or the South Pacific? Don't deny a man his right to grouse. Fairbrother. Or I'll start thinking you're some kind of Pollyanna." He bent over to remove the cycle clips from his wet trousers. "I suppose you're sleeping in a steam-heated room here in the club. I'm in one of the houses across the road. Well, buddy, I'm in one of the tents that blew down last night. There's clothing and stuff scattered over 3 fields. The mud's ankle deep in places. There's a spare bed in my room." "Whose?" "Lieutenant Hart, the one who was shot down over Holland. Lieutenant Morse told me Hart had an ulcer." Madigan looked at him for a moment before replying, "Then let's keep it an ulcer. I don't get it." "Lieutenant Morse isn't really a fighter pilot," said Madigan. "He's a movie star, playing the role of fighter pilot in this billion-dollar movie Eisenhower is producing." "You mean he doesn't like talking about casualties?" Before Madigan could reply, the loudspeaker was putting out a call for the duty officer. Fairbrother said, "It's room 3 in house number 11. Dump your things in there and wait till you're kicked out." "That's what I would do." Madigan slapped Fairbrother on the shoulder. "Fairbrother, you are not only the greatest pilot since Daedalus, you're a prince." Madigan repeated this to the waiter when he arrived with the coffee and cake. "I'm sure you're right." "Captain Madigan," said the waiter. "And thanks for the toy planes. Aircraft recognition models," Madigan explained when the old man had gone. "What do I need them for in the PR office? He's giving a party for the village children next week." "You're a regular Robin Hood," said Fairbrother. He gave up the attempt to write to his mother and began to drink his coffee. Madigan remained standing, searching his pockets anxiously as if he was looking for something to give Fairbrother. "Look," he said, as he relinquished the search. I can't find my notebook right now, but you haven't made any plans for Christmas, have you?" "I figured we might be flying. Even the sparrows will be walking." "Fairbrother, look at that stuff out there. You don't need to have majored in science to know that the 8th Air Force birdmen are going to be having a drunken Christmas."
And what about the public relations officers? What kind of Christmas are they going to be having? "London is a dump," said Madigan, sitting down on the sofa and giving Fairbrother enough time to consider this judgment. "And over Christmas, London will be packed with big spenders. Not much tail there for a captain without flying pay." Self-consciously, he touched the top of his large, bony head. There wasn't much hair left there, and he pushed it about to make the most of it. "I've got the use of a beautiful house in Cambridge over the holidays. See? Fairbrother. I was determined to get out of this hellhole." He smiled. It was an engaging smile that revealed large, perfect white teeth and emphasized his square jaw. "You stick with me, pal. I'll fix us up with the most beautiful girls in England." "What about your engagement?" said Fairbrother, more to be provocative than because he wanted to know. "The other night—"
"What I said on the truck." "You mean?" He leaned forward and smiled at his mud-caked shoes. Hell, that was never really serious. And like I say, London is too far to go for it. He drank some coffee and patted his lips dry with a paper towel. A delicate gesture inappropriate to a 200-pound man built like a prize-fighter. I fall in love with these broads. I'm sentimental. That's always been my trouble. I'm glad you told me, said Fairbrother. I would never have figured that out. Madigan grinned and drank more coffee. Two of the most beautiful broads you ever saw. He paused before adding, and fuck it. Fairbrother, you can pick the one you want. He looked up as if expecting Fairbrother to be overcome by this selfless offer. One thing I'll say, buddy, you'll never be sorry you fixed me up with a decent place to sleep. Fairbrother nodded, although he was already having doubts. It took Captain Vincent Madigan the rest of the day to move into 311. He had water-soaked possessions stored all over the base, as well as an electric record player and a small collection of opera recordings that he brought from his office. The musical equipment was placed on the floor to make room for a chest of drawers Madigan had obtained in exchange for cigarettes. The top of the chest was reserved for Madigan's photographs, apart from a picture of his mother. They were all of young women, framed in wood, leather, and even silver, and all inscribed with affirmations of unquenchable passion. Fairbrother re-examined Vince Madigan. He was a burly, amiable-looking man with thin hair. His nose was blunt and wide like his mouth. Although seldom seen wearing them, he needed spectacles to read the print on his record labels. Was this really the man who had won declarations of love from such beautiful young women? And yet who could doubt it? For Vince Madigan did not treat the photos like trophies. He never boasted of his exploits. On the contrary, it was his style to tell the world how badly the opposite sex treated his altruistic offers of love. By Vince's account, he had always been unlucky in love. I'm just not any good with women, he told Fairbrother that evening while turning over a record, and totally disregarding the pounding noises coming from the unmusical occupants of the next room. I tell them not to get serious. He shrugged at the perversity of human nature. But they always get serious. Why not just be friendly? I say, but they want to get married. So I say, okay, I want to get married. And wham, they change their mind and just want to be friends. He used a cloth to clean the record. Sometimes I think I'll never understand women. Sometimes I think these goddamned homos have got something. Buddy, is that right? Said Fairbrother, who hadn't been listening. He'd been reading and rereading the same passage of the P-51 handling notes. Under it, there was tucked a thick wad of regulations, technical amendments, orders, and local restrictions. Reading it all through and committing it to memory would be a daunting task. I'm not sure I'll be through learning all this stuff by Christmas. Vince, you're too darn conscientious, buddy. Who else in this group, except maybe Colonel Dan, has waded through all that junk? I'm a new boy, Vince. They'll be expecting me to screw it up. He riffled through the pages. And to think I quit law school to get away from this kind of reading. Man can't escape his fate. Fairbrother? How's that? Said Fairbrother, puzzled by the tone of Madigan's voice. Man can't escape his fate, said Madigan. He was smiling. But in his eyes there was a look that told Fairbrother that this was the kind of joke that isn't a joke. Isn't that what Mozart is saying in Don Giovanni? Every one of us is trying to be some other kind of person, your pal Morse, for instance. In fact, half the guys who joined the army just wanted to escape from themselves. What have you got against MM? Oh, he's just a pain in the arse. Jamie? He put the record on the turntable, but didn't start the music. Each new officer who checks in, I give him a questionnaire so I get parents' names and addresses and details of any relatives who work in newspapers or radio. It also has spaces marked education, hobbies and civilian occupation, you know. You filled one out. It's only so I can use it for publicity. Morse fills his out to say he's got a degree in engineering from Arizona State. You've only got to talk to the guy to know he never finished college. He knows a lot about engines. Sure. His folks have a filling station. Okay, but I don't give a damn about where he went to college.
I'm no kind of snob. Fair brother. A girl helped to pay my way through college. A woman she was, really, married and all, 10 years older than me. We ran away to New York and lived in a tenement on 10th Street on her alimony, while I got my degree in English at NYU. He rubbed his face. I paid her the money back eventually, but I guess she thought we were going to get married and live happily ever after. So you suspect MM didn't finish college, so what? So why the hell can't he say so? And if he tells lies about that, why does he get mad when the intelligence officers question his claims? Now wait a minute, Vince. The board decides claims on the basis of the film he brings back. Madigan put up both hands in a placatory gesture and changed the nature of his complaints. I take a cockpit photo of every new pilot, right? I send a glossy to his hometown paper and a release to anyone who might be remotely interested.
I did that with you last week. My sergeant already sent a pile of junk off. In a few weeks' time, one of your friends or neighbors or your folks will send you some cuttings. You'll show them around. And before you've got them back in the envelope, MM will be in my office asking why you're getting the publicity, and he isn't. Can't you see how that pisses me off? Take it easy, Vince. Madigan gave the record a flick of his cloth and checked the needle for dust. Morse is a Mozartian character, he said, while bending down to look along the surface of the record, running away from himself, searching for something he can't even describe. Let's hear more of the abduction. Vince, for the first time, Madigan heard a note of annoyance in his roommate's voice. He should have known better than to talk about Morse. These pilots always stuck together against the rest of the officers. He smiled and read the label again. Listen to the way Constanza's recitative builds up to the word Traurigkeit, and Mozart goes into a minor key to change the mood. To me, this is one of the most moving arias in opera. It's wonderful. How did you learn so much about opera, Vince? Madigan folded his arms and looked up at the ceiling as he thought about it. My first newspaper job after leaving college. They sent me to interview this girl who'd won a scholarship to Juilliard. She was a wonderful girl. Jamie. Madigan turned on the music and sat down to listen. Eyes closed. Fairbrother went back to reading his papers, and for almost another hour Madigan played his records, sorted through his newly assembled possessions, and said hardly anything. Fairbrother decided he was deeply offended, but eventually Madigan's spirits revived enough for him to say, "I've just had a thought. Old buddy, how's about this one for you?" He was wearing his glasses and holding up a photo for Fairbrother to look at. A tall brunette with big tits gets drunk on lemonade. You don't owe me anything, Vince. Very loving, Jamie, very passionate. He looked at the photo to help him remember her. Unattached, no husband or boyfriends to worry about. Fairbrother turned the page in the P-51 handbook to find that ditching procedure was headed with the warning that the aircraft could be expected to sink in approximately 2 seconds, and shook his head. What about her for your pal? The banana boat captain. Charlie would like her. Yes. I invited the PX officer too. Is that okay with you? See? We'll need the liquor and candy and cigarettes. It's not my party. Vince, our party, sure. You don't have to do a thing except be there. He put the record away in its proper sleeve. I invited Colonel Dan too, just out of politeness, but I don't imagine he'll turn up. How many people are you expecting? I should have kept a list. Maybe I'll volunteer for OD.
Don't be like that, said Madigan. This is going to be the greatest party of all time. He slid the record into the carrying case in which he stored his recordings. Victoria Cooper, he said suddenly, and snapped his fingers in the air. Intellectual. Jamie, very English, very upper class, dark hair and a beautiful face. Exactly your type, tall and a wonderful figure. Victoria, you'll be crazy about her. Is she another one of your sentimental indiscretions? I've hardly said a word to her. She's a friend of Vera's. I told you about Vera, didn't I? Take it easy, Vince, said Fairbrother nervously. You could be the first person there. Jamie. Victoria Cooper? I'm sure Vera could swing a double date for us. Knock it off, Vince, will you? I go along with the opera and all that, but stay out of my private life, huh? You said there were no women in your life.
What do you mean? You go along with the opera. You're not telling me you don't like Mozart. I can take him or leave him. Vince, I've always been a Dorsey fan myself. That's dance music. Madigan's mouth dropped open and he seemed truly shaken. Christ, I thought at last I'd found a real pal in this dump. A guy I could talk to. Only kidding, Vince. Madigan recovered from his state of shock. Jesus, I thought you were serious for a minute. He smiled to show his perfect teeth. You wait until you see this Victoria Cooper, and she'll go for you too. She lives with her parents. That's why I'm not interested. He took off his glasses and put them into a leather case. My dad practically threw me out of the house because of my girlfriends. Mum never seemed to mind. It's funny that women never seem to mind their sons tomcatting around. It's almost like they get some kind of kick out of it. Victoria Cooper. Victoria was private secretary to a newspaper owner. The newspaper was a local one, appeared only once a week, and, since newsprint was scarce and rationed, consisted of only 8 pages. But she enjoyed this job that gave her access to the teleprinter news and the excitement of meeting men who'd come from far-distant battlefronts. She was updating the wall map when Vera came in. American forces, supported by Australian warships, have secured a firm beachhead on the south coast of New Britain. She found an appropriate stretch of Pacific coastline and inserted a pin. I've brought your tea. Miss Cooper, that's kind of you. Vera. Her visitor was a small, vivacious woman with short, curly hair dyed blonde. She was no longer a girl, and yet her freckles and snub nose gave her a youthful tomboy look that appealed to men. If the reaction of the office staff was anything to judge by, I had to come upstairs anyway. Vera brandished a handful of press photos before dropping them into the tray on the desk, rearranging some papers there to make a reason for delay. A friend of mine has been lent a wonderful flat for Christmas. It's in Jesus Lane. You should see it. Central heating, carpets, and little table lights everywhere. It's the sort of place you see in films. Romantic, you know. Lucky you. Vera, he's an American. A captain. Drink your tea. Miss Cooper, Captain Vincent Madigan. Vince, I call him. He's tall and strong and very handsome. He looks like Pat O'Brien, the film star. And talks like him too. It sounds as if you're smitten. Nothing like that, said Vera hastily. Just friends. I feel sorry for those American boys. So far away from their homes and families. She picked up some photos and pretended to look at them. I said I'd take a few friends along to their party at Christmas. You told me your parents will be away. So I wondered. I don't think so, Vera. She'd been introduced to the American friend once, picking Vera up at the office, and wondered whether Vera had forgotten that or if she just enjoyed describing him again. It's Christmas. Miss Cooper, Vera coaxed. I'm calling in to see them on my way home. Since it's only round the corner, I thought you might come with me. I'd rather not go on my own. They have wonderful coffee and gorgeous chocolate. Candy, they call it. Yes, so I've heard, said Victoria. It was a patronizing remark, and Vera recognized it for what it was. Hurriedly, she gathered up some payslips she was delivering to the cashier and turned to go. And since Victoria didn't want to be rude to this genial woman, who would think it was because of her accent, or because she hadn't been to college, she said, I'll go with you, Vera. I'd enjoy a break, but I mustn't be too late home. I have to wash my hair. Vera gave a little shriek of delight, a sound borrowed no doubt from some Hollywood starlet.
Oh, I'm so pleased. Miss Cooper, it will be nice. He'll have a friend with him to help with the decorations and that, she added too quickly. Am I what they call a blind date? Vera? Vera smiled guiltily but didn't admit as much. They're ever so nice. Real gentlemen. Miss Cooper, I hope you won't go on calling me Miss Cooper all evening. See you at 6 o'clock. Victoria. Victoria could see why Vera was so impressed with the flat the Americans were using. It was both elegant and comfortable, furnished with good, but neglected, antique furniture, well-worn Persian carpets, and some 19th-century Dutch watercolors. The bookcases were empty, except for the odd piece of porcelain. She guessed the place belonged to some tutor or fellow of the university, now gone off to war. The current tenancy of the Americans was unmistakable. However,
there were pieces of sports equipment, golf clubs, tennis rackets, even a baseball glove in various corners of the room, and brightly colored boxes of groceries, tinned food and cartons of cigarettes on the hall table. She had arrived at Jesus Lane with some misgivings, half expecting to meet the predatory primitives her mother believed most American servicemen to be. She wouldn't have been greatly surprised to find half a dozen hairy-chested men sitting round a card table in their underwear, smoking cheap cigars and playing poker for money. The reality couldn't have been more different. Captain Madigan and his younger friend were wearing their well-cut uniforms. Sitting in the drawing room, listening to Mozart, both men were sprawled in the relaxed way only Americans seem to adopt, legs stretched straight in front of them and heads sunk so low in the cushions that they had difficulty getting to their feet to greet their visitors. Vincent Madigan acknowledged that they'd met before, remembering the time and place with such ease that she had little doubt that the invitation had originated with him. "I'm glad you dropped by," said Madigan, keeping to the pretense that Victoria was there, only by chance. He stopped the music. "Let me introduce Captain James Fairbrother." They nodded to each other. Madigan said, "Let me fix you ladies a drink. Martini? Vera? What about you? Miss Cooper?" He leaned over to read the bottle labels. Scotch, gin, port, something called Oloroso, looks like. It's been around some time. Or a martini with Vera. His voice was unexpectedly low, contrived almost, and his accent strong enough for her to have some difficulty understanding him. "A martini? Thank you." James Fairbrother offered them cigarettes and then asked permission to smoke. It was all so formal that Victoria almost started giggling. She caught Fairbrother's eye and made it an opportunity to smile. He grinned back. Fairbrother was a little taller than his friend, but not so broad. His hair was cut very short in a style she'd seen only in Hollywood films. She guessed him to be about her own age, 25, and both men were muscular and athletic, but Madigan's strength was that of the boxing ring or football field, while Fairbrother had the springy grace of a runner. "You must be the Mozart lover," she said. "No, Vince is the opera buff. I just beat time." His uniform was obviously made to order, and she noticed that, unlike Vince Madigan's, his tie was silk. Was it a gift from girlfriend or mother, or a revelation of some secret vanity? "We'll eat at a little Italian spot down the street," Madigan announced as he served the drinks. "They do a great veal scallopine, as good as any I've had back home in Minneapolis." It was a bizarre recommendation, and the temptation to laugh was almost uncontrollable. Madigan mistook Victoria's amusement for indignation. Self-consciously, he ran a hand over his bony skull to arrange his hair and backed away, almost spilling his drink as he blundered into the sofa. "Okay," he said, "okay. I know what you British think about Mussolini and all that. Well, and you're right, Victoria. It's not that," said Victoria. She glanced at Vera, who was rummaging through the sports equipment. It was all right for her. She had short, curly hair that always looked well, but Victoria was appalled at the thought of going to a smart restaurant wearing the dowdy twin set she often wore at the office, and with her hair in a tangle. "Look at all this equipment," said Vera, waving a baseball-gloved hand. "Have you boys come over to fight a war, or just for the Summer Olympics?" "We'll go to the Blue Boar," said Madigan. "That would be much better." "No, please," said Victoria. "Keep to your original plan. I'm sure it will be wonderful, but I really do have to get home." "Please don't go, Victoria," said Fairbrother.
"There's plenty of food right here in the apartment. Why don't we all just have some ham and eggs?" His accent was softer and less pronounced than Madigan's. "Oh, Victoria," said Vera, "you don't really hate Italians, do you?" "Of course not," said Victoria. She watched her friend silently acting out tennis strokes with one of the new rackets she'd taken out of its cover. There was no mistaking the disappointment in her eyes. Vera loved restaurants. She'd often said so. "You and Vince go. Don't let me spoil your evening." "We won't be long," Vera promised softly. She became a different person in the company of men, not just in that way all women do, but animated and amusing. Victoria looked at her with new interest. She was older than Victoria, 30 or more, but there was no denying that she was the more attractive to most men. Her critics at the office, and there was no shortage of them, said Vera fed the egos of men, that she was doting and compliant. But Victoria knew that this wasn't so. Vera was challenging and contentious, ready to mock the priorities and values of a masculine world, and certainly the war provided her with ample opportunities to do so. Now she looked in a mirror to pat her curly yellow hair and pout long enough to apply lipstick. "We won't be long," she repeated, still looking in the mirror. It was an appeal as much as a declaration. She wanted Vince Madigan all to herself across that restaurant table. She turned to exchange glances with Victoria and saw that the idea of an hour with James Fairbrother was not unattractive to her. The alternative was going home to her parents' chilly mansion in Royston Road. "I'll cook something here," said Victoria. The promise was to Vera as well as to James Fairbrother. "That's great," he said. "Let me freshen that drink and I'll show you the kitchen." The other two left with almost unseemly haste, and Victoria began to unpack the groceries the officers had bought from the commissary. It was a breathtaking sight for anyone who had spent 4 long years in wartime Britain. There were tins of ham and butter, tins of fruit and juice, biscuits, cigarettes and cream. There was even a dozen fresh eggs that Madigan had obtained from Hobday's farm near the airfield. "I've never seen so much wonderful food," said Victoria. "You sound like my sister, opening her presents on Christmas morning," said Fairbrother. He started the music again, but lowered the volume. "The ration is down to 1 egg a week, and that tin of butter would be about 4 months' ration." He smiled at her, and she said, "I'm afraid we've all become obsessed with food. When the war's over, perhaps we'll regain a sense of proportion, but meanwhile we'll feast on—" He picked up some tins. "Ham and eggs and sweet corn and spaghetti in bolognese sauce, unless, of course, your embargo on things Italian is all-embracing, in which case we'll ceremonially break Captain Madigan's Rigoletto recordings. I don't hate Italians." He put his hand on her arm and said, "Strictly between you and me, Victoria, the Italian cuisine in Minneapolis is terrible." She smiled. "I really don't have any—" "I know. You simply don't have a thing to wear and you think your hair is a mess." She put up a hand to her hair. "I'm sorry," he said. "I was kidding. Your hair looks great." "How did you guess why I didn't want to go?" "Vicky, I've heard every possible excuse for being stood up." "I find that difficult to believe." No one had ever called her Vicky before, but coming from this handsome American it sounded right. "Can you find a tin opener and cut up some ham?" While she warmed the frying pan and sliced the bread, she watched him opening tins. He hurt his finger. Clumsiness was a surprising shortcoming in such a man. "You're a flyer. P-51s, Mustang fighter planes." He reached across her to get a knife from the drawer, and when his hand touched her bare arm, she shivered.
Escorting the bombers? You seem well informed. He used the knife to loosen the ham from the tin. I work in a newspaper office. I didn't know the British newspapers ever mentioned the American Air Forces. He looked up. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it to sound that way. Our papers do give most attention to the RAFA. It's only natural when so many readers have relatives who... She stopped. Sure, he said. He shook the tin of ham violently until the meat slid out onto the plate. How many raids have you been on? None, he said. I just arrived. I guess I was a little premature in feeling neglected. The weather's been bad. How many eggs may I use? Vince gets them by the truckload. Use them all if you like. 2 each then. She cracked the eggs into the hot fat. We need clear skies for daylight bombing. The RAF have magic gadgets that help them to see in the dark, but we only fly by day. He arranged the sliced ham on the plates. But in daylight, with clear skies, doesn't it make it easy for the Germans to shoot you down? She pretended to be fully involved in spooning fat over the frying eggs, but she knew he was looking at her. That's why they have us fighters. What about the anti-aircraft guns? I guess they're still working on that problem, he said, and grinned. Abruptly, the music from the next room came to an end. He reached out to her. Victoria, you're the only... He gently took her shoulders to embrace her. She gave him a quick kiss on the nose and ducked away. I'll turn Mozart over, she said. You bring the plates to the table. They sat in the cramped kitchen to eat their meal. He poured 2 glasses of cold American beer and was amused to encourage Victoria to spread butter thickly on her crackers. He hardly touched his food. Victoria told him about her job and about her silver-tongued cousin, who had recently become personal assistant to a member of Parliament. He told her about his wonderful sister, who was married to an alcoholic bar owner. She told him about the caraway seed cakes, with which her mother won annual prizes at the Women's Institute competition. He told her about Amelia Earhart arriving at the Oakland airport in January 1935, solo from Honolulu, and how it made him determined to fly. At the age of 14, he'd been permitted to take over the control wheel of a huge Ford trimotor, owned in part by a close friend of his father. There's so much to say when you're falling in love, Noel, and so much to listen to. They wanted to tell each other everything they had ever said, thought, or done. Their words were in collision. Victoria was overwhelmed by the magic of a bewildering people who dressed their humblest officers like generals, ate corn while leaving eggs and ham untouched, invented nylon stockings, and allowed their children to fly airliners. Vince says every one of us has 2 faces. He keeps trying to prove that everything Mozart wrote is based on that idea. What had he been about to say? She wondered. Victoria, you are the only one for me. Victoria, you are the only girl I could ever marry. Victoria, you are the only girl in England who can't fry 4 fresh eggs without breaking the yolks of 2 of them. She coveted the ones abandoned on his plate and wished she'd kept the unbroken ones for herself. Not just the dressing up they do in the operas, but the music that comments on each character. Are you both opera fans? If anyone could turn me off, it would be Vince, she smiled. He's intense. Vera told me that. Does everyone in Minneapolis have that sort of accent? At times it's hard for me to understand just what he's saying. Vince has moved around, New York, Memphis, New Orleans. He says that women like men with low, slow-speaking voices. She looked at the clock. Time had passed so quickly. I must go. My parents are away and there's so much I have to do before Christmas. Vince and Vera will have gone dancing. She stood up. She knew she had to leave before. And suppose Vera came back and found her here. Don't go, please, he said. Yes, or it will spoil. What will spoil? This. Us. In the hallway, she resisted his embrace until he pointed to the huge bunch of mistletoe tied to the overhead light. Then she kissed him, and hung on as if he was the only lifebelt in a stormy sea. She was desperate that he wouldn't ask when he might see her again. But just as she was on the point of humiliating herself with that question, he said, "I've got to see you again. Vicky? Soon? At the party? It's not soon enough, but I guess it'll have to do." Such mad infatuations don't last forever. The greater the madness, the shorter its duration, or so she told herself the following morning. Was she already a little more level-headed, and was this a measure of the limited enchantment of the handsome young American man who had come into her life? "It's all right for you," said Vera trenchantly when Victoria made a harmless joke about the lateness of her return. "You're young." She smoothed her dress over hips that a stodgy wartime diet had already made heavy. "I'm 29. Victoria said nothing. Vera pouted and said, 32. If I'm to be perfectly honest with you." She fingered the gold chain she always wore round her neck and twisted it onto her finger. "My hubby is much older than me." She always referred to her absent husband as her hubby. It was as if she found the word husband too formal and too binding.
Who knows when I'll see him again? Victoria? She ignored the possibility that her husband might be killed. It will be ages before they're back from Burma. Do you know where Burma is? Victoria? It's on the other side of the world. I looked it up on a map. What am I supposed to do? I might be 40 by the time Reg gets back. I'll be too old to have any fun. Victoria wondered how long she'd keep pretending that Vince Madigan was no more than a good friend. She sympathized. How could she tell poor wretched Vera to cloister herself for a husband who might never return? Yet she could never encourage her to betray him either. "I can't advise you, Vera," she said. "It's unbearable being on my own all the time." Vera said, almost apologetically, "That's why I married my Reg in the first place. I was lonely." She gave a croaky little laugh. "That's a good one, isn't it?" She twisted the gold chain until it was biting into her throat. "Little did I know I was going to be left all on my own within 2 years of getting hitched. I was in service when I was 15, with the Countess of Inversnaid. I started as a kitchen help and ended as a lady's maid. You should have seen the shoes she had. Victoria, dozens of pairs, and handbags from Paris. I was happy there. Then why did you leave?" "The government said domestics had to be in war jobs. Not that I know what I'm doing to win the war here, helping the cashier with the wages and getting tea for all those lazy reporters." "Don't be sad," Victoria said. "It's Christmas Eve." Vera nodded and smiled, but didn't look any happier. "You're coming with me tonight, aren't you?" "I have to go home to change first." She tried to keep her voice level. She didn't want to reveal how eager she was to see Jamie again, but Vera's shrewd eyes saw through her. "What are you wearing?" Vera asked briskly. "A long dress?" "My mother's yellow silk. I had it altered. The sister of that girl in the personnel office did it. She shortened it, made big floppy sleeves from what she'd taken off the bottom, and put a tie belt on it. Vince must be sick of seeing me in that green dress," Vera said, "but I've got nothing else. He's offered to buy me something, but I've got no ration coupons. You look wonderful in the green dress, Vera." It was true. She did. "Vince is trying to wangle me a parachute. A whole parachute. Vince says they're pure silk, but even if they're nylon, it would be something." She picked up the outgoing mail from the tray as if suddenly remembering her work. "Victoria?" she asked in a low voice as if the answer was really important to her. "Do you hate parties?" "I'm sure it will be lovely." "Vera," she answered evasively. For the truth of it was that she did hate parties. They'll all be strangers. Vince has invited lots of men from the base and they'll have girls with them. There's no telling who might see me there, and start tongues wagging. "Cross that bridge when you come to it," Victoria advised. So Vera didn't realize that her extramarital associations were already a subject for endless discussion in the typing pool downstairs.
Vera wears the new utility knickers, Victoria had overheard a girl say. One yank and they're off. The others had laughed. Vera stood in the doorway looking at her friend quizzically. You never cry, do you? I can't imagine you crying. I'm not the crying type, Victoria said. I swear instead, Vera nodded. All you girls who've been to university swear, she said, and smiled. I won't wait for you tonight. I'll go on ahead. I know what Vince is like. If I'm not there and he sees some other girl he fancies, he'll grab her. Victoria could think of no reassuring answer. The noise could be heard from as far away as the river. There were taxis outside the door, as well as an RAF officer holding a fur coat and handbag for some absent girl. Victoria didn't have to knock at the door. She'd raised her hand to the brass knocker when the caretaker swung the door open, spilling some of his whiskey as he swept back the curtain. Quickly, miss, careful of the blackout. He said it carefully, but his smile and unfocused eyes betrayed his drunkenness. The house was packed with people. Some of the table lights had been broken, others shielded with coloured paper. But there was enough light to see that the drawing room had become a dance floor. Couples were crowded together too tightly to do anything but hug rhythmically in the semi-darkness. Among the American uniforms, she could see a few RAF officers and some Polish pilots. Men without girls were seated on the stairs, drinking from bottles and arguing about the coming invasion and what was happening back home. There were low wolf whistles and appreciative growls as Victoria climbed the stairs, picking her way between the men. More than one fondled her legs under the pretense of steadying her. She found Jamie and Vince Madigan on the landing, trying to revive a female guest who'd lost consciousness after drinking too much of a mixture that had cherries and dried mint floating in it. Described as fruit punch. It smelled like medicinal alcohol, sweetened with honey. Victoria decided not to drink any of it. She needs air, Vera said, appearing from another room. Take her downstairs and out into the street. Vera seemed to be in command. Although she was always saying how she hated crowds and parties, she thrived on them. She's Boogie's girlfriend, explained Jamie. He's a pilot. The one playing the piano downstairs. Victoria took his arm, but he seemed too busy to notice. Vera smiled to indicate how much she liked Victoria's very pale yellow dress, and both women watched dispassionately as two officers in brown leather flying jackets carried the limp girl downstairs with more enthusiasm than tenderness. The men on the stairs hummed the funeral march as the unfortunate casualty was bundled away. Did you invite all these people? Victoria asked. Jamie shook his head. They're mostly friends of Vince, as well as a few who wandered in off the street. What are you drinking? Not the fruit punch. Was it too much to expect that he would notice her hair, swept back into a chignon, and the high neckline dress with its standing collar and the tiny black bow? Whiskey, okay. He was pouring it before she could answer, and then he stuck the bottle back into the side pocket of his uniform jacket. His eyes were bright and restless as he kept looking round to see who else was there. He wasn't drunk, but she guessed he'd started drinking early that day. How's that? He held up the half-filled glass of whiskey. Victoria had never drunk undiluted whiskey before, but she didn't want to give him any reason for leaving her, even while they stood there. She was continually being patted and stroked by men who passed, looking for food or drink or the bathroom. It's lovely, she said, and brought the whiskey to her lips without drinking any. It had a curious smell. He noticed her sniffing at it. Bourbon, he explained. It's made from corn. He was watching her. She tasted her drink and thought it smelled remarkably like damp cardboard. Delicious, she said. I can see that you go for it. Jamie mocked. Victoria smiled. He still hadn't kissed her, but at least there was no sign of any other girl with him. He pulled her closer to make way for an American naval officer who was elbowing his way to the bathroom, finding it locked. He hammered on the door and yelled, "Hurry up in there! This is an emergency!"
Someone laughed, and a man sitting on the next staircase said, He's got a girl in there with him. I'd try the one upstairs if you're in a hurry." "Mac!" The sailor cursed and hurried upstairs past him. Victoria looked at Jamie, trying to enjoy the party. "Are most of them from your squadron?" "That's Colonel Dan over there. He's the group commander. The big cheese himself."
Victoria looked round to see a short, cheerful man with a large nose and messy fair hair talking earnestly to a tall, dark girl with a floral-patterned turban hat and a black velvet cocktail dress. "Is that his wife?" "She's one of the chorus from the Windmill Theatre. They gave a show on base last month, before I got here. Was it an American general who said war is hell?" "And that's Major Tucker." The Major was standing near the stairs, drinking from his own silver hip flask and scowling disapproval. Victoria felt a common bond with him, but did not say so. Jamie tightened his hold on her shoulder, but only in order to pull her aside to make way for a middle-aged sergeant who was carrying a crate of gin upstairs and into a room that was being converted into a bar. "Thanks for the invite." "Captain," said the sergeant, out of breath. "Good to see you here." "Sergeant Boyer," said Jamie. Harry Boyer's arrival with the gin was greeted by loud cheers. Downstairs, Boogie and the musicians he'd collected for the night began to play "Bless 'Em All," to which the dancers jumped up and down in unison. "You hate it?" "Vicky, I can tell by your face." "No," she yelled. "It's really fun." By now the whole house was shaking with the vibration of the dancers downstairs. "But is there anywhere to sit down?" Her yellow shoes had never been particularly comfortable, and she'd slipped them from her heels for a moment. "Let's try upstairs," Jamie said, and plunged into the crowd. She tried to follow, but with drink in one hand and shoes loosened, she couldn't keep up with him. One shoe came off, and only with some difficulty could she get everyone to stand back far enough for her to find it again. When she did, there was the black mark of a boot across the yellow silk, and one strap torn loose. They were the last pair of pre-war shoes in her wardrobe. She told herself to laugh, or at least keep her sense of proportion. But she wanted to scream, "If you hate it, say so," said Jamie sharply as she reached him at the bottom of the stairs. She wondered what would happen if she did tell him how unhappy she was, and decided not to take the chance. "Why don't we dance?" she said. At least she'd feel his arms around her. If she was trying to find the limit to James Fairbrother's skills and talents, inviting him to dance provided it. Even in that crush, with the tireless Boogie playing his own dreamy version of Moonlight Becomes You. Jamie trod on her toes, especially painful as she'd decided to dance in stockinged feet rather than risk the final destruction of her shoes. "I'm no great shakes at dancing," he said, finally. "Maybe we should call it quits." He found a place on the sofa, but they'd only been sitting there a few minutes when a lieutenant arrived with a message asking Jamie to go upstairs to help Vince. Jamie offered her his apologies but she feared he was secretly pleased to get away from her. She regretted her flash of bad temper, but she'd so wanted the evening to be perfect. "Promise you won't move?" Jamie squeezed her arm. She nodded, and he planted a kiss on her forehead as though she were a docile infant. The newly arrived lieutenant dropped heavily into the place Jamie had vacated beside her. "Known Jamie long?" She looked at him. He was a handsome boy trying to grow a moustache. He had a sun-tanned sort of complexion, with jet black wavy hair and long sideburns that completed the Latin effect for which he obviously strove. "Yes, I've known Jamie a long time," she said. He smiled to reveal flashing white teeth. His battered cap was still on his head, but he pushed it well back as if to see her better. He was chewing gum and smoking at the same time. He took the cigarette from his mouth and flicked it towards the fireplace without bothering to look where it went. "Jamie only just arrived in Europe," he said. "My name's Morse. People call me Mickey Mouse." Victoria smiled and said nothing. "So you're a liar. Slow dissolve. And you're no gentleman." He slapped his thigh and laughed. "Are you ever right, lady?" They were crushed tight together, and although she tried to make more room between them, it wasn't possible. Gum? No, thanks. Where did Jamie meet a classy broad like you? He asked.
You're not the kind of lady who hangs around the Red Cross Club on Trumpington Street. Really? Really, yes. Really? I'm surprised you've never noticed me there, said Victoria. Grinned and tore the corner from a packet of Camels before offering them to her. She never smoked, but on impulse took one. He lit it for her. You Jamie's girl? Yes. It seemed the simplest way of avoiding further advances. What's happened to Captain Madigan? Nothing's happened to Captain Madigan, lady. And nothing is going to happen to him. Vince is smart. He's a paddlefoot. He stays on the ground and waltzes the ladies. We're the dummies who get our tails shot off. I mean, what's happened now? Said Victoria. What does he want Jamie for? She inhaled on the cigarette, and it made her cough. Madigan needs close escort, said vaguely. Victoria got to her feet and looked for the door. Lights! Action! Camera! Said holding thumbs and forefingers as if to frame a camera shot.
Where are you going, lady? I'm going, said Victoria, to what you Americans so delicately call the powder room. I'll save the place here for you. Please don't bother, said Victoria. Chuckled. She made her way past the musicians and started up the stairs. A lot of drinking had taken place since the last time she'd struggled up through the people sitting on the staircase. They were mostly couples now, locked in tight embraces and oblivious to her pushing past them. On the upper landing there were two officers sprawled full length and snoring loudly. A girl was going through the pockets of one of them. She straightened up when she saw Victoria. I'm just trying to find enough for my taxi fare home, honey, she announced in the broad accent of South London. Victoria stepped past without replying. The middle-aged man, whom Jamie had called Sergeant Boyer, was leaning against the wall inside the first room. He was in his shirt sleeves and wore no tie. He was watching Colonel Dan about to throw a pair of dice against the wall. There was a huge pile of pound notes on the floor, and as her eyes became accustomed to the gloom, Victoria could see that there were other men there too, all holding wads of money. "Come on, baby!" Colonel Dan yelled into the confines of his clenched fist before throwing the dice. "Snake eyes!" he screamed as they came to rest. There was pandemonium all around, and Victoria was almost knocked off her feet as the colonel stooped to pick up the dice and lost his balance to fall against her. "Oops, sorry, Ma'am." She found Jamie on the next floor. He was holding tightly to the bare upper arms of a brassy-looking girl in a shiny grey dress that was cut too low in the front and too tight across the bottom. "You've got to be sensible," Jamie was telling her. "There's no sense in making a scene. These things happen. It's the war." The girl's eye makeup had smudged with her tears, and there were streaks of black down her cheeks. "For Christ's sake, spare me that," she said bitterly. "But you bloody Yanks don't have to tell me about the war. We were bombed out of my mum's house years before Pearl Bloody Harbour." She noticed Vince Madigan was wearing a short Ike jacket, complete with a row of medals and silver wings. He too was trying to reason with the tearful girl. "Let me walk you to Market Hill. We'll find a cab and get you home." The girl ignored him. To Jamie, she said, "You think I'm drunk, don't you?" From downstairs there came some spirited rebel yells, and the piano struck up the resounding chords of Dixie. Suddenly, Jamie noticed Victoria watching them. "Oh, Victoria," he said. "Oh, Victoria," parroted the girl. "Whatever have you done with poor Prince Albert?" She gave a short, bitter laugh. Jamie let go of the girl and turned to Victoria, smiling as if in apology. "It's one of Vince's friends," he explained quietly. "She's threatening to tear Vera to pieces." From downstairs came a chorus of joyful voices. "In Dixieland, I'll take my stand. To live and die in Dixie." Vince Madigan moved closer to the girl in the grey dress and began talking to her softly, in the manner prescribed for an excited horse. Now that the light was on her, she looked no more than 18. Younger, perhaps. The desperate stare had gone now. She was just a sad child. She raised a large red hand to stifle a belch. "Or was it you who invited one girl too many?" said Victoria, coldly. "She's not my type," said Jamie amiably. Over Jamie's shoulder, Victoria saw Madigan take the girl in a tight embrace and caress her hungrily. Victoria turned to avoid Jamie's kiss. "Not now," she said. "Not here. I think I need a drink," Jamie said, standing back from her. "I've had about as much as I can take for one day." "You have," said Victoria angrily. "I didn't mean enough of you. Would you take me home?" "Wait just a few minutes more," said Jamie. "My buddy Charlie Stig still might get here." "I told you I'd invited him." "Then I'll go home alone," she said. Jamie took her arm. "You'd better help Captain Madigan," she said, pulling herself free. "I think his lady friend is about to vomit." The girl was holding on to the balustrade and bending forward to retch at the stair carpet. Victoria pushed her way downstairs and found her coat where it had fallen to the floor under a mountain of khaki overcoats. She glimpsed Vera standing with to watch the men who had climbed on top of the piano. One of them, Earl Koenig, was waving the Confederate flag. "Look away, look away, Dixieland!" She tried to catch Vera's eye to tell her she was leaving, but Vera had eyes for no one but her new-found lieutenant. She was cuddling him tightly. That was the trouble with Vera. For her, men were just men, interchangeable commodities like silk stockings, pet canaries, or books from a library. Any man who would give her a good time was Mr. Right for Vera. She wasn't looking for a husband. She had one already. Victoria had no trouble finding a taxi. They were arriving at the house in Jesus Lane every few minutes, bringing more and more people to the party. She got back home just as the rain began. It was an old Victorian mansion, elaborate with neo-Gothic towers and stained-glass windows. Its dark shape behind the wind-tossed trees did little to raise her spirits as she hurried down the gravel path in the quickening rain. The house was cold and empty, but she closed the carved oak door behind her with a thankful sigh. Sometimes she almost envied Vera those histrionic sobs. Lace handkerchief delicately applied to her face without smudging her makeup. Vera always seemed so completely revived afterwards, a release which tonight Victoria needed as never before. But still she didn't cry. She walked through the hall and up the grandiose staircase. She would go to the place where she always had to be when unhappy. Her sanctum at the very top of the house. She passed the door of her parents' bedroom and the storeroom that had once been her nursery. On the next floor, she passed the maid's room. Empty now that they no longer had living-in servants, she passed the locked door of her brother's room and the doors of the toy cupboard. Their pasted-on flower pictures now faded and falling. From the top corridor window, she looked down at the dark garden and the tennis court, covered for winter. She couldn't get used to the emptiness of the house and found herself listening for her mother's voice or her father's clumsy cello playing. Thankfully, she went into her bedroom and closed the door behind her. Here, at least, she could be herself. A pretty row of dolls eyed her from the chest of drawers where they sat among her hairbrushes, but the balding teddy bear had fallen and was sprawled, limbs asunder, on the floor. She picked him up before running a bath and undressing with the same studied care she gave to everything. She put her dress on its hanger and fitted trees in the battered yellow shoes before placing them in the rack. A museum, her mother called it derisively, but Victoria refused to let any of it go. She would keep it all, the butterfly collection in its frame on the wall, the doll's house, and her box of seabirds' eggs. She ran her finger along the children's books, Enid Blyton to Richmal Crompton, as well as her huge scrapbooks. She was determined to keep it all forever. No matter how they teased her, she switched on the electric fire, took off the rest of her clothes, and wiped off her makeup before getting into the hot bath. Sitting in the warm, scented water, the taste of bourbon on her tongue and too much cold cream on her face. She tried to remember everything he'd said to her. Searching for implications of love or rejection, the wireless was playing sweet music. But suddenly it ended, and the unmistakably accented voice of the American Forces Network announcer wished all listeners a happy Christmas and victorious New Year. "Go to hell," Victoria told him, and he played more Duke Ellington. She was drying herself when the doorbell rang. Carol singers, partygoers looking for another address. It rang again. She put on a dressing gown and ran downstairs. Immediately she noticed the envelope that had been pushed into the letterbox, caught by its corner. The envelope was addressed to a military box number and had been opened and emptied. She turned it over and found, scribbled on the back, "I'm sorry, darling. Jamie." She pulled the robe round her shoulders and opened the door. It was dark in the garden and raining heavily. The trees were loud with the sound. "Jamie?" She thought she saw a man sheltering under the holly trees. "Is it you, Jamie? It all went wrong tonight. Darling, my fault. You'd better come inside. I couldn't get a cab. I was going to borrow MM's motorcycle, but he went off somewhere with Vera. You're soaking wet. Hurry, the blackout. I always forget about the blackout," he said. The water was running off the leather visor of his cap and down his face. She could feel the rain from his coat dripping onto her bare feet. "I waited in Market Hill, but once the rain started, everyone wanted cabs." "You walked, you fool!" She laughed with joy and embraced him. Cold and wet as he was. "I think I love you, Vicky." "A note of doubt?" she teased. "Have you learned nothing from Vince?" He laughed. I love you, Jamie. Let's never quarrel again. Not ever. I promise." They were childish promises, but only childlike pledges are proper to the simple truth of love. She loved him with a desperation she'd never known before, but she took him to her bed for the same prosaic reason that has motivated so many other women. She could not bear to dispel the image of herself in love. Afterwards, he said nothing for what seemed an age. She knew he was staring at the ceiling, his body so still that she could hear his heartbeats. "Are you awake?" she said. He stretched out his arm to hold her closer. "Yes, I'm awake. It's Christmas Day." He leaned over and greeted her with a gentle but perfunctory kiss. "Are you married?" she asked, making it as casual as possible. He laughed. "Lousy timing. Victoria," he said. Then, aware of her anxiety, he held up hands bare, except for a class ring. "Not married, nor engaged. Not even dating regularly. You're making fun of me." "Of course I am. That girl..." She was very sick. It was the fruit punch. It put a lot of people out of action. Vince threw everything he could find into it. "Who was she?" "Vince met her last week. She works in the laundry. He made me promise not to tell you she was there. He knew you'd feel bound to tell Vera." He turned over to look into her eyes. "You must guess what Vince is like by now. He's everything a girl's mother warns her about. He's not a flyer, is he?" "No, he's the public relations officer. He buys drinks for reporters and takes them round the base and sends them press handouts. He told Vera he'd flown 20 missions over Germany. He keeps that blouse with the wings and stuff in his suitcase. He tells his girls they have to be nice to him. He might never come back from the next one." He laughed. Victoria laughed too, but it was unconvincing laughter. She held Jamie very tight and wondered what it would be like enduring the strain of knowing that Jamie might not come back. Why wasn't Jamie a pro, or someone else who didn't have to risk his life? "Did you see Earl Koenig?" asked Jamie. "Straw-haired kid with a U-All accent and big incredulous eyes." "The one you're going to be flying with. He looks no more than 16. He can handle his ship pretty well," said Jamie. It was not the sort of compliment he gave freely, but he fell off the piano just after you left. He was trying to tap dance and wave the stars and bars at the same time. Did he hurt himself? He looked drunk. I don't think Earl's ever tasted whiskey before. His folks are teetotal, church-going farmers. No. He bounced up okay and said he hoped he hadn't hurt the piano. And did your friend Charlie arrive? He sent a message. His navigator had to stay on base, so the whole crew stayed with him. Say, do you have an aspirin? On the table under the light. He tore open the packet and swallowed 2 tablets without water. I thought he'd cracked his skull at first, but Earl's always falling off his bicycle or spilling hot coffee down himself. He writes to his folks every day, and I guess without his accidents he'd have nothing to tell them. Well, he should have no lack of material for his next letter, said Victoria. Was that really your commanding officer? He was playing dice with a sergeant and calling him Harry and passing a bottle of whiskey back and forth. There were wads of £5 notes changing hands on one roll of the dice. Jamie frowned. The Colonel's not an easy man to understand, he said. Vince nearly ran afoul of him tonight. Vince? He was wearing that damn jacket when Colonel Dan got there. I thought we were heading for a real showdown. What uniform are you wearing? Captain Madigan, the old man said. Vince saluted smartly and said, The one with the Christmas decorations, sir. Sir. The Colonel smiled and took the drink Vince offered him. If the Provost Marshal comes in here tonight. Madigan, said Colonel Dan, they'll throw us both in the cooler. Vince grinned and said, That's just the way I figured it, Colonel. That Vince can talk his way out of anything. He told me he ran off with some married woman when he was still a kid in high school. Poor Vera. Poor Vera nothing. She was sitting on the stairs petting with MM after Vince took off. Is it the war that's made us like this? Don't be so female, doll, said Jamie. People grab a little happiness while there's a chance, and all I'm saying is, don't let's worry about Vera or Vince. Let them work out their own lives. Who knows when MM will buy the farm? Who knows when I will buy the farm? Collect our government insurance. Don't say things like that. I can't bear the thought of anything happening to you. She buried her head under the bedclothes. Come out of there, you crazy girl. He pulled the blanket down and admired her bare body. Are you sure your parents won't come back? Her head was under the pillow. She grunted a negative. How can you be so sure? She threw off the pillow and turned over to laugh at his nervousness. Because they're with my grandparents in Scotland. They phoned this morning. You can relax. You didn't want to go? We were working. My father said I shouldn't ask for extra time off. The war comes first. Your father's right, he said, caressing her. Fathers are always right. She watched him. He hadn't looked so tanned before, but now, compared with her own skin and the white sheets, he seemed like a bronze statue. Was your father always right too? She asked. I don't know anything about my father, he replied. I'm sorry. He's not dead. My parents were divorced when I was only a kid. I stayed with my mother, and she got married again to a man named Fairbrother. I guess a bridegroom gets a little tired of checking into a hotel and explaining why his kid has a different name. What's your father's name? Bonan? Alexander Bonan. His family came from Norway originally. They were boat builders. Was your father one too? Not enough money in that, I guess. He was still staring at the ceiling. Give me a cigarette, will you, sweetheart? You sound like Vince when you say sweetheart. She gave him the packet of cigarettes he'd put on the bedside table and the gold lighter that was balanced on top. My father is an investment consultant in Washington, D.C., or rather, was. Now he's become a full colonel, a chicken colonel, they call them, in the Army Air Force. He went from civilian to colonel overnight, and naturally he's a staff officer, but the difference between a staff officer and an investment consultant being largely sartorial. Naturally, I don't know what an investment consultant does. I don't either, Jamie admitted. But I guess he tells people who need $1 million where to get them cheaply. Victoria laughed. It was just another glimpse of this crazy American world. He sounds like a man who works miracles. You took those words right out of my father's mouth. You don't like him? He's tough and practical and successful. My father works 24 hours a day, drinking with the right people and dining with the right people. My mother had to play hostess in a town where entertaining is a highly competitive sport. And my father's a harsh critic. He never married again. He didn't need a wife. He needed a professional housekeeper. And your mother's happy? She's always been quiet and easygoing. My stepfather isn't a genius, but he makes enough dough for them to sit in the sun a lot and take it easy. Santa Barbara is a great place for taking it easy. Jamie lit a cigarette. My father should have been a politician. He's a Mr. Fix-It.
I guess he figured Uncle Sam would lose the war unless he got into uniform and told the army what to do. Don't you ever write to him? I get a monthly bulletin, mimeographed, but with my name inserted in his own handwriting. The same chatty little newsletter that he sends to all his important business contacts. That's how I know he's with the Air Force here in England. You never write back? He drew at his cigarette. No, I never write back. You're not going to start chewing me out already, are you? It is Christmas. Jamie, he's your father. You could phone him. My father will not have noticed it's Christmas. He'd only taken a couple of puffs at the cigarette, but he decided he didn't want it anymore and stubbed it out on the back of Victoria's powder compact, tossing the stub into a flower vase. Victoria was appalled, but decided not to chew him out. Instead, she leaned across and switched the light off again.
When she'd snuggled down into the bedclothes, he put his arm around her. Okay, he said. I'll phone him in the morning. She cuddled closer to him and pretended to be asleep. Colonel Alexander J. Bonan. Even the Savoy Hotel's youngest waiter could tell at a glance which men were Americans. They toyed with their food, holding forks in their right hands. And they distanced themselves from the table, turning their chairs sideways, and sometimes pulling back so they could sit with crossed legs. Only the British guests kept their knees under the table and addressed themselves wholeheartedly to the food. Colonel Bonan knew most of the men lunching in the private room that day, and even those he'd never met weren't strangers, for he'd spent all his life with men like these, businessmen and civil servants and diplomats, even though so many of them now wore military or naval uniform. His white-haired companion was one of his closest friends. If I live to be 100 years old, Bonan was telling him, I'll never equal the bang I got out of hearing my son's voice on the phone. I'm glad he called. Alex, P-51s. He's a captain assigned to the 220th Fighter Group. He'll be flying fighter escort missions over Germany. Colonel Bonan put his fork down and abandoned his meal. You've arranged everything for him. No doubt, said the older man, with just a trace of mockery in his voice. It's my only son, said Bonan defensively. Certainly I had one of my assistants phone his commanding officer and mention that headquarters had a special interest in this newly assigned captain. Bonan scratched his face. He got a rather insubordinate response. To tell you the truth, I'm beginning to have misgivings about Jamie's CO. His voice trailed away. Don't leave me in suspense, Alex. His colonel's efficiency rating is excellent. That's the Army's way of saying he stinks. His efficiency reports are larded with words such as unorthodox and overconfident, and reckless, fine and dandy for a young lieutenant who's going places, but not the kind of language I want applied to a colonel leading a fighter group with your son in it. You mean, is he an academy man? Bonan shook his head. A West Pointer I could swallow, but this guy is a down-at-heel pilot who joined the Air Corps when barnstorming got too tough for him. Is this young Jamie's opinion? Bonan was alarmed. My God, don't let Jamie ever find out I've been checking up on his commander. You know how prim and proper Jamie always is. I'd never even recognized the boy after all this time. I haven't seen Molly for nearly 3 years. Bonan frowned at the sound of his ex-wife's name and tapped cigar ash. Jamie was a gentle child, careful with his toys, considerate to his friends, and trusting his parents. Too trusting, maybe. Molly poisoned the boy's mind against me, but as terrible as that sounds, I've never allowed myself to become bitter about it. Molly's father was a tough man to do business with. She gets it from him. He inherited a going concern, said Bonan. What did old Tom have to be so tough about? He inherited a fortune and poured it down the drain. He died nearly penniless. I've heard. His grandfather must be turning in his grave. Look at any picture book of America's history and you'll find a Washbrook harvesting machine or tractor. When old Tom Washbrook gave me permission to marry his daughter, I was walking on air. I loved Molly dearly, and I was sure I could make her father see what had to be done to save the factories. But he would never listen to me. I was too young to give him advice. Sometimes I think he deliberately did the opposite of anything I suggested, and Molly gave me no support. She always sided with Tom. He has a right to make his own mistakes, she liked to tell me. Molly loved her father, Alex. You know that, Bea. She doted on him. She watched him run that giant corporation right into the ground. What kind of love is that? So you never hear from Molly? Molly is a one-man woman, always was and always will be, I guess. Once she'd turned her back on me, she didn't want to even think about me again. A clean break, she said she wanted. And I went along with that, even when it meant losing my son. I knew someday he'd find his way back to me, and I thank the good Lord that he chose this Christmas to do his will. Bonan's companion looked at his watch. I wish I could hang on here and see the boy again. Alex, he tells me he's met a wonderful girl, said Bonan, and he's giving me the chance to meet her. The British trains are all to hell. Alex, does he have to come far? I sent a car, said Bonan. The other man smiled. I'm glad to see you're not letting the war cramp your style. Alex, do you think I should get myself a khaki suit? Running an air force is no different from running a corporation, Bonan told him solemnly. The fact is, running an air force in wartime is easier than running a corporation. As I told my boss, the opportunity to threaten a few vice presidents with a firing squad would have done wonders for Boeing and Lockheed when they were having their troubles. You can say that again, Alex. And what about that damned airline you sank so much good money into? A few executions in that boardroom would have worked wonders. Military life obviously suits you. It's fascinating, said Bonan, and it's a big job. There are now more US soldiers in these islands than British ones, and our planes outnumber the RAF by about 4,000. What's the next step, Alex? Buckingham Palace? Think big, Bonan said, and laughed. Must go. He looked round the room and then back at Bonan. Who is hosting this feast? Brett Vance. You know Brett. Made a fortune out of cocoa futures just before the war. The big gorilla with glasses, over there in the corner, tearing blooms out of the flower arrangement. No need to overdo the grateful thanks. He just persuaded the army to put his candy bars on sale at every PX in the European theatre. Nice work, Brett Vance, said the old man, sardonically. Can you imagine how many candy bars those soldiers will consume? Countless divisions of fit young men, hiking and digging and so on, night and day in all kinds of weather. Does that mean you're buying stocks in candy bars? Bonan looked shocked. You know me better than that. Let others play the market if they want, but while I'm in the army, there's no way I could be a party to that kind of thing. He saw his companion smiling and wondered if he was being tested. You're becoming a kind of paragon, Alex. I think maybe I prefer that wheeler dealer I used to know back home. I missed the First War. I feel I owe something to Uncle Sam, and I'm going to give this job all I've got.
The older man could think of no response to Bonan's passionate declaration. From the other end of the room there was laughter as guests took their leave. Give my love to Jamie. I look forward to hearing your opinion of his girl. Jamie's too young to marry, said Bonan. And how about his CO? Are you going to let him get married? Very funny, said Bonan. I suppose you think I interfere too much. Let the boy live his own life, Alex. See you next week, said Bonan. You could take a couple of messages for people in Washington. Go easy on the boy. Alex, Jamie doesn't have that hard cutting edge that we grew back in 1929. He'll get no preferred treatment. He's a soldier, and this is war. It's serious, Dad. We're in love. He found it difficult to talk to his father after so many years apart. And when exactly do I get a chance to meet the young lady? Colonel Bonan consulted his watch. 3:15. She thought we'd like to have some time together.
She's downstairs right now, having lunch with her aunt. That's most considerate of her, Bonan said, and wondered whether it was intended as an opportunity for Jamie to get his blessing for an intended marriage. You'll like her, Dad. It was her idea that I phone you. How like Molly the boy looked. The same mouth and same wide-open earnest eyes and the same nervous manner, as if he expected Alex Bonan to bite his head off. What did the boy expect? A paternal chat about the unhappiness that can follow a hasty marriage, or the senior officer lecture about the socio-medical consequences of casual relationships? He would get neither. Sure, I'm going to like her, said Bonan, pouring more of the Chateau Margaux. Eat the lamb chops before your meal gets cold. Jamie had let his father choose the food and wine, knowing how much pleasure that would give him. He was right. Bonan had been through the room service menu with meticulous care and questioned the waiter at length about the temperature of the wine and the locality in which the lamb had been reared. It's a fine meal, said Jamie. It's better to have it served up here in my suite. I would have eaten with you, but I had an official lunch. It's a fine claret, too. Bonan noted his son's Britishism and wondered if he'd been tutored by old Tom Washbrook, who kept a legendary table, or by his no-good brother-in-law, who was drinking away the profits of the bar and grill he owned in Perth Amboy. The Savoy cellars go on forever. This is the finest hotel in the world, Jamie, and the management know me from way back before the war. 1934, said Jamie, turning the bottle to examine the label. So you're still very busy? We're in the middle of the biggest expansion program in history, and now Doolittle has arrived to take over from General Eaker. Well, what's the story behind that one? Go back to last October and read about the Schweinfurt raid, the way I've been doing to prepare a confidential report. It was a long ride through clear skies. Our bombers punished all the way there and all the way back again. No escorting fighters. And the Germans had plenty of time to land and refuel before slaughtering more of our boys. 28 bombers were lost on the outward leg, and by the time formations reached the target, 34 had turned back with battle damage or mechanical failure. The return trip was even worse. I'm listening, Dad. Bonan looked at his son. He didn't want to frighten him, but he knew that a son of his would not be readily frightened. If the truth of it ever gets out, Congress will tear the High Command to pieces. Any chance of America getting a separate air force will have gone for good. Even now, we're not publishing the whole truth. We don't tell anyone about our ships that crash into the ocean on the way back, or the ones that land with dead and injured crew. We don't say that for every 3 men wounded in battle, there are 4 crewmen hospitalized with frostbite. And we don't tell anyone how many bombers are junked because they're beyond economical repair. We don't talk about the men who would rather face a court-martial than go back into combat, or about the psychiatric cases we dope up and send home. We don't let reporters go to the bases where we're having trouble with morale, or admit to the decisions we've had to make about not sending unescorted formations back to those tough targets again. It sounds bad. We never released the true Schweinfurt story, and my guess is we never will. With the Mustangs, we'll escort them all the way. Jamie had forgotten how intense his father always became about his work. He wished he could see him relax, but he never did. I spent last month pleading for long-range gas tanks. We're using British compressed paper ones. We can't get enough. Then on Friday, I got a long report from Washington telling me it's impossible to make drop tanks from paper. That's what we're up against. Jamie, the bureaucratic mind. The Mustang is the most beautiful ship I ever flew, And everyone knew it last year except the experts at Materiel Division, who seemed to resent the fact that she needed a British-designed engine to make her into a real winner. The Air Force lost months due to those arguments, and all the time the bomber crews paid in blood. Will things be better under Doolittle? New machines? New ideas? New commander? I sure hope he'll get tough with the British. That's the most urgent thing at present. The British? Churchill wants us to fly at night on account of the casualties we're suffering.
Doesn't night bombing just mean area bombing? Just tossing bombs into the center of big towns? There's no industrial plant in town centers, so how could his policy ever end the war? Night raiding would mean taking more advice and equipment from the RAF. First, we take advice from them, then lessons, and eventually we'll be taking orders. But Eisenhower's been appointed Supreme Commander of the Anglo-American Invasion Forces. It sounds pally, said Bonan. It sounds like the British are resigned to taking orders from us. But wait until they announce the name of Ike's deputy, and he'll be a Britisher. It's one more step in the British plan to absorb us into RAF Bomber Command. Churchill is using the slogan round-the-clock bombing and is suggesting that we coordinate it under one commander. Get the picture? Only one commander for the army, so only one commander for the Allied bombing force. And who's the most experienced man for that job? Arthur Harris.
If we squawk, the British are going to remind us that Eisenhower's got the top job. And that's the way it's going. The British will get all the powerful executive jobs while reminding us that they're serving under Eisenhower. Jamie was sorting through his vegetables to set aside tiny pieces of onion that he wouldn't eat. Bonan remembered him doing the same thing when he was a tiny child. They'd often had words about it. Fastidiously, Jamie wiped his mouth on his napkin and took another sip of wine. The British are good at politicking, are they? They excel at it. Montgomery can pick up his phone and talk with Churchill whenever he feels like it. Bert Harris, Chief of RAF Bomber Command, has Churchill over for dinner and shows him picture books of what the RAF have done to Germany. Can you imagine Kerr, Doolittle, or even General Arnold having the chance to chat personally with the President the way it stands now? Montgomery, via Churchill, has more influence with Roosevelt than our own chiefs of staff have. Bonan drank a little of the Chateau Margaux and paused long enough to relish the aftertaste. 1928 was the great one, but this 34 Margaux is a close contender. One day, I'll retire and devote the rest of my life to comparing the 28s and 29s. I guess we've got to keep hitting strategic targets, said Jamie quietly. He hadn't wanted to get into this high-level argument that his father so obviously relished. Bonan shook his head. We're going after the Luftwaffe. Jamie, there's no alternative. There's not much time before we invade the mainland. We have to have undisputed air superiority over those beaches. General Arnold's New Year orders will make it public record. Destroy German planes in the air, on the ground, and while they're still on the production lines, it's going to be tough. Damned tough. Don't worry about me, Dad. I won't worry, said Bonan. His son looked so vulnerable, he wanted to grab him and hug him as he used to when he was small. He almost reached across the table to take his hand. But fathers don't do that to their grown-up fighter pilot sons. In some ways, mothers are lucky. Victoria arrived on time, and Bonan was surprised by the tall, dark, confident girl who greeted him. She was obviously well-bred, with all those old-fashioned virtues he'd seen in Jamie's mother so long ago. You have a suite on the river, Colonel. You're obviously a man of influence. How I wish I were. Miss Cooper. Charm, then. Colonel Bonan. I'm not even a real colonel, just a dressed-up civilian. I'm a phony, Miss Cooper. Not one of your gilt or electroplated ones either.
I'm a phony all the way through. She laughed softly. Bonan had always said that a woman, even more than a man, will reveal everything you need to know about her by her laugh, not just by the things she'll laugh at, or the time chosen for it be, but by the sound. Victoria Cooper laughed beautifully, a gracious but genuine sound that came from the heart rather than from the belly. "You look too young to be Jamie's father," she said. "Who could argue against a compliment like that?" said Bonan. She went across to the table where Jamie was finishing his meal, and they kissed decorously. "Can I order some tea or coffee for you, Miss Cooper?" "Please call me Victoria." "No, I'll steal some of Jamie's wine." Jamie watched the two of them. Already they seemed to know each other well enough to spar in a way Jamie had never done before. Bonan brought another wine glass from his liquor cabinet. "Jamie tells me his mother is English," said Victoria. "Molly likes to say that."
The truth is, she arrived a little earlier than the doctor anticipated, and her parents were in England. Tom was setting up a tractor plant near Bradford. Molly was born in a grand house in Wharfdale, Yorkshire, delivered by the village midwife, so the story goes, with old Tom boiling up kettles of water and only an oil lamp to light the room. How romantic! She looked at Jamie, who smiled. Do you know that part of the world? Victoria? I've passed through it on the train to Scotland. What a crime, said Bonan. I've ridden to hounds there more times than I can count. Marvellous countryside. Do you like horses? Not awfully, she admitted. Well, I knew you had to have one major flaw. Victoria. He smiled. Luckily it's one my son will happily put up with. I remember the first time I put Jamie on a horse. He was very small, and he yelled enough to shake the stables down. The master of foxhounds came running out to see if I was beating the child to death. He turned to Jamie. Remember that time at your Uncle John's farm in Virginia? Airplanes for me, said Jamie with some embarrassment. He knows how to avoid questions he doesn't like, said Bonan. He learned that from his mother. Jamie poured a little wine and said nothing. My son has a mind of his own. Victoria, perhaps you've already discovered how stubborn he can be? It was said in fun, but there was no mistaking the admonition behind it. Victoria put a hand out to touch Jamie. His head was lowered, but he raised his eyes to her and smiled. Wouldn't go to Harvard. Instead, he went to Stanford. They let me start a year early, Jamie said. And a lot of good that did, said Bonan, smiling to show that he was no longer annoyed by it. He turned to Victoria. He graduated a year early and started his law studies a year early. Then he throws it all away to join the Air Force. You could have been practicing law by now. Jamie, I could have placed you in the office of some of the smartest lawyers in Washington or New York. I wanted to join the Air Force. You would have been a colonel in the Judge Advocates Corps. Getting no response to this, he added, but I suppose that wouldn't be much substitute for flying P-51s over Germany. No, sir, it would not be. I have to admire him. Victoria, Tim, but he'll never take my good advice. Bonan laughed as if at his own failings. And how much advice did you take from your father? Asked Victoria. She had endured the same sort of criticism from her mother, always cloaked in geniality, and so often it was done like this, through a third party. Her point was not lost on Bonan. I hope we Americans aren't too brash for you. Victoria, my fortune teller told me I'd meet two dark, handsome, forceful men. You don't believe in fortune tellers. Victoria, a sensible modern young woman like you. I believe in what I want to believe in, she said with a smile. Surely you understand that. Exactly the way my analysts treat the strike photos. I understand that all right. Jamie was fidgeting with his wine glass, obviously getting ready to leave. Finish the wine, Jamie. Don't go before you finish the Margot. Victoria heard a note of anxiety in Bonan's voice and felt sorry for him now. She could see how desperately he wanted his son to stay. Jamie drank his wine slowly and got to his feet. I'm taking Vicky to a show tonight, then I have to go back to the base. Bonan did not ask him which show, in case it was just a polite fiction. His son wanted his girl to himself. And why not? Have a good time, Jamie. Good to see you again, Dad. Take care of yourself, Jamie, and you, Victoria. She gave him a kiss on the cheek. The girl understood. Thought Bonan. Children stop being children, but parents never stop being parents. Doting parents. That's the tragedy of it. Bonan picked up a heavy briefcase and opened it. I've got a whole lot of reading to do in the next 2 hours, he told them. It's just as well you have to leave. The car is at your disposal. He'll take you wherever you want to go. The driver is used to late nights. Take care of yourself, Jamie said. Bonan pretended to be fully occupied with the contents of his case. Don't get into trouble out there at Steeple Thaxted, he said, without looking up from his papers, or my general will take it out of my hide. He still hadn't looked up when they went out. Jamie closed the door gently so as not to disturb him. Captain James A. Fairbrother. One of the disadvantages of sharing a room with Vince Madigan was the way in which he spread his possessions about him. Fairbrother seldom saw his bed under the array of magazines, opera records, sports gear, lotions, unguents, hair restorers, half-completed love letters, and beribboned little packages of nylons or canned fruit that were a fundamental part of Vince Madigan's love affairs. It was Mickey Mouse who woke them the first morning after the 1943 Christmas stand-down. He was looking for a cigarette. "What's been going on in here?" said M.M., looking at the stuff that Vince had strewn around the room. "Looks like you just took a hit from a 105. Winston came in and sniffed at Madigan's footlocker. "Don't look at me," said Fairbrother. "I went to London yesterday. I didn't get back here until 5 this morning. I went to Cambridge said M.M. "My motorcycle's out of action. I missed the Liberty truck and it cost me £7 for a taxi." "Jesus," said Vince, climbing out of bed. £7! A cab driver will take you to London and find you a piece of tail for a carton of Luckies," M.M. said. "That's just the kind of dumb remark you can expect from a pro." He grimaced. "I didn't have a carton of Luckies." "Dummy!" Madigan yawned and pushed Winston away from his secret hoard of candy bars. "Where did you get to after the party?" "Jamie, I saw you picking Earl Koenig off the floor, and then you and Vicky had disappeared." "Hey," said M.M. "That Vicky, she's some dish." He described an hourglass with his outstretched hands. "You sure left me in a jam," Madigan complained. He had one of his socks on, but couldn't find the other. "The little dark girl came back after you'd left. Vera went crazy. If M.M. hadn't been there, she would have hospitalized me." "Right. M.M. "Vera's okay," said M.M. quietly. "Vera's not just okay," said Vince Madigan indignantly. "She's the goods. I told you she's a sure thing. M.M. didn't want to hear that Vera was a sure thing. "Colonel Dan was looking for you yesterday." "Jamie," he said, to change the subject. "In person?" said Fairbrother. M.M. nodded. "Well, that's fame," said Vince Madigan. "I guess he figured you'd gone over the hill," said M.M. He found Winston quietly gnawing a sock and tossed it back onto the bed without Madigan noticing. "My pass didn't expire until roll call this morning," said Fairbrother. "He said to be sure you knew you were on the board," said M.M. Fairbrother nodded. It was no surprise to find that he was scheduled to fly. The shortage of pilots was such that Colonel Dan and the rest of the Group HQ officers were flying almost every mission that came along. "Operational? We're not practicing for a flyby," said M.M. "Who's coming to eat?" Fairbrother ate with M.M. They left Vince Madigan still searching for his sock. And after breakfast, they played cards. Fairbrother said something about Vera, but M.M. didn't encourage further questions. He didn't want anybody thinking that he had to make do with Vince Madigan's cast-off girlfriends. There were too many jokes told about Madigan's women lining up at the main gate, red-eyed and fat-bellied and asking to see the chaplain. The pilots spent all morning waiting. The bombers were attacking the naval base at Kiel. It was a heavily defended target, but the 220th Fighter Group was assigned to the role of withdrawal support force and wouldn't be needed until the bombers were on their way home. The relaxed postures of the flyers were deceptive. Like amateur actors in a bad play, they held books and magazines without reading them, smoked without inhaling, and spoke without listening. Colonel Dan, wearing the short-sleeve khaki shirt he favored, was standing in the corner, nervously scratching his upper arms, his fingernails leaving red wheals. Major Kevin Phelan, Group Operations Officer, was with him. So they were having a conversation they'd had many times before. Last year, Notre Dame had the greatest football team it's ever had. Begging your pardon. Kevin. Major Phelan fingered the nose he'd broken playing for the Fighting Irish, grinned and said, "Second greatest. But I'm not talking talent. I'm talking tactics. I'm talking about Clark Shaughnessy and what he did for those University of Chicago kids." Back in the 30s, the colonel took a quick look at his watch before going on. "You're too young to remember them winding up in the Rose Bowl, having won every last game on the schedule." Major Phelan, who was by no means too young to remember it, said, "That was 1940, the same year the Chicago Bears whipped the Redskins 73-0. I was there. Colonel, I saw that game. And every coach in the land switched to the T formation," said Colonel Dan. "Did you see the Aggies play the year before that, when they won the national championship?" He looked at his watch again. They both knew their conversation was only something to keep themselves occupied while they waited. "Lots of time yet," said Major Phelan. "We should be escorting the mission over the target," said Colonel Dan. "Do those people at Wing think we're not good enough to go all the way?" Phelan didn't answer. Through the window, Colonel Dan saw Boogie Bozelli pitching a ball to his inseparable buddy, Costello, who caught it and with one easy motion sent it back again. "Are those guys crazy, playing ball out there in the rain?" Diplomatically. Major Phelan did not point out to the colonel that it was no longer raining. "They're from Florida, Colonel." Colonel Dan grinned. Phelan and the colonel had long since agreed that all Southerners were slightly crazy. "We'll be over the sea most of the way," he said, disgustedly. "Another lousy milk run." "We can't be sure of that, Colonel. That whole northern coastline is lousy with fighter bases. Remember Bremen? The Krauts came up like wasps at a picnic the moment we reached the coast." Phelan looked round the room. "A few kills could really raise morale around here." MM was stretched out with his feet on the table, pretending to be asleep. Earl Koenig was looking through an aircraft recognition booklet. Rube Wine was sitting at a table with a pocket chess set and a copy of Great Chess Games of the Grand Masters and working through the moves piece by piece. Rube Wine had said very little to Fairbrother since his arrival. He said very little to anyone. Even his successes at college sports had been in athletic events, such as vaulting and swimming, in which a man is left to himself. He was a muscular figure with black hair brushed straight back so that it looked like a shiny helmet. No one sat at the table with him. Some said that Rube Wine spent long hours alone because he was studying for the P. He was determined to get as soon as possible after the war. The others said he was just moody and unsociable. Either way, he did little to encourage conversation beyond what was necessary. Only MM seemed to get along with Rube Wine. They even laughed and joked together, but MM was feigning sleep. Wine looked up and his eyes met Fairbrother's, but he gave no sign of recognition before going back to his chess problem. It was noon by the time they were briefed. And then came the truck ride to the squadron huts on the muddy side of the airfield. Their hard stands were near the firing butts. A bitterly cold place where the rain puddles and mud never disappeared until summer. The squadron pilots filed into the equipment room. There were open racks along one side of it, and each pilot was assigned a stall and an old metal locker. In the racks, each had his parachute, dinghy, helmet, goggles, oxygen mask, Mae West, and flight suit. The personal equipment sergeant was waiting for Fairbrother with a set of long underwear. The long johns were torn and grubby, but he said Fairbrother would be glad of them, up where they were going. And Jamie took his advice. The sergeant lived in a tiny room at the end of the equipment hut. He looked like a pneumonia case. His eyes red and rheumy, and his nose clogged enough to impair his speech. Major Tucker said, "Careful where you sneeze, Sergeant. I don't want you spreading those germs through the squadron." At the other end of the room, Rube Wine laughed, but the squadron commander was not making a joke. "Who was it laughed?" he said angrily, but went on speaking as if not expecting the guilty party to confess. "We're losing 1,000 man-hours a day through these infections." "Shit," said MM in mock consternation. "I always said those goddamn germs were Nazis." Tucker looked at him, sniffed, and turned back to Fairbrother. He was a tense 30-year-old West Pointer, older than almost all the other pilots. He was something of a dandy with his light brown wavy hair and thin moustache. They called Tucker the wine waiter. His cold, pedantic manner and air of condescension contributed to his unpopularity. Rumour said that he was with the group only until he went into a staff job at Air Division. "Clear your pockets of all personal effects, Captain Fairbrother. You know the regulations." Jamie put his billfold, photos of his sister and mother, some letters, and loose change onto the shelf of his locker. Its door was bent and dented. The squadron commander watched him. "Is there a key for this locker?" Fairbrother asked him, nervously. Tucker fingered his moustache. "It belonged to a pilot from B-Flight," said Tucker. "He went down in the channel with the key in his pocket. We had to open it with a tire iron to send his personal effects home. Better to leave it open. The personal equipment sergeant will be here all the time." Tucker moved away, and Fairbrother took a box of aspirin, some dollar bills and a paperback edition of The Last Time I Saw Paris by Elliot Paul, and stuffed them into his pocket. MM was watching. "The trouble is," he said, "things that keep you warm are too damn conspicuous to escape in, so I'm wearing everything," Fairbrother said. He felt ridiculous and could hardly move. "As long as your circulation isn't constricted," said MM. "You might be glad of the extra duds. Some of these cockpit heaters don't work. Mustangs were designed for the RAF, and those British just don't feel the cold." The sergeant handed Fairbrother an escape kit containing foreign paper money, coloured escape maps printed on silk squares, some candy bars, and one rather ancient cube of compressed dates, reputed to be very nourishing for airmen on the run. Most of the other pilots were wearing their Colt pistols in shoulder holsters, but Fairbrother left his in the locker together with the extra clip of bullets that was part of the escape kit. He tightened the straps of his Mae West life jacket. "Not taking your gun?" said the sergeant. "It's heavy, and I can't shoot worth a damn." The sergeant helped him into the harness of his parachute. "I'd better take care of that gun for you. There are guys around here who'd sell their own mother to get one of those Colt automatics." Fairbrother bent forward so the tightened straps would be right for his seated position in the cockpit. Earl Koenig, ready long before, was lounging against the lockers, watching his new wingman get dressed with the keen eye of a debutante at a fashion show. "I hear you know about the law and stuff." "Cap," he said. Fairbrother looked up and wondered where he'd got that information. Earl Koeniger was a blond, open-faced boy with large feet and that sort of awkwardness that so often marks those who grow up on a farm. He had spent the years of college that the Army required of pilot candidates studying agriculture. "I need advice." Cap. He'd been sitting near Fairbrother at breakfast, but hadn't said anything. "What do you need to know?" said Fairbrother unenthusiastically. "A year and a half ago, I loaned my brother-in-law $2,000. He wanted to buy a piece of land to extend his chicken farm, Athens, Georgia, not too far from where I grew up. He reckoned he was going to get contracts to supply the Army installation they got there. He said I'd be a kind of partner."
What kind of partner?" said Fairbrother, unsnapping the parachute release so that he could straighten up. "Thank you, Sergeant. I get no answer to my letters. I don't like to bother my folks about it. And my sister don't answer letters either. You think I need a lawyer? You got anything in writing, Earl? I paid by check. I got his signature on the back of that, I guess, outside." The crew chiefs were beginning to warm up the Merlins. The hut shook as the prop wash of some nearby plane hit the tin exterior and the sound echoed inside. "Man your planes!" Major Tucker shouted from the doorway. and Mickey Morse slapped Earl on the back and said, "Let's get going, guys." Jeeps were waiting to take the pilots the short distance to their aircraft. There was some horseplay as the men climbed into the cramped seats. "It's all my savings," said Earl to Fairbrother. "I figured it would be something for me after the war." "It could be just the mail," said Fairbrother. He went to get into the seat beside the driver. Earl Koenig said, "I always sit in front." Fairbrother climbed out and squeezed into the back seat alongside Mickey Morse and Rube Wine. Earl twisted in his seat to continue the conversation. "For a year and a half. You've been moving?" Fairbrother said. "Reception center, primary, basic, single-engine advanced. And then to your group, and on to Europe. There could be sacks of mail chasing you." Earl nodded, but looked unconvinced. The driver gunned the motor, and the equipment sergeant nodded to Fairbrother and said, "Good luck, sir," in recognition of the fact that it was Fairbrother's first operational trip. Fairbrother waved as the jeeps roared away, their tires hissing on the rain-wet tarmac of the perimeter. There was a smell of cut grass and high-octane fuel. It was a heady mixture. "Mickey says I could serve an order on him," Earl went on, leaning right back in his seat. "He said I should write to my brother-in-law's bank." "I'd save that for a last resort," said Fairbrother. He was looking around him like a tourist. This was his first taste of war, and he didn't want to miss a moment of it. He certainly didn't want to be discussing chicken farm shares. "Maybe it's not much money for a guy like you," said Earl huffily, "but it's all my savings, plus what my auntie left me." "It's a lot of dough," said Fairbrother in an effort to placate him, but Earl pretended to be studying his route map and didn't look back again. The jeeps turned into the hard stands and stopped between Earl's plane and Kibitzer, to which Fairbrother was assigned. The men dropped off, the weight of the parachute packs almost toppling them as they hit the slippery grass. Fairbrother's boots squelched as he touched the muddy verge. In spite of heavy clothing, the damp wind cut into him like a blade. Sergeant Gill was standing on the wing of Kibitzer, having run her up. His head was huddled deep into the collar of his fleece-lined jacket. He opened the canopy as Fairbrother arrived. The Mustang was not very old, but the bad weather had exposed metal under the dull green paint. There were black stains trailing back across the wing cords from the gun ports, and there were newly painted metal patches to cover battle damage. "Hello, Cap!" Sergeant Gill extended a hand to help Fairbrother up to the cockpit. Gill's hand steadied him while he fastened the leg straps of his chute and scrambled in. He pushed the chute pack into the metal seat box and then heaved at the inflatable dinghy pack upon which he sat. There was a knack to getting the compressed air cylinder into a position where it didn't hurt for the entire flight. The 4 Mustangs that made up A Flight, commanded by MM, were parked close together on 4 loop-like hardstands just off the perimeter track. A wall of sandbags protected the aircraft against low-level enemy strafing attacks that had never come, and the sandbag pens were broken in places. At the closed end of the dispersal, the ground crews had used huge packing crates and sheets of corrugated iron to construct shelters for themselves. Crisscrossing this little shanty town were muddy tracks that skirted the deep puddles of rainwater. Overhead wires brought electricity to the windowless shacks, so that on this grey, overcast day there was yellow light inside, revealing bad joins between wood, metal, and tarpaulin. Earl Koenig's happy days was nearest to Fairbrother. There was a lightly clad girl and a whiskey bottle painted on its nose. MM's Mickey Mouse tattoo, now turned away from him, featured the cartoon rodent toting 6 guns and a 10-gallon hat. Kibitzer bore a beautifully painted nude girl hiding behind playing cards. Rube Wine's plane was austere by comparison, bearing only the carefully lettered name Daniel. His Irish crew chief called the ship Danny, but Fairbrother suspected that Rube Wine had chosen the name as evidence of his own soul-searching, for it was the Hebrew for "God is my judge."
Sergeant Gill found Fairbrother's shoulder straps and helped to get them fastened. Gill was the sort of crew chief who never trusted any pilot to do things right. "Plug in oxygen mask, mic and headset," he muttered, and watched to make sure Fairbrother did it properly. "Mixture off. Pitch control all the way. 1/2 an inch of throttle. Are you taking off in pairs today?" Fairbrother felt a moment of panic. "I don't know. Keep behind Lieutenant Koenig while you're on the perimeter track," he advised. "Then do whatever Lieutenant Morse and his wingman do. You'll have plenty of time to pull up wingtip to wingtip." "Thanks, Sergeant." It only needed one such error to delay the whole group. "Best pilot on base needs the best crew chief. Give me time and maybe we'll get the best ship too." He leaned over to slap the nude's rump with the flat of his hand. "She sounds okay to me. Engineering officer says some of the ships have had supercharger trouble. I can't find anything wrong with this one. Captain, but if it surges, you'd better turn back. And if it's a long way back, cut back the manifold pressure and baby her while you look around for a big field." He slapped Fairbrother's shoulder. "You won't have any trouble with her, sir, Captain, but take it real easy while the fuselage gas tank is full. A heavy tail don't suit your kind of aerobatics." Fairbrother looked at his instruments again and checked the back of his hand to see the briefing notes he'd written on the skin in indelible pencil. If captured, he was to lick the pencil off. He looked at his watch and wondered if it had stopped, but when he held it to his ear, he could tell it was still working. "Colonel Dan's going out on the runway now," said Gill. He could see right across the field by standing tiptoe on the wing. Fairbrother switched on the magneto and battery, then hit the starter and fuel booster in unison. The engine whined, and there was a bang as the first cylinder fired, and the propeller blades jerked forward and stopped. Then, just as it seemed it wasn't going to start, primer. He worked the booster pump energetically. There was a second bang, and a third, and then the sound was echoing on the metal framework like 1,000 furies as the prop moved, blurred, and then became a pale grey disk. He moved the throttle a fraction to hear the engine's note change. The vibration of the engine was now pounding upon the soles of his feet. He glanced at Sergeant Gill, who nodded approval of the sound. Fairbrother waved him away, and he jumped down to the ground. Fairbrother released the brakes and waited until the prop blades bit into the cold air and slowly dragged the heavy plane forward. To the left he saw Earl's Happy Days rolling out of its blast pen, and he touched the brake to bring his own plane into line behind him on the taxiway. Today a flight were flying in blue position. The 4 planes moved along to form a line behind Tucker's flight at intervals of about 150 yards. The flagman at the end of the runway was waving the planes off as quickly as he could. Colonel Dan's Pilgrim was airborne, and behind him planes were ascending the same invisible ramp in the sky. As Earl turned off the perimeter track and onto the runway, Fairbrother brought his aircraft alongside. He felt the wheels go from the smooth tarmac onto the ridges of poured concrete and looked across at Earl, now that he was away from his friends. The boy's face was drawn and tense. He looked at Fairbrother but gave no sign of having seen him before closing the side panel of his canopy. Fairbrother did the same and was thankful to be protected from the cold, damp wind while waiting his turn. By now the sky seemed full of aircraft. To the south, Colonel Dan, first to take off, was coming round to start forming up. By now all the lead squadron was in the air. The flag officer was signalling continually, and the planes raced away down the runway, 2 by 2, like children holding hands. Then it was their turn. Forward view totally obstructed by the aircraft's nose. Wings blocking off the chance to see the runway's edge, they raced forward in response to the frantically waved flag. The engine roared its full power, the tires drummed on the runway, and there was ever-quickening vibration shaking the airframe. Then the noise and feel of the tires on concrete ceased suddenly, and, with a slight yaw, Kibitzer slid into its own element. The air, some dispersal huts, tent city, and then the village high street passed under him. He turned with Earl, giving it no more than a slight bank to come in neatly behind the lead squadron. By the time Colonel Dan had completed his third circuit of the field, all three squadrons were in loose formation and heading east and up towards the thick, grey layer of cloud that now seemed close enough to touch. It was a measure of Colonel Dan's reservations about the group that they made a mass penetration of the weather. More experienced groups went up through such overcasts in pairs and did not get lost. Every aircraft has its own individual relationship with the air about it. The lightweight training biplanes, little more than powered kites, bob uneasily in skies where big passenger planes sail like ocean liners. But fighter aircraft are a breed apart, bred for a specific purpose. They are unnatural creatures, like sumo wrestlers or castrati. A fighter plane is a manned missile, and its pilot sits astride an engine as a witch sits on a broomstick. Fairbrother nursed the temperamental kibitzer up through the thick, grey porridge, watching Earl's plane all the time and keeping close formation. Fairbrother had flown solo before he was 16 years old and was undaunted by bad weather, but he had no experience of this sort of stormy mess, with occluded fronts and an overcast that reached to heaven. Still they climbed. Earl pulled away a little to open up the formation as they went through the clouds with 50 other planes in formation. Frightened of losing him, Fairbrother moved the throttle to close up again. He saw Earl turn his head and wave. He might have been telling his wingman to float out a little, but with no other plane in view. Fairbrother stuck with him. How could Earl spare a hand for waving? Fairbrother had one fist tight on the stick while the other constantly moved the throttle to hold position. He looked round but could see no other planes. They were at 25,000 feet by the time they broke out through the top. The weather briefing had been wrong by 3,000 feet, but everyone was too relieved to complain of that. Fairbrother squinted into the blinding light. He hadn't seen such sunshine since leaving America. And yet, even in this anonymous skyscape above the clouds, there was no mistaking its foreignness. No sky over those training airfields had ever had such wind-dragged tufty clouds. And not even in the depths of winter had he seen the noonday sun so low on the horizon. Once above the weather, it was easy to keep station on happy days. Earl was a natural pilot who flew with such effortless skill that he carried his wingman along with him. On the port side of Earl, Mickey Mouse II was leading the flight, with Rube Wine beyond him, the index finger of this finger four. Neither of them had Earl's graceful ease, but the formation was good compared to some of the ragged station-keeping to be seen elsewhere in the group. Major Tucker led this low squadron. Colonel Dan was at the front of the squadron, abreast of them, and the 16 aircraft of the high squadron were about a mile away on the down-sun side. Fairbrother pressed the buttons of his radio, but there was no sound except the crackle of static on any channel. One by one, 3 pilots called Slingshot Colonel Dan to say they were turning back due to mechanical malfunctions. 3 of the spares dropped into the vacated slots, and the 3 unneeded spares turned back to go home. Now they settled down for the long flight. Fairbrother watched the time, and when he had lightened his fuselage tank, he switched over to the drop tanks. Only his clock could help him estimate their position, for the blanket of cloud was unbroken beneath them. The first indication that the group was crossing the Frisian Islands was the high-pitched screech of interference in his earphones, the electronic sounds of the German radar. 2 minutes later, there was a cluster of black puffs ahead as German radar-directed guns began firing through the clouds. The ugly cauliflowers of smoke were almost 1,000 feet below them. But Colonel Dan changed course to make the German radar plotters think it was a violent avoiding action. The ruse seemed to work, for the next salvos were also well below their flight path. Soon they passed beyond the heavily defended islands, and the firing stopped. The group reached the rendezvous point off the German coast 4 minutes ahead of time, but there was no sign of the returning bombers. glad of the opportunity to fly farther over enemy territory. Colonel Dan continued on course. Weather systems over the Baltic Sea had broken the clouds, so that now they glimpsed the greyish-green flatland of Schleswig-Holstein. From this height, they could see all the way to its far coastline, and soon the radio was busy with the calls of pilots who had seen on the horizon finely hatched white contrails meticulously stippled with the black dots of flak. The mission had bombed late, and the leading force was only now turning away from the target. Slingshot from Sparkplug Blue 2, WWII was calling Colonel Dan in his usual measured, laconic voice. Big friend, 9 o'clock. Very low. While everyone else had been concerned with the planes on the horizon, WWII had spotted a fortress limping home far below. Near the ground. Sparkplug leader from Slingshot. Assign a flight to help that cripple home. Roger. Wilco, said Major Tucker. And then, Sparkplug Blue leader from Sparkplug leader. Take your flight and escort the big friend home. There was a double click on the radio as MM touched the transmit button to acknowledge the order. Then Mickey Mouse Tattoo did a sudden wing over. The other three followed into a diving turn and, pleased with a chance to chase across the sky, the 4 pilots dived deeply so that their altimeter needles raced round the clock until they pulled out close to the ground. A village with a tall church spire flashed past close under them, and there were garlands of bright lights looping across their path as some light flak opened up. They could see the big friend now, a B-17 silhouetted ahead of them against the dull pink western sky. There was more gunfire as they approached the coast. 40mm stuff that added red lines to the silvery white 20mm, but the tracers arched lazily into the sky and then raced over them with room enough to spare. Suddenly, the landscape changed. An ancient bus, some cyclists, a modern hotel, a strip of sand, and then the ocean. The world looked different from this low level, shining like wet steel in the light of the setting sun. The sea stretched out to where the anvil-headed cumulonimbus marked the progress of the cold front. The badly damaged bomber was steering well away from the offshore islands that guarded the northern coastline of Germany and Holland, but this longer route would take it nearer to the bad weather. The 4 Mustangs began to weave alongside the damaged bomber, their props in fine pitch. The 4 pilots now twisted their heads anxiously in case the Germans were up there waiting. There was a sudden flurry of rain spots streaking over the canopy and a drop in air temperature, so that the heat inside the cockpit caused condensation to form. Fairbrother used a gloved hand to wipe a clear patch and noticed Earl doing the same. The wet air caused the engine to change its note. Richer mixture smoothed it out again. Sparkplug Blue leader from Sparkplug Blue 2. Something in the water. Can I go look at it? Sure thing, said MM. Sparkplug Blue, punch your babies! The 4 aircraft dropped their external fuel tanks. Daniel banked steeply and turned away to fly close against the spumy sea. The other 3 continued the weaving pattern that was the only way they could match the speed of the slower bomber alongside them. They kept well out of range and gave the bomber crew plenty of time to study them and be sure they were friendly. Attempts to reach the bomber on the emergency frequency came to nothing. The angry blur of white-capped waves flashed past them. Then the gloom was lit by a line of tracer bullets out to sea. WWII was shouting at something, and the something was returning his fire. It was one of the big Heinkel float planes, painted grey like the wintry sea. Rube circled and came back for another pass. The Heinkel was taking off and having difficulty in getting unstuck from the heaving ocean. This time there were strikes, bright silver flashes along its fuselage, and now there was no return fire. Rube's Daniel turned again to fire another long burst at the slowly moving seaplane. The sea around the Heinkel was turned white by gunfire, and its fuel, housed in the floats, ignited, and the float plane exploded in a ball of flame. Daniel came out through the other side of the smoke and, banking almost vertically, circled the floating wreckage before returning to where the others were escorting the crippled bomber. There was no exchange of congratulations over the radio. WWII took up his position on MM's wing and joined the lazy weaving pattern. The Mustangs pulled a little closer now that the bomber's crew had grown accustomed to their presence. The bomber, WWII, had taken severe damage from flak. Jagged shapes were torn from its structure, and each hole was marked with the silver scar that red-hot metal burns into paintwork. The whole length of her, from uplifted nose to the huge tail, bore such cauterized wounds no one manned the idly swinging waist guns, and the turrets were still and empty. Only the cabin showed a sign of life when the co-pilot raised a weary hand in greeting. Now that he had an escort, and the danger from German fighters had lessened. The Fortress pilot tried to win a little altitude, but the big ship was combat-weary. It groaned and shuddered with each 100 feet it gained. At little more than 2,000 feet, the pilot gave up the struggle and let his injured plane level off. The port outer engine had been losing oil for a long time, and its wing was crazed with a black pattern as it streaked in the airflow. There was smoke from the cowling too, and the pilot struggled to feather the props before the engine ran away. Nothing he did could be of much use, for the engine itself had to provide the power he needed, and the engine was dying. Even as they watched, the cowling loosened, flapped, and then was torn off by pieces of engine that came flying through the air like missiles. Soon the prop blades were thrown off the spinning shaft, whirling up through the air like drum majorettes' batons. The two men flying the plane now had no time for waving at the escorting fighters. They were struggling desperately to save their plane, their crew, and themselves. There was a lot of water ahead, and daylight was beginning to go. Miraculously, the fort didn't totter into the water. It held altitude and plodded on. Another engine, making too much smoke, one wing low. Its rudder twisted cruelly as the pilots heaved at the controls to hold it on course. Yawing, wallowing, and groaning, the big Boeing kept flying for mile after mile. They saw the clouds first, the great sheer-sided grey cumulus that sat upon England, overshadowing the land like a roof. The upper layers of the cloud were getting all the sunshine. The turbulent clouds were painted with all the bright colours of the dying sun. Too well defined for Turner. Not as vulgar as Rubens. Perhaps Tintoretto or Veronese saw a sky like that, thought Fairbrother. But by then they were close enough to see that it was really a huge ice cream sundae topped with honey, cherry syrup and orange. When the land itself came in sight, Fairbrother began to believe they had a chance. There were emergency airfields near the coast, places where big birds could slump down onto patches of runway as wide as the average airfield, places where a plane with a rudder jammed could land from almost any point of the compass. But Clarissa Mine was not going to get as far as the emergency fields. No one aboard had the time, the energy, or the inclination to start looking for such a place. The pilot was beginning his letdown even before they crossed the English coast. was flying ahead of the fort, hoping to find a suitable landing place, but Clarissa dropped her nose while still over the water. There was no undercarriage to be lowered. The hydraulics had been shot away. Lower and lower she came. Impatiently, Clarissa Mine brushed aside the upper branches of large trees WWII in the gathering twilight. The grass looked grey, and the trees and bushes were standing on shadows that were far too big for them. She was still lower now, the 4 Mustangs fussing round her like bridesmaids at a wedding, lower still, her shadow reaching up from the ground as if to embrace her bleeding, mutilated body. Then she hit, smashing her way through bushes and hedgerow, tracks, fences and small trees. Chopped vegetation rose around her like a swarm of locusts. Then an engine broke loose and tore a long furrow in the ground. A wingtip was snipped off neatly by a brick barn, which in turn collapsed. The big fort came to rest with its nose in a hedgerow and its tail blocking a farm track. People came running across the fields and others were cycling up the road. But from the battered fuselage there was no movement except for the settling dust and, far away, the thin column of smoke from a severed engine. "Let's go," said, and led the flight back home. "Shit," said MM. "What in hell you do that for, Rube?" The argument had been festering since they landed. The men had conversed only in grunts and the brief words necessary for ground crews and the intelligence officer. When MM was angry, no one could miss it. "Do what?" said Rube Wine, nervously. He used his hand to push back a lock of dark, straight hair, but his face was composed. His eyes showed only amused contempt. "That was a rescue plane said Earl Koenig. "Tough shit," said Wine. He lounged back and assumed an attitude of weary boredom, but the pre-flight Benzedrine tablets made him tense and restless so that he kept fidgeting with the zip of his jacket and endlessly wringing his hands in a gesture that could have been mistaken for contrition. "Picking up guys in the water," said Earl. "And that bothers you?" "Yes." There was a warning of slow, southern anger in Earl's voice. "Yes, it does. Maybe you figure it was a relative." "Earl, you got many uncles or cousins in the Luftwaffe?" "Earl, cut it out, Rube," said MM. "Uncle Sam pays me $300 a month to shoot Germans. What do you want me to do?" "Those float planes wear Red Cross markings," said MM. "Could be that Kraut was hauling some of our own guys out of the ocean." Rube got a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and lit one without hurry. Earl Koenig said, "You might have been clobbering our own." Rube Wine turned on Earl. "Don't give me that crap, you sanctimonious little Kraut. If you guys had seen that plane first, you would have clobbered it just the way I did. Don't give me all this heart and flowers just because you came back without even firing your guns today. I'm flight commander." "Rube," said MM quietly, "you slipped off to hit that Hun because you knew if you told me about it, I would have let it go." "Bullshit," said Rube Wine. "You'd blast your own mother out of the sky to get another victory mark painted on your ship." He went closer to him and tried to stare him down. "Those goddamned Nazi bastards are killing my people by the thousands. You guys don't know what's going on over there. This is just a fancy rod and gun club for you. But I came here to kill Nazis. So don't give me a lot of fancy crap about backing off into a neutral corner when the other guy hits the canvas. The RAF's been shooting down Red Cross rescue planes since 1940. "I'm the flight commander." "Yeah," said MM with no lessening of anger. The indiscipline troubled him as much as the proprieties. "You bounce Huns when I tell you to, and not before. Or you'll report me to Major Tucker." Rube Wine mocked him. "Scram," said MM. "I want to talk to Jamie." Earl Koenig picked up his gloves and said, "Yeah, well, I've got to get going too." MM put a hand on his arm to halt him until Rube Wine had gone. "Earl," said MM, "are you an anti-Semite?" Earl looked at MM for a moment before answering. "You mean like hating Jews and all that kind of stuff?" "Right." Earl shuffled his feet nervously, as he so often did when faced with a direct question. Earl didn't want to tell anyone an untruth. His father had made him promise to tell the truth always, and Earl had taken this promise very seriously. "See, MM," he said, apologetically. Not sure." "Bullshit," said MM irritably. "Before Rube, I never met any, except my chemistry prof at college, and I liked him Fian." "Okay, Earl," said MM. "I just wondered, that's all. It's best we keep this business to ourselves for the time being, seeing as how Rube didn't file a combat report or a claim for that kill." "She wasn't even flying," said Earl. "You can't shoot down a ship that's down." MM closed the door behind Earl and gave a theatrical sigh of relief. "He'll get himself moided," he said, as if the prospect was not too unbearable. "Earl will," said Jamie. "Nah, Rube is just getting it out of his system. Have you noticed the way he's hitting into the Benzies? Rube's already as upset as he's going to get. It's Earl who is going to get fighting mad when it finally gets through his thick dome that Rube thinks he's a Nazi. I guess you're right, said Fairbrother. Is that what you want to talk about? I'm sick of playing referee for those two, said Rube is getting real morbid lately, so there's a big mountain in the sky and he's going to fly into it. It started as a gag, but now he's kind of brooding on it. He says the Germans put Jewish POWs into concentration camps, always takes that shooting iron with him when he flies, says he'll take a few with him, all that kind of shitty talk. I've tried to reason with him, but he won't listen. You think that's what's on his mind when he's riding Earl about being a Nazi? Nodded. The trouble is, Rube's the best damn wingman you could have, and I've got no time to waste breaking in another one. You want to talk to me about Rube? He shook his head, walking across the room, and looked out of the window for a long time. Finally he said, I'm shacking up with Vera. She's got a little house in town. That's dandy, said Fairbrother to encourage him over the pause. Vera's not my first in the sack. Not by a long way. Sure, said Fairbrother. Rolled his cigarette across his mouth by twisting his jaw. I think Vera would go back home with me after the war, he said proudly. You've asked her to marry you. She's not like any of the kids I knew at college. She's all woman, and she's beautiful, isn't she? Jamie? A dish, said Fairbrother, playing for time as he thought about Vera married to The guys at the party were all looking at me the other night. It sure makes me feel good to have a doll like that on my arm. Didn't you tell me that marriage had gone out of style? Aren't you going to London next weekend with those two girls Vince met at the dance? Vera could have the pick of any guy on the base, said with a mixture of pride and insecurity. He looked up suddenly. No. I told Vince I changed my mind about that double date of his. How did all this going home to America talk start? Did Vera bring it up? We couldn't move into my dad's house. My married brother's there already, and they have 2 kids. And that gas station don't bring in enough dough to support us all. Vera wants to go to America? No, she likes England. I'd have to have something really good going for me if I was to get Vera to go home with me. We've got a lot of war to fight before we go home. waved away Fairbrother's reminder. You think a pilot who beat Rickenbacker's score would be famous? Really famous? Famous enough to get a top job in some aviation outfit? took the cigarette from his mouth and blew on it to be sure it was still alight. The bomber pilots will get the pick of the airline jobs. They'll be counting 4 engine hours in hundreds. No airline will want us fighter jocks. I never thought about it, said Fairbrother. I guess you're right, but a friend of my father's has stock in an airline. I could write to him. Take the temperature. You know, that would be swell, Jamie. Is working for an airline another of Vera's ideas? MM's face changed. Now don't go getting the wrong idea about Vera. She's not some kind of gold digger. If that's what you're thinking, Vera told me to be careful flying. She's worried about me all the time. You're a natural-born pilot. You don't have to worry about getting a job. Stubbed out his cigarette. You're the only guy I can talk to around here. You're the only one who gives me a straight answer. And with you and Vicky, you understand these things. Any time. Mickey Mouse. Do you want to ride into Cambridge on the back of my motorcycle? I'm taking Vicky and her folks to dinner at Tremaine Tommy's. Big deal. He patted his pockets as if searching for loose change. Say, could you lend me another 5? And my buddy from the banana boats is coming too. Fairbrother passed 5 one-pound notes to him. Smiled and nodded. He never said thank you in so many words. With your best girl. Shook his head. You live dangerously. I'm keeping Vera away from all these pussy chasers. Jamie Fairbrother could never remember Charlie Stigg in better spirits. He caught Victoria's eye across the dinner table, and she smiled to affirm that Charlie was the wonderful companion that Jamie had promised. And more besides. Charlie had already completed 6 missions over Germany and 4 of them had been very tough. And yet, to hear Charlie tell it, the missions had been uproarious fiascos to which he'd contributed only bewildered incompetence. Fairbrother remembered his father telling him that real raconteurs always keep a straight face when saying funny things. But Charlie Stig made his own rules. He roared with laughter at his own jokes, and never stopped smiling as he told them the real story of the 8th in action. Anti-aircraft gunfire and attacks by German fighters were no more than diversionary interludes in the story of a bombardier who couldn't see through his bomb sight, a navigator who couldn't remember which side was starboard until he'd tied a piece of string round his right arm, and an overweight gunner who had to be extricated from his tiny turret by Charlie and a crew chief. Jamie laughed until tears came to his eyes. And Charlie's young co-pilot, Second Lieutenant Majika, despite knowing the stories by heart, was able to laugh like a man hearing them for the first time. "Call him Fix," insisted Charlie Stig. "He's another goddamned lawyer." Jamie Fairbrother had explained 100 times to Charlie that he'd only had 1 year of law, but it was no use. He saw the same despair in the eyes of Lieutenant Majika, and they exchanged knowing looks. "Hi, Fix," said Jamie. Majika was a shy boy with quick blue eyes that missed nothing. His contributions to Charlie's accounts of their flights together were pertinent but circumspect. As might be expected of a law student, his humor added a dry skepticism to Charlie's outrageous romping narrative. He drank abstemiously and didn't smoke. He had none of the nervous habits so many of the flyers had. He didn't fidget or crack his finger joints or laugh when there was nothing to laugh at. He was tough. All in all, Fairbrother decided Fix Majika would be a good man to have at your side in a tight spot. Ptomaine Tommy's was a name the Americans had given to the Ladbroke Restaurant and Grill, a popular eating place on the Newmarket Road. There was always steak and lobster and wine and whiskey at Tommy's. Despite astronomical prices which ignored the regulations, and despite the welcome to our wonderful American allies charge which ensured that they paid double what British servicemen were charged. Every table in the dining room, the grill or any of the small upstairs dining rooms was always full and had to be booked well in advance. It was worth all the trouble and all the expense, Fairbrother decided, looking round the table while Victoria's father told one of his own anecdotes about a German bomb hitting his St. James's Club. Charlie Stig was attentive to Victoria's mother and applauded her father's funny story. The candlelight made all their happy faces golden, and Victoria's long straight hair shone like burnished metal. Her skin was pale, and her shoulders white against a black silk dress that shone provocatively in the soft light. She looked so beautiful that Jamie wanted to reach across the table for her just to be sure she was real. And truly his. "More coffee, Dr. Cooper?" "I'm getting old, my boy. The wretched stuff keeps me awake at nights." Victoria's parents were the first to leave, and Victoria felt she had to leave with them. "I'll go and get the car from the car park," said her father. "Mother and I will wait for you downstairs." Charlie Stig understood what was required of him. He jumped to his feet, looked at his watch, and announced his immediate departure. But before leaving, he gave Jamie a wink and a lecherous nudge. Fix Majika had to help his captain down the stairs. "Next week, Big B," Charlie was shouting. "The aiming point will be the Reich Chancellery. Look out, Adolf. One step at a time." "Baron Stig," said Majika, in the voice of an unctuous family retainer. It was a joke between them. "Better give me your glass, my lord," Charlie giggled, and Fairbrother felt a pang of regret that he no longer shared all Charlie's jokes. When at last they were alone, Jamie turned to Victoria and embraced her with desperate want. As they stood there, silent and still, they could hear the noise of revelry all around them. "I so hate to share you, Jamie," she said. "Is that so terrible?" "I love you, Vicky. Vicky, It was sweet of you to include my parents. She took one last look round the room. Maybe it was no more than a pretentious place with tasselled lampshades and cheap bentwood chairs. But she would remember it forever. I've never dined in a private room before, Mum. It must have cost the earth. I did so enjoy it. Jamie, thanks. I owe your parents a lot of hospitality, and they feed me out of rations. From somewhere downstairs there were English voices telling someone to mind the blackout. I have a present for you, said Victoria. A present? It's a very old locket. I've put a piece of my hair in it. Is that terribly corny? I'll carry it with me for ever and ever. She covered his lips with her fingers. You don't have to promise anything. I was frightened you'd think me silly. I've had it since I was 16. It was given to me by a great aunt. He took the locket in the palm of his hand and kissed it before putting it in his pocket. There was a discreet cough from the doorway. They turned to see Lieutenant Majika standing there. Could I have a quick word with you, Captain? Fairbrother still held her, but she said, I must go, darling. My parents are probably pacing the hall. Majika, reluctant to be the instrument of separation, answered her quizzical look with a nod. Transport okay? Fairbrother asked the young officer. It's kinda personal. He frowned and, as if glad of a chance to delay, said, Sure. Transport is just fine. Our colonel's a good Joe. He gave us a car and a driver. Victoria hugged Jamie one last time and then picked up her handbag to leave. Where's Charlie? Said Fairbrother. Charlie's full length on a bench in the lobby. The doorman put a pillow under his head, and Charlie's snoring. Snoring? So soon? He's really bushed, sir. He was putting on a show tonight, but as soon as we got downstairs he practically passed out on me. I didn't realize, said Fairbrother, giving Victoria an affectionate squeeze of the arm as she passed them and waved good night. We've had it tough, said Majika. He looked round to be sure they weren't being overheard. You heard only half the story tonight. The gunner jammed in his turret had lost both legs. The string we tied round the navigator's arm was a tourniquet to stop arterial bleeding. We've had more action in 6 missions than some crews take in a whole tour. What are you trying to tell me, Lieutenant? Charlie says your father is on the staff. Then I wish like hell he hadn't told you. Charlie talks about you a lot, sir. I guess you realize that Charlie thinks you're pretty special.
He noted Fairbrother's discomfort and waited a moment before adding, I'll keep it to myself, sir. You can depend on that. But meanwhile, you'd be doing your buddy a real favor if you found some way of getting him off operations. Majika stopped and looked at Fairbrother. I mean, real quick, sir. Fairbrother said nothing. He looked Majika in the eyes and waited. Some guys just can't handle it, said Majika. I'm mighty fond of Captain Stig, one of the nicest guys I ever met. But when the flak starts coming up, he just goes to pieces. We fly tight formation, and those B-24s aren't as stable as a fort. It's darn tricky to hold them on course, especially when you've got a barrage to fly through, and wobbling ships on each side. Some guys can put their minds into neutral, but some... Majika held out his clenched fist and hammered the other fist on it gently. Charlie can't handle it. Too much imagination, I've heard people call it.
He unstraps and tells me he has to go check the navigation or see the engineer. I take the ship over the target on my own. Now don't get me wrong, I'm not beefing, but the crew don't like it, sir. They figure that if I get hit, none of them stand a chance. The British only have 1 pilot in their bombers. I don't know about that, sir, and you know it's not relevant anyway. We didn't join the RAF. The crew deserve 4 hands on the controls the way the Air Force planned it. You're right, Lieutenant. He's as brave as a lion in some respects. We ran into a squall first time out and he took us right through. Another time we got lost and he kept real cool at a time when I was plenty scared. And he got young Lang out of that turret as gently as a baby. I couldn't have done that, sir. Even the medics couldn't stomach it. Lang was blown in half. He was dead before morning.
Majika found some virtually non-existent spot on his knuckle and chewed at his finger joint as if wanting to cause himself pain. "Poor Charlie," said Fairbrother. His voice was a whisper. "I'm not sure he'll fly much more, sir. I think he's had about all he can take. I think he might refuse to fly. And that would mean a court-martial for sure." "Would it?" said Fairbrother. "We've got an officer who decided he'd had enough after 23 missions. He's working in Group HQ as technical inspector, Spike Larson. Nice guy. Nothing to be ashamed of. Well, maybe that's the way they do it in fighter groups. But have you ever been on a bomber base? 10 guys to each ship. There are hundreds of crewmen. The place is so crowded that we even have separate nights for the base theater. Most crewmen are sergeants and enlisted men, gunners, guys who saw some movie back home and figured flying was going to be a glamorous way to fight the war.
They see their buddies lose fingers, hands sometimes, to frostbite, watch a couple of ships go down, and they decide they made a bad mistake, but it doesn't have to be fatal. You get a lot of them wanting out after a tough mission. The colonel's got the same answer for every one of them. You fly or you go to the stockade. But Charlie isn't just goofing off. Well, you might like to explain that to some of the gunners who are behind bars right now for saying they got headaches every time they flew. The colonel handed them an aspirin and a one-way ticket to the disciplinary barracks. Jamie closed his eyes. It was a nightmare from which he'd soon awaken sweating. But when he opened his eyes again, Majika was still there, waiting for an answer. "Maybe you think I'm—" "No," said Fairbrother. "Nobody would be dumb enough to concoct all that just to get himself into the left-hand seat. How soon do you think you'll be flying your next one?" "We're short a gunner and a navigator, and we're due for crew leave next week. Top Banana is being patched and waiting for a new turret. She won't be flying until the end of the month. Maybe even later. I don't know if I can do anything," said Fairbrother. "Charlie said he planned to see you during his leave. I'll probably get a weekend pass. So we can meet in London, so talk to him, Tor. Captain, or maybe a psychologist could help, but our flight surgeon won't be sympathetic, or he's a real flag-waving bastard. Sir, if you'll pardon me for saying so." Majika took a pair of leather gloves from his pocket and, gripping them in one hand, slapped them against the other in another gesture of self-punishment. "I'd better get back to Captain Stig, sir. Thanks for telling me, Fix. I can imagine how tough it must be for you." "Tougher still for Charlie," said Majika.
Colonel Daniel A. Badger. "These guys don't need a commander," said Colonel Dan. "They need a goddamn nursemaid." He slammed his hand on the desk. "You knew that when you agreed to come here," said the group executive officer calmly. He tidied the papers that Colonel Badger had disarranged. The exec was right. Colonel Dan had taken command of the group when morale was low due to poor leadership. Heavy casualties and a succession of technical troubles with the P-47 Thunderbolts they were flying at that time. That's why he was keen to see the change to Mustangs. The group needed a fresh start. In fact, the top-level decision about re-equipping was made even before Colonel Dan's orders were cut. Part of his assignment was to preside over the change. But the rumor started that he was bribing the top brass with whiskey to get the new ships. And Colonel Dan encouraged the idea. He wanted them to believe that Mustangs were worth getting. And he soon learned to sell his pilots these slim little ships. But he didn't say too much about their long-range tanks. He didn't want anyone dwelling on what kind of deep penetration assignments the new planes would bring with them. Anyone who could read a gas gauge would guess that the 220th would wind up doing escort missions at the extreme limit of the bomber's range, and that meant over the target. 6 guys in the stockade, Colonel Dan said, as if surprised. "Stole a cab," explained the exec, "and it hit a double-decker bus on Oxford Street." He was standing behind Colonel Dan and kept leaning over to put the papers in order. "A sergeant from the mobile machine shop," said Colonel Dan,
reading down the list of men sentenced. "And a crew chief. We need those people." "Duke?" The exec gave a polite cough, which was usually a sign that there was worse to come. "I'm not so worried about what happened in London," he said. "It was Christmas, and from what I hear on the grapevine, we're still ahead on averages." He folded his arms. "It's the brawling in Long-Thaxted village that concerns me. It's getting too darn regular. When the eagle screams." "No, sir, not just paydays. I could handle those. It's almost every Friday and Saturday night. Last weekend, the MPs had to assign extra men to help them. Major Tarrant says there were 40 or 50 men brawling in the street outside the Crown pub, even allowing for the Major's inclination to see any kind of high spirits as a preview of the end of the world. It still sounds like a rough house, and I won't have it, sir. Duke, it only needs some limey newspaper to get hold of this one and we'll be front-page news. And Division will roast my butt. We'll need more MPs, said the exec. Major Tarrant is a nice guy, said Colonel Dan, although he had in fact been heard to describe the man who commanded his military police company as a narrow-eyed, barrel-chested, know-it-all. But he's only human. He wants more cops because that makes him more important.
He needs more men, repeated the exec stoically. Don't sigh at me like that, Duke. When that dumb bastard Tarrant asks for more personnel, Air Division is going to ask him why. Then he's going to tell them that his cops are quelling a riot down here every night. He banged a fist on the desktop. And where will that put me? Duke, at the top of the Air Division shit list, and that's where. You want Long-Thaxted put off limits? Why always the Crown? It's a big, comfortable place with an open fire in the saloon and carpets on the floor. It's the sort of place a man goes with a girl. The Angel and the Lord Nelson are more primitive, sawdust on the floor and spit in the bucket, if you follow me. We don't have much trouble in that kind of place. What the hell are those guys fighting about? British servicemen go there too, Colonel, RAF, as well as soldiers from that infantry training camp at Thaxted Green.
A man spills his drink, or pushes too hard to get to the bar, or expresses some opinion about the British weather. If it's the weather they're fighting about, maybe I'll go over there and slug someone. The exec did not appreciate Colonel Dan's flippancy. He adjusted the fit of his rimless spectacles, a task that always seemed to require both hands. Fundamentally, it's money, sir, money and sex. Fundamentally, Duke, said Colonel Dan with what he considered great patience. Everything in the universe is money and sex. Ignoring his colonel's philosophical observation, the exec said, I have looked up the rates of pay, sir. A private soldier in the British Army is getting less than a quarter of what we give our lowest paid GI. When you remember that the British don't get any of the cigarettes, drink and candy that the US Army virtually gives away, it adds up to quite a difference. You said it. Nay, when some British infantryman, fresh back from fighting in Italy and being paid less than $3 a month, walks into his local pub and finds a Yank buying scotch with £5 notes, smoking PX cigars, and with his arm around some pretty local girl, it makes him mad. Imagine how you'd feel watching overpaid foreigners strolling through your hometown with American girls on their arms. This limey pub owner ever come asking for compensation for damage? No, sir. We get very little by way of civilian claims. There's the barn demolished when Sad Sack slid off the end of the runway last October, and some settlements with farmers about gas tanks dropped on arable land. The pilots are now reminded regularly to make sure the tanks go into the ocean, or failing that, right out front on the field. Colonel Dan swung his chair round so that he could see out of the window. And that civilian car I dented in Cambridge last month, I was able to settle that claim by means of an ex gratia payment, said the exec. So it doesn't go into the file. You swept it under the carpet. Did you, Duke? We have an air safety colonel visiting us tomorrow, sir. If you could spare him a few minutes, it always makes these inspections go more smoothly. Good old Duke, thought Colonel Dan. He reminds me of one favour, and then demands repayment. I want everyone on this base to know I'm going to make an example of the next bunch of guys who get into trouble in the village. Give Tarrant some muscle. Airmen, I don't want him asking for cops. And make sure the word gets around that I'm going to throw the book at anyone caught fighting down there. An excellent solution, Colonel, and I'll pencil in lunch for the air safety inspector. What's the lousy weather going to do? Said Colonel Dan. He swung back to his desk and rested his feet among the coloured telephones and trays of paperwork. The exec gathered up his papers before they were scuffed, and made no attempt to answer this rhetorical question. There was only one man Colonel Dan listened to in the matter of the weather, and that wasn't any of the juju men who prepared the elaborate charts for the top brass. It was Major Phelan, the operations officer. Colonel Dan phoned him. "Are you sober, you no-good Irish bum?" he asked, and after listening to the consternation at the other end, blustered awkwardly. "Sure, that's okay, Lieutenant. Go get Major Phelan and tell him Colonel Dan wants to talk to him." He put a hand over the phone and pulled a face at Sergeant Kinselberg, the exec's clerk, who had come into the room to collect some papers the colonel had signed. Kinselberg guessed what had happened at the other end of the phone, but returned the colonel's grimace with a blank stare. Colonel Dan, still nursing the phone, said, "This is about the time they make the big decisions, Duke." Scroll looked at the clock. It was 4:30 in the afternoon. "At High Wycombe, you mean? 8th Bomber Command, or 8th Air Force HQ, as we're now supposed to call it. See the nice new stationery. 6 of the top brass. 7 if you include the meteorologist, standing in that little room deep underground, looking at the pretty maps and deciding whether to hand us another milk run over the Pas-de-Calais. The Pas-de-Calais gives us a chance to get our planes in the air and gives the boys a little experience without casualties so far. It's just a matter of time before the Luftwaffe moves some squadrons back there. One of these days that milk run's going to turn into a bloodbath. And even if it doesn't, bombing through overcast shows a faith in air navigation that I just can't share." He said into the phone. "Hello, Kevin? So is the weather going to do it?" "It's pretty iffy," said Phelan. "Let me put it to you another way. Kevin, are those dummies at HQ going to think the weather will break? The teleprinter says there's another front over the Atlantic. It's following darn close. Don't give me all that double talk, you Polish hayseed." When Colonel Dan exhausted his jocular references to Phelan's Irishness, he resorted to a running joke that Major Phelan's name was really Phalansky. It was a joke which Phelan enjoyed. The plaque on his office door was now inscribed Major Phalansky. They might want to take a chance on clear skies over Germany tomorrow morning. Now you're talking. Thanks, Kevin. Still nursing the phone on his knees, his feet on his desktop, Colonel Dan got through to an old friend at Air Division HQ. "How busy are you out there?" "I'm not allowed to say how busy we are out here, especially when talking to Bush League jockeys like you." "Ma, can I hear the teleprinters churning out a field order, or do you have a high-speed typist?" "We're busy, Dan. Thanks, Mike. I'll buy you a beer sometime." Colonel Dan hung up and put the phone back on his desk. "Sounds like Division's got an order coming through. Duke, maximum effort. I feel it in my bones. Duke, take an Air Force that hasn't been anywhere much for a long time. Add a new commander plus some kind of break in the weather, you got a big one." Colonel Dan picked up his coffee cup, found it empty, and put it down again. He could visualize the scene at Division, where they would be staring at the cryptic gobbledygook of closely teleprinted figures. It would take what was left of the afternoon to translate it all into specific orders, routes, aiming points, bombing altitudes, timings, radio procedures, and detailed instructions about the formations, forming up procedures, and emergency measures. "I'm going to grab something to eat, Duke, and I'm going back to my quarters and get through some of this paperwork where no one will see me if I nod off to sleep. Call me if anything breaks, otherwise I'll be in ops about 11:30 tonight. You had a very late night last night, Colonel, and I drank too much." and I should get more exercise, and I'm overweight, and I'm too old to fly combat. I didn't say that. I'm 36 years old. Duke, next time we fly a big one, each task force will have a 1-star general flying in the lead bomber. That's how it goes for the heavy bomber brass. But there's nothing like that ahead for fighter jocks. When they kick me out of this job, I'll be spending the rest of my career flying a desk. I'm not looking forward to it. Duke, I'll give you a call if anything comes through, sir. It was almost midnight when the phone rang by Colonel Dan's bed. It was the exec. You were right, sir. The field order is coming off the teleprinters by the yard. On those rare occasions when I prove to be right, Duke, you are always gentleman enough to admit it, but I sure wish you could keep the note of surprise out of your voice. I'm in the message center, sir. Will you come down here? Colonel Dan rubbed his eyes and looked at the clock. There was no way he would be enticed into the windowless little room where the teletype clerks worked. The mere idea of it was enough to give him claustrophobia. See you in ops, Duke? Yes, sir. Colonel Dan dressed quickly and went down the corridor to Major Phelan's room. The operations officer was snoring noisily, sleeping fully dressed, on his bed. There was an empty bottle of Johnny Walker on his footlocker. Colonel Dan kicked the locker and then kicked the bed. Wake up, Kevin! It's on! The snoring stopped, and Major Phelan awoke with a loud snort of surprise. He slowly swung his feet onto the floor and, still half asleep, tied his shoelaces. He yawned and got to his feet, tightening the knot of his tie. Then he reached for his soft garrison hat, dumped it on his head, and pulled it forward until it almost touched his bushy eyebrows. Kevin Phelan was a handsome man with the kind of muscular shoulders to be expected of one who'd played fullback for Notre Dame. His football days had ended with a kick in the face that had given him a broken nose and twisted jaw that made all his smiles disconcertingly sardonic. He grabbed his jacket from the hook on the door and said, "So the weathermen went for it." Colonel Dan opened the window to see the night sky. They both knew that the Air Division teleprinters did not transmit orders. Before 8th Air Force meteorologists had reaffirmed their optimism, Phelan reached for the empty whiskey bottle and upended it long enough to taste a final few drops of whiskey. "You're a slob, Phelan." "I'm afraid you're right, Colonel. And if you weren't the best damned ops officer in the whole Air Force, I'd kick your ass right off this base. I can see your predicament, sir, said Phelan. "I'll drive the jeep," said Colonel Dan. Outside the air was damp and cold, but there were a few stars to be seen through the fast-moving scud. Colonel Dan took them on a detour past number 4 hangar. Through the yellow slot between the doors they could see Pilgrim, Colonel Dan's plane. "They did all they could, sir," said Phelan, "but there was no way she could be ready. It's just as well. I want to stamp out this superstition about changing ships." "You'd better take mine," said Phelan. "You'll need a radio tuned to the bomber net. What about you?" "I've got my eye on a new ship." As ops officer, Phelan had first choice of newly delivered planes. "You're a goddamn schemer, Kevin. Us Poles gotta stick together, Colonel." Colonel Dan smiled and deliberately drove over the bumpy track edge so that Kevin was almost jolted out through the canvas roof. He always felt good when he was with Phelan. Nothing ever seemed to spoil Phelan's amiable ease. The operations room was already busy by the time they got there. The senior intelligence officer, the engineering officer, the exec, the deputy, a couple of clerks, and a teleprinter operator were looking at the watch officer, who was pinning the long sheets of the order onto the bulletin board. A kid from the mess arrived carrying a tray filled with sandwiches and 2 vacuum flasks of coffee. The room was blue with tobacco smoke, but when the colonel arrived, they put their cigarettes out of sight and stood awkwardly to attention. The watch officer was a nervous young pilot who dropped his packet of thumbtacks when he turned round and saw Colonel Dan. "It's Brunswick, sir," he said. Colonel Dan nodded. Phelan was already at the map. He let him take his time while he read the most vital sections of a field order so long it touched the floor. "What do you think, Kevin?" Major Phelan was something of an exhibitionist, so Colonel Dan was ready for the show he put on. His voice had already acquired that slight Irish brogue he always assumed when he got excited or angry. He reached for the plate of sandwiches. "Which are which?" he asked the watch officer. "I like turkey, can't stand cheese." When he had the sandwich he wanted, he poured himself coffee and drank from one of the thick white china mugs that will always be associated with operations rooms in the middle of the night. "Brunswick is a nice ride." He took a bite of his sandwich, had another look at the map on the wall, and then consulted the target folder. Like so much of target intelligence, the description was no more than a translation of some pre-war gazetteer. "Halberstadt," he read aloud. "Iron industry and meat packing. Famous for Halberstädter Würstchen. It says here, Halberstadt sausage. I suppose that means," he looked up, "Gentlemen, we're going out to destroy the heart of the fatherland's sausage-making capacity. I guess the strategists at Air Force HQ figure that's the surest way to bring the Nazis to a quick halt." Colonel Dan was getting impatient. "It's the Junkers plant. Kevin, seems to me I've even heard of an airplane called Halberstadt." "That's right, Colonel," said the young watch officer, who devoted a great deal of time to reading pulp fiction about the First World War. "A German biplane. There were one-seaters and also some two-seat versions." "Just as I thought," said Colonel Dan, interrupting what promised to be a long explanation. "What do you make of the route, Major Phelan?" "Straight in, straight out. It shouldn't give the Kraut plotters too much trouble planning optimum interception." "It's all the way this time," said Colonel Dan. "Rendezvous with our assigned task force just short of the target. Stay with them until the P-38s and the Jugs turn up as withdrawal support." "This may be a tough one," said Kevin Phelan. "Hit the German Air Force on the ground and in the air. That was General Arnold's New Year message, and that's what we're going to do. No sense pussyfooting around with feint attacks and dogleg courses that don't seem to fool the Germans anyway. This time, their fighters will have to come up and fight." Colonel Dan sat down in the corner while they sorted out the material for the next day's briefing. Major Phelan bit into another sandwich and came to sit beside him. Quietly, he said, "Colonel, who the hell could hold this group together if you were lost? Who—" Colonel Dan twisted away from him and brushed the sandwich crumbs from the sleeve of his jacket. "I'm sorry, Colonel," Phelan said, and brushed at the crumbs too. "I'm flying this mission," said Colonel Dan. He looked over to where the exec was engaging the other officers in earnest conversation. He wondered whether Duke Scroll had put Kevin Phelan up to this. "Colonel, I'm serious. Damn it. Kevin, you think I'm some kind of gung-ho kid who's been reading Terry and the Pirates? Or a medal hunter like Lieutenant Morse? I've been trying to get man-sized missions for this group ever since I got here. Well, now they've handed us a big one, and if I'm not up there with my boys, I might as well go fly a typewriter for all the respect I could look for in the future. No, Kevin, I fly tomorrow, and there's not going to be any arguments about that." The door opened suddenly, and everyone stopped talking. Major Spurrier Tucker was standing in the doorway, feeling somewhat foolish at finding himself the center of so much attention, and twisting his military academy class ring round on his finger. Most of the men in the operations room looked as if they were deep into some high-stakes poker game, but Major Tucker was neat and shaved, and his brown shoes were polished, mirror-bright. "Well, maybe that's what West Point does for a man," thought Colonel Dan. "Yes, Major Tucker," he said. Tucker shifted from one foot to another, his fancy little moustache quivering as he began to apologize for interrupting them when the red light was on outside the door. "Pardon this intrusion, Colonel," he stammered, "but I was just going to bed when—" It was obvious that he'd heard about the field order. "Never mind the goddamned excuses." "Tucker," said the Colonel, "by now even the girls in the Red Cross Club are discussing the aiming points." He forced a laugh. No wonder they called him the wine waiter. Will I still be leading the group tomorrow, sir? Colonel Dan tried to be fair, especially when dealing with subordinates whom he instinctively disliked. Tucker would never make a real pilot, but then neither would 3/4 of the flyers in the Air Force. Tucker was a West Pointer, a peacetime soldier who needed a little combat duty on his record before going on to staff duties. Well, that couldn't happen too soon for Colonel Dan, in his opinion. Tucker should never have been made a squadron commander, although his previous commanding officers had all given him wonderful efficiency reports. The arrangement was... I know what the arrangement was. Tucker, said the colonel, stand back and give me air. Squadron commanders regularly got a chance to lead the group, just as the flight commanders took a squadron sometimes. The next one had been promised to Tucker, but hell, this was a biggie, and Major Spurrier Tucker was... well, Tucker was Tucker. You'll know in good time, Major, said the colonel. Tucker resisted the temptation to give a smart salute. Instead, he zipped up his brown leather flying jacket, shoved his hands in his pockets, and did everything he could think of to look like a fighter pilot, short of chewing a stick of gum. The sooner I know, the better, sir, he said. There'll be a lot of instructions and procedures that I'll need to get clear in my mind if I'm leading us tomorrow. You get them clear in your tiny mind anyway. Tucker. Then if I decide to leave you behind, it will still have been good practice for you. You wouldn't leave me behind, Colonel, he said, trying to smile, but not quite making it. Get off my back. Major, tomorrow is going to be a long day for all of us. By the way, how is that new captain, Fairbrother, making out with you? Tucker knew it was best to handle that kind of query in a positive way. Very well, Colonel. He's a very capable pilot and gets on well with the squadron personnel. Is there a special reason you're worried about him? Who the hell says I'm worried about him? Tucker smiled nervously, as if dealing with a wealthy relative suffering from terminal senility. You've asked me about Fairbrother 4 times since he got here, Colonel. Is there something special about him? I like to know what's going on around here, explained Colonel Dan. Any reason I shouldn't ask how a newly assigned pilot is coming along? No reason at all, said Burl. Of course not. The truth of the matter was that Colonel Dan kept getting discreet telephone inquiries about Fairbrother from officers up at 8th Air Force HQ, 8th HQ. Pine Tree. Not many of those paper pushers working at Pine Tree even knew what a fighter plane was, or that there was a unit called a group from which a bunch of sad sacks flew out to fight the war. So who the hell was Fairbrother that he had friends in high places? Well, it wasn't a problem that Colonel Dan intended to discuss with Tucker. Yeah, well, we'll stick to what was agreed. Spurrier, you'll be leading the group tomorrow. Tucker gave him a smile and a salute all at once. Colonel Dan told himself that a promise is a promise, but his guilty conscience told him that he had a hunch General Tucker would be handling his personal file on the day the Air Force decided whether to renew his engagement or throw him into the street. If Kevin Phelan had spent 1944 telling the Air Force when it would be a good day to fly deep penetration missions instead of the other way round, the war might have been won sooner than it was. That January raid was a case in point. The pilots assigned to duty, which in those days meant just about every pilot on the base, assembled next morning in the group briefing room. It was Major Phelan's job, as S3, to prepare most of the briefing. He'd be flying with them. And the boys appreciated that Kevin was no paddlefoot. On the wall behind him, red ribbons stretched taut across the map from Steeple Thaxted to Brunswick, nearly 500 miles due east. 3 targets, 1 for each task force flying at 70-mile intervals. The whole bombing force, from lead ship of the lead squadron to the last to bomb, would occupy some 300 miles of airspace. To protect such a fleet was going to be a difficult job. Colonel Dan had told the group's intelligence officer to lay it on the line for them, and he stood up to do just that. The German Air Force was sure to react violently to such a flagrant and provocative invasion of their airspace. He told them The Krauts would come at them with everything they could fly. During a few moments' delay, caused by mislaid radio codes, Mickey Morse was heard at the back of the room reading aloud from a British technical magazine. It was a fulsome account of RAF daring over enemy territory. For this recitation, assumed a high-pitched and exaggerated British accent, coming at a time of tension. This reduced the pilots to delighted laughter. Colonel Dan was pleased to keep the briefing short and sweet. He'd seen bomb group briefings, and the mounting tension that came from lengthy descriptions of targets, bombing points, radio procedures, and all the rest of it. For fighter pilots, there was little to say but "follow me." Only today, they were to follow Major Tucker. Colonel Dan was already regretting that. After briefing, he stayed with the pilots in the ready room and played chess with Tucker, while whipping the colonel at one game after another. Tucker expressed doubts about the High Command's wisdom in sending a raid into what was obviously poor weather. This disconcerted Colonel Dan. Tucker was a man who seldom criticized someone who outranked him. Imagine the bombers waltzing round and round to form up in this stuff.
"Mick," said Lieutenant Morse, who was standing there watching the chess game. "Soft focus." Colonel Dan didn't answer. He was trying to save his queen, but he was also worrying about the hundreds of bombers that would be circling over East Anglia hour after hour, as section by section, then flight by flight, then squadron by squadron, they slowly assembled into their assigned positions in the mighty bombing fleets that would set off for Germany. "Maybe the weather is clearer over Germany," said Tucker. "Move your bishop," Morse advised Tucker, pointing at it with his nicotine-stained finger. Tucker glared up at him and moved his castle. Morse said, "It'll be worse over Germany. With this kind of overcast, the weather moves east all the time." "Who said so?" said Colonel Dan. "Jamie Fairbrother," said Morse. "He's studied all that meteorology junk. The colonel will track in on your castle," he warned Tucker.
"You got any more gems of wisdom for us?" "Captain Fairbrother," called the colonel, looking over to where Fairbrother was standing. Then he looked down at the chessboard again and decided to take Tucker's castle. "Yes, Colonel," said Fairbrother. "What Met described as a thin overcast is really 22,000 feet thick." Colonel Dan tossed Tucker's castle into the box with unnecessary force. "How the hell could you possibly know that, "Captain, that's just the way unfounded rumors get started, and I won't have it. A pilot from the weather squadron is drinking coffee next door, sir. He's just landed. You trying to make a monkey out of me?" "Captain? Why should I need to do that, sir?" Colonel Dan noted the implication that he was a monkey already, and Fairbrother's clipped New England accent didn't lessen the colonel's irritation. He was about to rebuke Fairbrother when Kevin Phelan barged in through the door. "The cloud build-up's getting worse," said Phelan. "Sure," said Colonel Dan. "It's about 22,000 feet thick." "That's right," said Phelan admiringly. "And do you know that some of the fighter force have turned back?" "Turned back. The P-38s found the cloud over Holland too high to get over, and they're heading back." Colonel Dan shook his head and looked down at the board, where Tucker was taking his queen, having sacrificed his castle to do so. Damn it! He should never have listened to that kid Morse. What would he know about chess? He might be a hotshot fighter pilot, but he talked too much. "It's about time, Colonel," said Major Phelan. "Too bad about the chess game," said Tucker. "You definitely were winning this one." Colonel Dan looked at him and blew his nose without answering. Tucker was too damned keen, thought the colonel, or too damned anxious to acquire a reputation as a leader. They were only as far as the Dutch coast when several pilots sighted aircraft. "Slingshot, Sparkplug Green 2 here, ugh. Contrails at 2 o'clock high, maybe 2,000 feet above us." There were other radio calls. "This is Slingshot. Cut out the chatter. I've got them. Top kick yellow and top kick green. Punch your babies and go look at them." Slingshot from top kick yellow leader. Roger. Slingshot from top kick green leader. Roger Dodger. It was futile, as Colonel Dan knew it would be. The enemy aircraft. If that's what they were, changed course. So there was no chance of the 2 flights of Top Kick Squadron getting anywhere near them. Soon, the 8 detached aircraft curved back and slipped into formation again. They were scheduled to rendezvous with the leading air task force just 50 miles short of the target. Colonel Dan looked at his watch. Not long to go. They were over Holland, just scraping the tops of the cumulus peaks, with watery sunlight coming down through the cloud miles above. There was no break in the overcast. Colonel Dan had heard the recall signal going out to the 2nd and 3rd Air Task Forces, but it did not affect them. The 1st Air Task Force was continuing on its way, and they would go with it. He guessed that HQ had decided it was too late to recall them. The field order showed that Pathfinder aircraft, equipped with radar, would be in the formation. They could see through the overcast. The rest of the formation's bombardiers would toggle when they saw bombs fall from the lead ships. Colonel Dan, leading the 195th Squadron, Payoff, turned his head to see Major Phelan on his wing. Phelan was in a new Mustang with Falansky's Irish Rose painted on its side. Yes, that was Phelan's secret joke. That's why Kevin had given Colonel Dan the wild goose. It was just one more example of Phelan's complex personality. Was the enigmatic Major a jokey Falansky? Or was he one of those legendary wild geese, an Irish exile and mercenary who, after dying on a foreign battlefield, went back to haunt the skies of his homeland? Colonel Dan looked across to where Tucker was leading the formation in his gaudily decorated jouster. At least he was on course, Colonel Dan thought, and felt ashamed of himself for thinking it. Maybe he was riding Tucker too hard. Maybe he was riding every one of them too hard. Maybe the group just wasn't good enough. This was the 8th's first attempt at deep penetration into Germany since the terrible bloodbaths of the October raids. Now, with 2 task forces recalled and most of the fighter escort defeated by the weather, it was beginning to shape up like a disaster. Colonel Dan's reverie was cut short by bingo calls from Top Kick Yellow Leader and then Green Leader too, having jettisoned their external fuel tanks. Their reserves were at a point where they had to turn back. Everything was running late, but Tucker found the bombers not more than 25 miles from the map reference. He ordered the 195th Squadron, Colonel Dan leading it, into high cover position some 4,000 feet above the bombers. The other 2 squadrons, one of them now at half strength, flew on each side of the bomber force, with 2 detached flights from the 199th flying cover some 10 miles up sun, or what was now a bleary white patch of backlit cloud. The fighters were weaving constantly, crisscrossing the bombers, to keep their forward speed slow enough to stay with the big friends. Colonel Dan watched the planes bank and arc back, and with an easy rhythm led his flights into the next change of course. Far below him he could see the rest of the group following the same monotonous pattern. He watched Tucker. His flying was stiff and wooden, but the other flight, green, was good, tight and coordinated. That must be a flight. Morse, Wine, Koeniger and Fairbrother. Koeniger and... well, he mustn't change his mind about them now that he'd remembered who they were. He wondered how Fairbrother would enjoy his first taste of real combat. He was a cool customer, with the kind of snooty insubordination that Colonel Dan found difficult to deal with. That little flying display he'd put on the day he arrived had taken place while the group was on stand-down. But Fairbrother's reputation hadn't suffered from the fact that only relatively few men had witnessed it. On the contrary, it had given those on duty a chance to brag to their buddies coming back from pass. By now, Fairbrother's aerobatics had been embroidered and elaborated into a demonstration that would have made Baron von Richthofen tremble and turn pale. Colonel Dan chided himself for allowing dislike to cloud his judgment. It had been a darn good beat-up, but standing a Mustang on its hind legs wasn't the same thing as fighting Germans. Okay, Captain, well, let's see where all that fancy stunting gets you today, thought the colonel. He banked again for the next leg of the zigzag. Down below, there was only cloud and the big B-17s holding station like tin galleons on a grey, storm-tossed sea. It was cold in the cockpit. Colonel Dan reached for the heater, but it was already fully on. He'd just decided that feeling cold was a sign of his advancing age when he saw that a sheen of frost had formed on the plexiglass canopy. There was a fault in the heater. He reached out and scratched at the frost with his gloved finger, but could make only small patches through which to see clearly. Over the radio came more calls. There were a dozen or so aircraft coming up to fight. Twin-engined Messerschmitts. They were well below the B-17s and climbing steeply out of the cloud on the bomber's rear quarter. Intelligence said the Luftwaffe operated with 3 squadrons to an airfield, just like the Americans, so there was a chance that this staffel was to be bait for the fighters while the rest of them came in from some other direction to hit the bombers. Payoff leader from Slingshot, take payoff red and payoff blue to deal with those Messerschmitt 110s. Colonel Dan hit the radio button. Slingshot from payoff leader. Roger, Wilco? 2 clicks on the radio button and then payoff red and payoff blue from payoff leader. Punch your babies and let's go. Well, Tucker. At least you're gentleman enough to give your colonel a crack at the Huns. 8 Mustangs should be more than enough to chase a dozen cumbersome twin-engined Messerschmitts. Colonel Dan pulled his nose back and watched the horizon of white, fluffy cloud tilt and fall away, like an eiderdown falling off a bed. Then, with the other 7 tucked in tight behind him, he split-est down, half-rolling into a power drive, into... The world was upside down now. The white eiderdown became a grey ceiling on which the Messerschmitts were crawling, getting bigger and bigger every second. The loss of altitude was enough to defrost some of the windshield. Colonel Dan aimed a blow at the heater in the hope of starting it working again. Diving vertically through an enemy formation is not the kind of tactic they teach at gunnery school, but for this group's standard of marksmanship, the plan view provided a nice big target. Sometimes the only way to get pilots to fly close enough to the enemy was to take them right through the formation. Payoff red and blue, select individual targets, over and out. He lined up the leading Messerschmitt in his sights. There was a flicker from the Germans as the rear-facing gunners opened fire. The last half-mile went past like speeded-up film. The Messerschmitts faltered and broke formation, and then the huge black shapes came up like express locomotives. He pressed the trigger. Flashes appeared on the wing of the leader as the bullets hit. The bullets reached the rockets hung under the Messerschmitt's wings, and suddenly one exploded. There was a huge orange and red flash that embraced Colonel Dan's entire vision. The force of the explosion slammed his Mustang across the sky, and he could hear pieces of Messerschmitt chopping tiny chunks of aluminium out of his airframe. He lost control. Shit. What a way to go, he thought, but he pulled on the stick until it was tight against his belly. And he prayed. Slowly, she righted. He could smell the burned fuel and rubber plastered onto his own plane. He glanced in the mirror and saw only a smear of black smoke. Poor bastard. Those twin-engined BF-100s were clumsy buggers, burdened by the weight of the big rockets suspended under their wings. They stood little chance against a determined attacker. Another Messerschmitt flashed past close enough for him to see the faces of the men inside its big multi-paned cockpit. There was another one ahead and time for a quick burst of fire before it tilted away from Colonel Dan's stern quarter attack. He saw no strikes and banked steeply. Phelan was still close to him. Kevin. Salt of the earth. Colonel Dan held the tight turn until he saw another Messerschmitt. This one was still going, the only one to stay on its attack course. Beyond him, there were the bombers, the lead combat wing. 3 boxes of them stacked up through 2,000 feet of sky. The Hun was after the lead box, but Colonel Dan lined him up and gave him a burst of fire from long range in the hope of distracting him. There was a burst of flame from under the Messerschmitt's wing. At first, Colonel Dan hoped he'd got in a lucky shot, But then the rockets pulled away slowly from the smoke, and the German began a turn while the heavy missiles set their menacing course towards the bombers. There was a lot of confusion on the radio now, and Colonel Dan knew that his other squadrons were in combat. He dived after the Messerschmitt, but another Mustang came in too, so he let him take it and slow-rolled away, turning all the time to see around him. Kevin was still with him, but the rest of Payoff Red and Blue had chased their quarry into the cloud top, about 1,000 feet below. Payoff Red and Blue from Payoff Leader, reform on me above cloud. He saw black smears of smoke as the German rockets exploded near the bombers, and he kept turning steeply enough to see below. The clouds were thin enough here to provide glimpses of the landscape. Mountains, the Harz, the snow-capped Brocken where on Walpurgis night the witches brought terror from these same skies. He set his nose towards the bombers. Phelan followed. Behind them 2 Mustangs were climbing steeply from the clouds. 3 more, no, 4, no casualties. Good. He climbed to get back over the bombers. Only the other half of Payoff was providing protection now. Tucker had taken Sparkplug off to chase more Germans. He should have stayed close. It was a stupid order maybe, but it was an order. Stay close where the bombers can see you're giving them support. The bomber boys don't need newspaper pictures of fighter jocks painting kills on their ships. They want protection. Where are you? Tucker! With slow and majestic precision, the B-17s were changing their formations. Each combat box of 18 aircraft closed in behind the lead box, so that the formations were no longer a mile wide, but a tighter stream that would concentrate the bombing pattern. The hazy sunlight shone on the dull brown paintwork of their huge wings, and here and there bombers in metal finish reflected the sun as they banked gently for the bombing run. There was more flak now, spreading across the sky like a virulent pox. Behind them, the gunfire's grey scars rattled the air for miles, but each fresh eruption was an angry red blotch, reaching ever closer to the planes. This complex of aircraft plants was jealously guarded by concentrations of guns. The lead aircraft of the first box was carrying the Air Task Force commander, a 1-star general. The gunners were trying for him, just as so many of the fighter attacks did. Rumors said the Germans gave an immediate Knight's Cross to anyone who downed a task force general. The lead ship's bomb doors slowly opened. As this plane reached the initial point, the sky ahead of it lit up with a box barrage, inside which it seemed nothing could survive. Salvo after salvo was fired into the same airspace. All of them would have to fly through that great cube of exploding air and flying metal that was now pulsating red and grey like some sort of venomous seabed anemone. None faltered. Each plane was no longer under the command of its pilot. The bombardiers had taken control, and their eyes were pressed tight to the bomb sights, trying to recognize the hazy target through the mess of cloud and smoke. The fighter channel was gabbling with faint voices. Tucker was fighting off a force of German fighters that had attacked the bombers from the east. Colonel Dan could see a tangle of tiny dots, swarming like gnats in the distant sky. He hoped Tucker wouldn't allow himself to be drawn too far off that way. Colonel Dan's one remaining squadron couldn't provide protection for this whole bomber force, and east was not the way home. As he got to the end of the zigzag, he banked steeply to see below. A patchwork of fields surrounded the town, its darker grey diluted by the watery clouds, and its shape threaded by the silver glint of a river. Across it, there suddenly appeared 1,000 pinpricks of brilliant light. The lights flickered and disappeared, and the whole landscape wobbled like a jelly before the shock waves and heat ripples were obscured by smoke. Then his wing tilted back and closed off his view of the mean point of impact. 2 forts, Hot Tamale and Prom Trotter, had taken hits from flak and were slowly falling back from the formation. Colonel Dan tried to find the bomber's radio channel, but got only unintelligible voices through the German jamming signal. Prom Trotter had lost another engine and was sinking down through the formation, with other bombers skidding and turning to avoid collision with it. She's going, No plane that badly damaged can stay in the air. There goes the first parachute, then another. 3, 4, 5, 6, floating softly through the smoke-strewn air. 7, 8, 9, then the fort, its rear stabilizer missing, banked very slowly and fell nose first into a roll that would become a spin from which no B-17 could ever recover. Colonel Dan shivered. 9 parachutes. It was always like that. The pilot never got out. He had to hold her steady while the other kids jumped. No more college proms for that trotter. He'd be pinned to the inside of the fuselage by centrifugal force, thinking whatever men do think in the final few seconds of their sweet and too short life. They were through the worst of the barrage now. The target was behind them, marked by a column of dirty smoke. Turn. When the hell are you going to start turning? We're still heading east. Soon the German fighters would be back again. And this time the Mustangs would be nursing damaged bombers and wounded crews. He adjusted the throttle, mixture and pitch to the slowest setting. They would all have to accommodate to the speed of the cripples until the time came to abandon them. Now at last the turn was beginning. After releasing their bombs, the groups that had followed in file across the target dived gently to lose about 2,000 feet of altitude. This increased their speed out of the flak zone and, according to intelligence, made the gunnery predictors inaccurate. As the bombers banked for a gentle turn at the rally point, the lead group throttled back to let its accompanying high and low boxes draw abreast until the whole wing, of about 60 bombers, was stepped up across a mile of sky in a formation that would deploy its machine guns to maximum mutual advantage. By that time, some 6 miles behind them, the next wing had reached the RP and was completing the same intricate maneuver. Colonel Dan looked at his fuel gauge. He was running low. They all were, but he'd heard no bingo calls. Where the hell was the withdrawal support group? Suddenly, he found the bomber channel. Blackwood was calling the radio relay plane to send the strike signal. Payoff leader from Payoff Red 2. Bogies, 3 o'clock level. Colonel Dan clicked his radio button. He'd often told his pilots that it was sloppy procedure, but he sometimes did it himself when he was tired. Hell, he couldn't be tired already. The mission was far from over. Yes. He could see the Germans. They were flying on a parallel course, holding their position 20 or so miles to starboard. Colonel Dan pressed the radio buttons. The Fortress pilots were shouting about how well they'd clobbered the target, and someone was yelling about a near collision in the turn. Probably there was a ship with wounded pilots, or, worse, some engineer or navigator trying desperately to get her home. On the fighter channel he could hear his own pilots, their voices scratchy like knives across a metal plate. But the unintelligible words were unmistakably the breathless staccato cries and warnings that come from men in violent combat. I sure hope you know what you're doing. Tucker, thought Colonel Dan. He called Kevin Phelan again. Payoff Red 2. Are they twin-engine ships out there, you think? Got to be, said Major Phelan. You can see they've got fuel enough to bide their time. Over. Smart ass. Tell me if they look like they're coming in. Payoff Red 2. Just a little more gas, and we could have taken a poke at them. Over and out. He looked down. Hot tamale. The ship damaged over the target was holding on. Ships of the low squadron, of the low box, had opened formation to make way for her. The starboard wing was badly holed, and half her starboard stabilizer was torn away. So the Big Bird wanted to go round in circles, but the pilots were determined to fly her westwards. Its erratic course was a battle of wills. He looked from his clock to his fuel gauge. Where the hell was the withdrawal support group? His fuel was almost down to where he'd be forced to take this squadron directly home and abandon the bombers. Tucker, who'd taken the rest of the group to fight off attacks from the direction of Magdeburg, would have even less gas. For combat burns, gas more quickly. He flew on for another few minutes and then called Blackwood Leader to tell him the bad news. "So long, Blackwood Leader. Sure wish we could stay. Good luck. Over." The bomber formation leader was also watching the Messerschmitts out on the flank, but there was no way of knowing that from his voice. "Thanks, little friends," said the formation leader in a flat, emotionless voice, like a child playing out a scene from some Saturday matinee, pretending indifference to the fact that the fighter jocks were going back to hot showers and a steak supper, leaving them to be shredded by those Messerschmitts patiently tailing along. Colonel Dan took one last melancholy look at Hot Tamale. She'd never get home. The lead squadron position in that low box was called Purple Heart Corner. That was where those hungry Messerschmitts would sink their teeth. And a cripple was a choice titbit for some German kid who wanted to paint a victory on his tail tonight. He set a course for home and tried to forget about the charges he'd abandoned. There were times when flying a desk didn't seem so bad after all. And this was one of them. Over Holland he heard Tucker trying to raise base on his radio, but there were still storm clouds to the north and the electricity crackled in his ears, a sure sign that no radio message would be heard in England, and that meant that no one in England would hear any calls for help from Blackwood. Over the channel, Major Phelan, with his phenomenal eyesight, spotted Tucker's depleted formation and they joined up. "We have casualties, Payoff Leader," said Tucker, and Sparkplug Green Leader took his flight and left formation against my orders. "Roger." "Over and out," said Colonel Dan angrily. Sparkplug Green Leader was Lieutenant Morse. With him were Wine, Fairbrother, and that other pilot, Koeniger. It was raining by the time they arrived at Steeple Thaxted. Colonel Dan jealously guarded the group commander's privilege of landing first, and, as they formed into the landing pattern, he waited to see if Major Tucker would assume Slingshot's role to the end, but he was far too smart and called Colonel Dan on the radio to suggest that he be the first to land. "You'll go a long way, but Major Tucker," said Colonel Dan as he side-slipped in for a neat landing. Tucker didn't reply. Colonel Dan taxied the Wild Goose round the perimeter track to the blast pens where the headquarters aircraft parked. He saw the chief's jeep there and the airfield controller's jeep too. Butch Walton, Colonel Dan's crew chief, climbed on the wing to help unclip the harness and unplug the ganglia of wires and tubes that provided the life support system which made it possible to ride through the upper atmosphere. "You got a visitor, Colonel," said Butch. "A one-star general." The rain was drumming on the wings and hissing like a bagful of snakes as it hit the hot exhausts. In the airfield controller's jeep? Generals were seldom to be seen in open-sided jeeps getting splashed with muddy water. "That's him, sir. Landed here in a C-47 with 3-star insignia on the nose. Real top brass." Colonel Dan turned stiffly to see the general, knees up under his chin. Cramped into the front seat of the jeep, he looked as if he was enjoying it. The colonel eased himself out of the cockpit. He was stiff and sore and dehydrated. He needed a meeting with a general the way he needed 3 rounds with Joe Louis. He used both hands to haul himself out of the cockpit. "Sounds like he impressed you." "Butch." He hit the quick release of his parachute, dragged it round to take its weight on his shoulder, and clambered down. The line chief, who'd been listening, added, "This general's got a guy who just stands around writing notes for him and goes and gets him coffee and donuts. And even he's a major. That goddamn heater's on the blink." "Butch," said Colonel Dan. "I damn near froze. And the windshield keeps misting over." "I'll get on to that, Colonel," said Butch. His forehead wrinkled as if the colonel had complained about the table manners of his favorite child. "And for Christ's sake, do something about these relief tubes. Once they ice up, you piss all over yourself." The tarmac was rain-swept, and the jeep was mirrored in it so clearly that the vehicle and its reflection were one. The general in a beautiful white trench coat got out of the front passenger seat and waved the jeep away to its duties. Colonel Dan could see the group exec's jeep speeding across the apron in the distance, trailing fountains of spray as it hit puddles. Duke Scroll was holding tight to the windshield, trying to get to Colonel Dan before the general got there, but he didn't make it. "Colonel Badger, I'm Bonan from High Wycombe." Burdened by his parachute, Colonel Dan came to attention and gave the general a salute. Bonan smiled and touched the peak of his cap in a more casual acknowledgement of the military courtesies. "Any casualties, Colonel?" Colonel Dan pulled off his flying helmet and let it dangle round his neck. "All my pilots went into combat, sir. This squadron got a couple of German fighters without incurring casualties." He looked up to where the rest of the group was still in the landing pattern. "One of my squadron commanders was leading the group today, sir. They got into a big fight and were scattered. We'll have to wait an hour or so to know what's happened to everyone. Even then, someone might phone from another airfield when the weather's like this." "I know," said Bonan sympathetically. His white trench coat was going dark with the steady drizzle of rain. The exec's jeep screamed to a halt in a locked-wheel skid that made Colonel Dan flinch. The general didn't flinch. Maybe he was deaf? Duke climbed out of the seat almost before the vehicle stopped moving. There was another officer with him, but Colonel Dan didn't recognize the face and guessed that it must belong to the Donut Major. Scroll waved an imperious hand at Butch Walton to signal him to stow the colonel's parachute in the jeep. Then he gave the general a perfect salute. "Let's get out of this weather," said General Bonan. "You got somewhere we can talk?" He didn't have to add, "in private." "There's a squadron briefing room," said Colonel Dan, who kept his yellow Mae West on to remind the general that he'd just completed a hard day's work. "Just fine," said Bonan, climbing into the back of the jeep. Duke got in front and told his driver to go to the 199th Squadron's briefing room. Colonel Dan and the Donut Major squeezed in on either side of the general. Duke's jeep had no side screens. The fine rain soaked Colonel Dan's leather jacket and trousers, and mud splashed onto the Donut Major's sleeve, but the general stayed dry in the middle. Colonel Dan began to think this general was not so dumb. He watched Duke, twisting in his seat to light Bonan's cigarette, and smile at him from time to time. Duke's West Point training had left him with a great respect for rank. Those academy people treat generals the way high school cheerleaders treat football heroes, but Colonel Dan had never been to the academy. He'd come into the Air Force from flying mail routes, and generals didn't mean a thing to him. For him, the world was divided only into pilots and passengers. He waved away Scroll's offered cigarette. "This British weather is really something," said Bonan. "We've asked for building materials to put up a gymnasium," said Duke. "We can't even play football in this stuff. We've got volleyball teams, but nowhere to play." Duke turned to Colonel Dan, looked him full in the eye, and nodded sagely. Duke wanted to be quite sure that Colonel Dan understood what this conversation was all about. And Colonel Dan did understand. Duke was building up a defense against what both men expected the general to start talking about at any moment, the riots outside the Crown in Long Thaxted. "The men get low in spirits," said Duke to the general. "We see it reflected in the sick call reports. They go to the dispensary complaining of minor, maybe non-existent, problems, headaches, chills, and stomach upsets. I hope you're not asking me to provide an improvement in the climate," said Bonan. Duke smiled politely at the general's joke. "We need better entertainment facilities, sir. At present, the men either sit in their tents thinking about home or go down to the club for a beer." "Nice going, Duke," thought Colonel Dan. The Crown at Long Thaxted wasn't even listed as a contender. "Did you think of using a hangar?" said Bonan. "For volleyball and boxing." "We did that until October," said Duke. "But when the weather got worse, we couldn't spare the space anymore. We've got so much equipment that has to be kept dry and under cover." "Make a note of that, Major Price," said the general. The Donut Major plucked a notebook from somewhere under his layers of clothes and while the jeep stopped to let a newly landed Mustang taxi clear, managed to make a note in it. "We've got to attend to these things before trouble arises," said Bonan, as if that was some kind of command decision that only generals were capable of. "I will have that cigarette." "Duke," said Colonel Dan. Duke turned round and gave it to him. They smiled at each other, relieved at the knowledge that their visitor hadn't come to investigate the fistfights in the village. The jeep stopped outside the 119th headquarters hut. There was no one there but a duty clerk, and Duke sent him off to make coffee while he himself hurried ahead to turn on the lights in the briefing room. It was a small room, used only on the rare occasions when the squadrons were briefed separately. There were soft leather seats and kerosene heating that kept the temperature comfortable, and there were bright lights, writing pads, maps and telephones. Colonel Dan had no idea of what the general had come to tell him, but he might as well say it here. A mile away from all those keen-eared loudmouths who staffed Group HQ, Duke told the clerk to take down the shutters from the window. Now that the raid was over, the map and briefing boards were no longer secret, and the room badly needed a change of air. The general undid his fine, white trench coat, and the donut major took it from him. Colonel Dan's guess was confirmed. There was a large expanse of tunic without flying badges, but there were no ribbons either. Whatever his speciality, he was no academy man, as a look at his ring finger confirmed. "Did I hear you ordering some coffee?" said the general. Colonel Dan got a better look at him without his hat and coat. The general was a tall man in his middle 40s with wavy grey hair and a grey moustache. While the two men stood warming their hands at the stove, he was watching Colonel Dan as though he were an applicant for a highly paid job. Duke nodded and, with the major, slipped discreetly out the door to leave the two men alone. "Tell me about your group," said General Bonan. "Good kids," said Colonel Dan, "but they spent too long back home learning how to fly P-39s and P-40s against the Japs at 5,000 feet. Suddenly they're changing ships again and tackling the worst flying weather in the world while learning how to fight a different kind of war. 6 miles up. This board current?" "Today's mission," affirmed Colonel Dan. He pulled the curtains aside to reveal the map with its ribbons stretching to Brunswick. "We keep all the briefing rooms ready even when we know we're doing group briefing. I figure you never know when there'll be a change of plan that needs a squadron separately assigned." Bonan nodded and went to the board and rattled the slats that each bore a pilot's name. "The colored airplane shows the call color for the mission," explained Colonel Dan. "The airplane on the compass rose shows which runway to use. The blanks are for takeoff time, and the number is the compass course from base. We didn't use this room, so the briefing wasn't set up with final details. You don't leave much to chance, Colonel." "My headquarters staff are very experienced officers, sir." General Bonan was reading the names of the pilots. "You realize what happened today?" he asked over his shoulder. "The 2nd and 3rd task forces were recalled. I heard the order go out."
Except for the lead wing of the 3rd, they were close to the target and couldn't verify the signals. "What was it like, Colonel?" "Pretty rough, sir. The weather was clearer over the target and the Krauts were even throwing their night fighter units at us. This is their Battle of Britain, Colonel. That's what I told the Commander-in-Chief yesterday. This is their Battle of Britain. We're bombing them in the fatherland. They'll throw everything at us and they won't count the casualties. My boys are ready for that, sir." "I don't doubt it, Colonel." He turned away as if to look at the flight operations board again. Colonel Dan said, "We stayed with the bomber force as long as we could, sir." Bonan turned back to fix the colonel with light blue eyes which were opened wide, as if to express surprise or bewilderment. Colonel Dan was discomfited by the stare. "8 aircraft returned early," said the general. "Tell me about that. Over Holland on the outward leg, sir."
"We spotted enemy aircraft. Major Tucker detached 2 flights to investigate. I would have made exactly the same decision had I been leading, sir." "Very loyal of you, Colonel Badger." There was a knock at the door and the coffee arrived. Duke had even discovered saucers and spoons, but the sugar was in a tin that looked suspiciously like a carefully washed ashtray. Bonan stirred his coffee and said, "But your people didn't get close enough to identify them, so we'll never know if they were enemy. Might have been a couple of British Spitfires returning from a mission, might have been one of our weather flights. I don't have the details yet, sir." "But I do have them," said Bonan. "I attended their debriefing. I take it those jettisoned tanks were almost full?" "Yes, almost full, General. We'd only been using them for a few minutes." So wouldn't it be more expedient to use fuel from the drop tanks right from the time of takeoff? We always draw from the fuselage tank behind the pilot first. When that's down to about 30 gallons, we switch. Why? It's the standard operating procedure. General, the weight of fuel in the fuselage tank changes the ship's center of gravity. It's like carrying a passenger on a motorcycle. The weight's in the wrong place. We can't engage in combat with that tank full, and we can't empty it in a hurry either. Bonan pursed his lips. Were they really Germans over the Dutch coast? I don't know. General? Bonan took a leather cigar case from his pocket. Rey del Mundo. He held out the case to Colonel Dan. Corona's go. You can't get a better cigar than that. They say Winston Churchill smokes that same cigar. Colonel Dan took one. He didn't care if Groucho Marx smoked them. A good Havana was hard to find. Both men went through the ritual of smelling them, cutting them and lighting them. Colonel Dan wondered if the general was expecting him to chew the end off and spit it on the floor. He was eyeing him with wary interest. "Let me ask you again," said Bonan, peeling the band off his cigar. "Were those planes over the coast really Germans? Is it important?" "General?" Bonan didn't answer immediately. He got his cigar going with the kind of concentration that only fanatical devotees of good tobacco can muster. Colonel Dan knew the signs. Cigars were just about the only weakness his father had ever shown. Only when he'd tasted a little smoke did the general look up. 8 ships might have made a difference today. He was silhouetted against the window. The daylight was almost gone. Now, as he exhaled, smoke enveloped him in a shimmering box of bluish-grey light. 8 ships held back out of combat might have afforded the bombers another 30 minutes of escort time. No need to tell you what that would have meant to those boys out there. Bonan watched Colonel Dan smoking his cigar as though making sure he didn't ill-treat it. "That's right, General. Suppose the Germans put a fighter force on that coastline. Suppose they make just one faint attack on every fighter escort group we send over there." Colonel Dan looked at Bonan with a new respect. "I don't think they were Germans, sir, but if they were, I'd say they weren't in the kind of tactical disposition necessary to stage an attack of the sort you describe." Bonan nodded and smoked contentedly. "It just needs one bright Kraut to see that weak spot, and it could mean the end of deep penetration bombing missions into Germany. The 8th Air Force might just as well pack their bags and go home, for all the use they'd be in winning the war." Colonel Dan nodded as the general walked around the room. "And that would mean the end of any chance of us becoming a separate service after the war." "Geta," Colonel Dan said. "Sure," and tried to look as concerned as Bonan seemed to be, but in fact he cared nothing about the color of their uniforms and the chain of command in Washington. He just wanted to be allowed to fly. "You think your group spent too long training in the WWII," said Bonan. "Employing the Army's fancy name for the USA. That's not exactly what I meant." "General," the general held up the hand holding his cigar as if he were stopping traffic in Times Square. "I like a man with balls enough to be frank. You said these boys were overtrained and up at headquarters. My boss is inclined to agree with you. Some of my pilots have changed airplanes 4 times since they were assigned to this group. And now, in spite of this lousy winter, they've learned most of the tricks of high-altitude combat. I'd say we have an exceptional bunch of pilots here. General, they're combat-ready and raring to go." General Bonan went on walking round the room. His head bent and brow wrinkled. Colonel Dan stayed silent. Then the general went across to the window and looked out across the airfield. The light was fading fast, and the whitewashed farm buildings that marked the far side of the field glowed unnaturally bright, and the chimneys were smoking. "It's like a Christmas card," said the general. "How's that, sir?" "The British landscape, it's like a Christmas card. The rolling hills in the dusk, those thatched cottages and the cows. Did you ever read any Wordsworth at school?" "Colonel?" Colonel Dan knew very little about poetry, but he knew when he was being patronized, and he didn't like it. "There are more white farm buildings beyond that rise. When my boys come back, they pitch out over that spot. As they brake, they bring the throttle back and drop a little flap, and the gear to bleed off airspeed on downwind. They turn base leg abeam of that main runway and let the flaps go fully down so they have 140 on the dogleg to final. That way, they come over the fence with a nice 100 indicated. They glance up quick to be sure those white cottages and the farm beyond are exactly lined up, and they touch down real nice at 80 IAS. Colonel Dan tugged at his ear, but Bonan took no advantage of the pause. "You see, General, these Mustangs are unforgiving. They stall at 75, and it's the torque that flips you over on your back at the last minute. You don't walk away from that kind of crack up. So I tell my boys to make wheel landings. They keep their tails up, better visibility that way. And you're all ready to slam full power on and go around again." Colonel Dan scratched his arm. "Wordsworth? Was he some kind of poet or something?" The general looked at him with those wide blue eyes and held his gaze until Colonel Dan began to fidget with his life jacket. "I read you loud and clear, Colonel," he said quietly. "You want me to know that you expert flyers who understand about indicated airspeeds and doglegs to final should be calling the tune. Wingless wonders like me should go back to my nice comfortable HQ and read my Wordsworth and leave you to fight the war, lining up the farmhouses and dropping neatly onto the runway." Colonel Dan didn't deny it. They both knew that that was exactly what he meant. "I guess you didn't come all this way to check out my poetry, General?" Bonan smiled good-naturedly. "You didn't know where you were with a character like this. He wasn't like any of the other brass colonels Dan had ever met. You're right in thinking I wouldn't know how to line up my farmhouses and land a P-51 on your runway out there," Bonan admitted. "But you'd better start thinking that maybe you wouldn't be any kind of hot shot behind my desk at High Wycombe. I don't know what sort of work you do at HQ."
"Then I'll tell you," said Bonan, with more than a hint of malice. "I'm a troubleshooter. They send me along to sort out problems, problem airplanes, problem groups. Problem colonels?" At that moment, the sound of a Merlin engine rattled the furniture and made them both turn to the window in time to see 3 Mustangs of the 199th Squadron fly 50 feet high across the field and then climb gently to go into a circuit. 3 aircraft, a bad sign. Colonel Dan stood biting his lip as he strained his ears for the missing one. And finally it came. The engine coughing a little. The 4th man didn't try any fancy stuff. He went straight in and landed, while the others were circling. The colonel looked at the phone, but decided against calling to find out if they were all home. "I was going to say problem flyers. We've got none here, General. These pilots are as good as any you'll find in the Air Force. My group is fully operational."
"We can handle any assignment you want to give us." "Good," Bonan said, and smiled, taking his time. Colonel Dan had the feeling he'd played right into his hands. "The new strategy is to hit the enemy Air Force wherever he is found, Colonel Badger. We're hitting his factories every way we know how, and our formations are retaliating against his attacks with considerable vigor, but there's still a feeling that we're leaving the initiative to the enemy. There's the feeling that we should be seeking him out in his own backyard, bomb the airfields." "Strafe his fields," said Bonan, pausing to draw on his cigar. "Air reconnaissance photos have shown us that high-altitude bombers, and even mediums, aren't causing the Hun any lasting damage on his airfields. He jumps into his bomb shelter, and when we've gone, he repairs his hangars, throws dirt into the bomb craters, and is back in business within a day or two. But a low-flying pursuit plane can hit a field while the crews are resting and the fitters have still got their heads under the engine cowlings Before anyone knows what's happening, machine gun bullets are hitting his parked planes and the huts. Incendiary bullets are igniting gas tanks. We kill his air crews and his technicians and clerks, and from that time on, everyone around the place is scared shitless, so that they're running for cover every time a Messerschmitt comes in to land. No need to draw you a diagram, Colonel. You know what kind of damage a couple of Kraut fighters could do to your airfield if they came over the horizon in the middle of a working day. Damn dangerous, said the Colonel quietly. When I was flying mail out of St. Louis, back in the 20s, the dispatcher had flown with Frank Luke, the balloon-busting ace. The Germans had lined their guns up on those balloons. Flying through that kind of barrage was a damned sight more dangerous than flying a dawn patrol. How are we going to arrange your strafing attacks? We're not going to arrange anything, said Bonin. We're going to let the fighter pilots seek out targets of opportunity as they're returning from their escort assignments. They already do that, said Colonel Dan, and none of my boys are dumb enough to go after a Kraut airfield. They'll go for them, said Bonin, when they hear that you'll give them a victory for every German aircraft destroyed on the ground, as well as those destroyed in the air. What's the catch? No catch, he said. A plane destroyed either in aerial combat or on the ground will mean an officially credited kill. You mean a Virgin pilot could strafe 5 German planes lined up along the apron at Calais-Marc airfield just across the channel and come back half an hour later? An ace. That's exactly what I mean, said Bonin. He looked at Colonel Dan and nodded to emphasize his meaning. Colonel Dan walked closer to him, but didn't raise his voice even though he was angry. These are good kids, he said. The best. They fly and fight and they take their orders and they don't complain. They don't know a damn thing about Hitler or the Nazis or any kind of politics. They do what they do because they've been told it's for America. From the time you climb into your airplane, your ass belongs to Uncle Sam. That's what they say. No one's being ordered to attack. You're right. You're not ordering these kids to attack enemy airfields. What you're doing to them is worse. You're going to use the very spirit that brought them here to make them send themselves out to get killed. Correction, said Bonin. You're going to use it. It won't work. It'll work, Colonel Badger. Your boys will cheer to the rooftops when they hear about this new way of picking up kills, and they'll kick shit out of the Luftwaffe, Colonel, so that when 250,000 other American boys are landed on some French or Belgian beach this summer, they'll have a little less lead flying around their ears. When will the official order be promulgated? Bonin moved his cigar gently through the air so that it made small zigzags of smoke. We're not going to do it that way, Colonel. You'll just start crediting kills after seeing gunnery films of aircraft destruction. And soon the other group commanders will start doing the same thing. So that's what this is all about. You came down here to take a look at me and decide if I was the kind of guy you'd be glad to throw to the wolves if this thing goes sour. He didn't deny it. It won't go sour, Colonel. But why this group? Said Colonel Dan. Why not one of the more experienced groups, the 4th, the 56th, or the 355th? Why a group like this? Bonin stared at him, but didn't reply. Did you pick us with a pin? Said Colonel Dan. I'd like to know. General, I really would like to know. I have a reason, said General Bonin. A personal reason? Brigadier General Alexander J. Bonin. You're a general, said Victoria Cooper. You didn't tell us about this. These arrangements can foul up, Victoria. I never count my chickens before they hatch. I learned that in the banking business. You mean you wait until the check has been cashed? That's exactly what I mean, Bill. Victoria? She took his hat and coat. What about your driver? She asked. He'll be okay, he told her. I told him to take an hour off in Cambridge before going back to Steeple Thaxted. I'll phone the motor pool later on if I may use your phone. You had to go to Jamie's aerodrome. Was that by chance? He smiled. That word, aerodrome, was like something out of Jules Verne. There were technical developments and I could choose any fighter group that suited me. So naturally I chose Steeple Thaxted. That way I could invite myself to dinner. My father and mother were delighted. Alex, she frowned. Is it still all right to call you Alex? He laughed and bent forward to kiss her cheek. It certainly is. Victoria. She turned her face so that he kissed her on the lips. Congratulations. General, she said. Did you see Jamie? The squadrons were separated. They were still coming in when I left. She pressed her hand to her mouth and grew pale. Jamie flew today, and they were in battle? Is Jamie safe? Her hand gripped his sleeve tightly. Is he all right? How did you know the group was in combat? This is Cambridgeshire. Everyone knows that when the planes arrive home in ones and twos, it means they've been dogfighting. Jamie's safe. He'll join us in time for dinner, as arranged. He smiled and prayed to God that he was speaking the truth. You saw him, she persisted. Victoria, I'm not sure Jamie would like everybody to know he has a father on the staff, and I'm darn sure he wouldn't want me sticking my nose into his locker space while his buddies stand around saluting me. Of course you're right. General, forgive me. Nothing to forgive, he said. But he noticed that he was no longer Alex. Victoria's father was an untidy, red-faced man with white hair a little too long and sad brown eyes that ill-matched his friendly smile. He was the eccentric British professor, looking exactly the way so many of General Bonan's countrymen imagined such men to look. But there was shrewdness, too. One could imagine him in cotton shorts and a safari jacket, striding through the bush and waving his walking stick to quell a native uprising. His study was a comfortable book-lined room with some sagging, chintz-covered easy chairs and a reading light that had been repaired with pink-coloured medical tape. So you are Jamie's father, said Bernard Cooper, in a voice that was at once high-pitched and resonant. He's a fine lad, Colonel Bonan. You must be very proud of him. He searched the pockets of his ancient woolen cardigan until he found a silk handkerchief to clean his spectacles. General Bonan, Daddy. Victoria called over his shoulder as she closed the door. What? I say? General? Yes. For a moment, he showed the anxiety the British reserve for the social gaffe. Then, as his eyes came to the single stars that adorned Bonan's shoulders and perhaps detected the marks where the colonel's rank badges had been removed, General Bonan, my dear fellow, how wonderful, and this calls for a celebration. A bottle of champagne. Bonan desperately wanted to stop him. He knew what a bottle of irreplaceable French champagne represented to any British household. No, please, Dr. Cooper, just a glass of whatever you are drinking. But it was no use. He was out the door and into the garden before anyone could stop him. He came back, cradling a magnum of Krug. We made the cellar into an air raid shelter, he explained, as he wiped the bottle with a cloth, and put all the wine in the garden shed.
A little risky, sir, isn't it? Yes. It will break my heart if a bomb blasts it. But meanwhile, the whites need no chilling. By George, it's cold out there tonight. He eased the cork from the bottle and took half a dozen glasses from a corner cupboard. I'm a phony, Bonan confessed when they asked him about his promotion, and he explained how the Air Force had given him his commission. It was always best to clarify the position. Truth to tell, Bonan had no wish to be taken for some time-serving army officer who'd spent his life squinting down rifle barrels and organizing battalion boxing tournaments in godforsaken parts of Panama or the islands. Cooper listened while pouring 2 glasses and then picked one up to check the wine's clarity before handing it to his guest. It's politics, Bonan added as he took the glass and nodded his thanks. In what way? Half my working week is spent at committee meetings, said Bonan. Anything my general can't find time to attend. It's probably just the same in your job. Senior men have to delegate, Cooper nodded. As a colonel, and a newly commissioned one at that, I was low man on the totem pole. My commander's views never got across properly. But now you're a general, and I can bang my fist on the conference table, and everyone has to listen. Cooper laughed. Wonderful, he exclaimed. Wonderful. as if this explanation was some kind of amusing cover story that Bonin had dreamed up to conceal the fact that he was a war hero. "You were in the financial world before the war, so Jamie told me. I still have my office in Washington. My junior partner is looking after things while I'm away. We're investment consultants. We specialize in airplane manufacturing." "High capitalization," Cooper said. "Yes, with plant that goes out of date overnight and is worth nothing in terms of collateral."
Ever run across a chap named Willie Larkin? He put together a company that was to make some revolutionary motor car engine and went bust owing some $5 million, but he was in Washington. "You mean Lord Lorcaine?" "A frightful rogue," said Cooper. His grandfather took the name Lorcaine. He discovered that Larkin was derived from Lorcaine, an old Irish name. He thought Lorcaine was more suited to a lord, even a lord who'd made a fortune out of laxatives. "What?" Cooper grinned. "He had 2 Canadian partners," Bonin said, dredging the few facts he knew from his memory. "The designs and patents he showed us were laughed at by the technical people we talked to. As I say, a resourceful ruffian, but always a most amusing man at the dinner table. He got a double first at Balliol. I must have you both to dinner sometime. He works in the ministry nowadays. He's a distant cousin of my wife's, but she doesn't much care to be reminded of it. Our social get-togethers with the British were like taking an evening stroll across the Mato Grosso." Had Cooper waited to see what Bonin said about his wife's cousin before revealing the score? But what Bonin never was able to figure out about them was how much they enjoyed springing these devious traps. Had he expressed his contempt for Lorcaine? Would Cooper have joined in? And would he still have added that rider about his being a distant relative? And yet Bonin found a lot in common with Victoria's father. They'd both studied in Germany to serve the 6 months factory work required of engineering students in Germany. Bonin had gone to old Professor Junkers at his main plant at Dessau. At this same time, Bernard Cooper was studying psychology in nearby Leipzig. Both men spoke the language with some fluency, were interested in German history, and had made many good friends there. They talked guardedly. It was not fashionable, or even wise, to say much in favor of Germany, even pre-Hitler Germany, but Cooper was an amusing storyteller, and soon they were exchanging memories of Berlin bars, ski runs and day trips on the Zeppelin. "Is Adolf Hitler crazy?" Bonin asked eventually, the sort of damn fool question too many people ask as soon as they hear a man is a psychologist. But Bernard Cooper answered it in good faith. "No sign of that." Bonin. The fellow's devilish clever. I'd say he could teach Freud a thing or two about psychology. Bonin sipped at his drink. "I feel bad about inviting myself to dinner so shamelessly. And now drinking your delicious champagne." "Dr. Cooper, don't give it a thought. Old chap, your Jamie is most generous and gave us a memorable evening out. And in any case, these non-vintage champagnes lose vitality very quickly. Not much pop when I opened it. What? I've learned my lesson." Bonin. "I had 2 cases of Richebourg 1923 laid down, thinking that a great Burgundy, well looked after, must go on improving. I opened one of them on Christmas Day, 1941. The war news was grim. Leningrad surrounded, Hong Kong about to fall, your Pacific Fleet battered, and that damned Richebourg had faded to nothing. I could have cried." Bonin laughed. He supposed it was a joke, although you can never be quite sure with the British. "What could Hitler teach Freud?" he asked. Cooper was one of the big names in psychology. He looked forward to a memorable quote. Cooper grabbed something invisible out of the air and rubbed it into his hair. It was a lecturer's mannerism. "Freud showed us that man is not rational. Man is governed by emotion, by instinct, by images of himself that often prove quite unreal. Hitler has provided the grease paint and fancy costume, complete with Wagnerian music, so they can act out this grand guignol. It's all so alien to the Germany you and I know. But it's damned good psychology. You've touched a nerve, said Bonan. I feel I'm a fraud in this uniform, but I enjoy it just the same. Bernard Cooper sipped his champagne. You were at Steeple Thaxted today? Your first visit? My first visit to any fighter group in England, Bonan admitted. What were your impressions? I had a difficult decision to make today. Dr. Cooper. Bernard. General Bonan nodded. I had to assign a dangerous task to any one of a dozen fighter groups. He stopped. He was surprised to hear himself confiding his doubts to a stranger, but it was more a measure of his own anxieties than of Bernard Cooper's sympathetic ear. And you chose your son's group, said Cooper. I could see no other way, Bonan told him. It's an old-fashioned attitude, I suppose, but there it is. The damnable part of it is that I'm not sure the order is a wise one. I found myself arguing with a man who expressed many of my own doubts. The people you work with, your commander and so on. Do they know you have a son flying on operations? It's better they don't know. Cooper took the bottle and refilled the glasses. Are you quite sure? I'm quite sure, General Bonan said, and drank some champagne too quickly, almost coughing on it. If, in peacetime, I came to you for financial advice, would you conceal any special relationship you had with one of the contending parties? Cooper stepped back, held the bottle high, and raised an eyebrow before pouring a measure for himself. Bonan didn't answer. It wasn't a fair comparison, and Cooper must have known it. I'm not favouring the party with which I have a connection, Bernard. I'm selling my own son short, rather than use the special information I have to favour him. I know, said Cooper. A rotten position to be in, but I'm sure you did the right thing.
Yes, I did, Bonan said. But Cooper guessed that his morning phone call, inviting himself to dinner, had been made partly to make changing his mind about coming to Steeple Thaxted that much more difficult. Dinner will be ready in half an hour, called Victoria from the doorway, and Jamie phoned to say he's landed and is on his way over here. She looked at the bottle of champagne and the glasses. You beasts, she said. What about some champers for me and Mummy? Captain James, fair brother. The Germans came out of the sun, and Tucker's formation was being clobbered before any of them realized what was happening. Fairbrother saw lines of tracers going past his wingtip, and all he could think of was that the Coopers would be waiting for him at dinner that night, and now it looked as if he wouldn't be showing up. Radio discipline went all to hell. He recognized Tucker's voice calling Top Kick Leader, the commander of the 191st Squadron and part of Tucker's formation. But his voice was blocked out by curses and shouts of "break" as the Germans came in among them like tiger sharks through a swimming class. They were Focke-Wulf 190s, mottled grey, almost white, and flown by hotshot pilots. Judging by the way they rolled through them and climbed away still in some ragged semblance of a formation. There were 12 of them, a staffel, according to the intelligence notes, and on their first run-through they shot 2 of the Upsun squadron out of the sky and left Tucker's wingman, a kid named Baxter, flying haw-weary, trailing a thin white stream of coolant. "Stay with me," Tucker shouted, abandoning all radio discipline. There was no way to be sure whether he was talking to his wingman or to the whole formation. But before anyone could ask him, Baxter had rolled his plane onto its back, unlocked his harness, and was dropping out of his cockpit head first. Tucker, shaken by the loss of his wingman, opened his throttle, and they all chased after him as he took them up in a steep climb that was calculated to avoid the next devastating onslaught from the FWs above them. Fairbrother turned his head and saw them glinting in the sunlight as they came round for another attack. They were reforming into line now, figuring that their next pass would break the Americans up for individual combat. Tucker held tight and took them up and over in what would have been an Immelmann turn had the Germans not come in to attack before it was completed. Fairbrother stuck close to Earl Koeniger,
as any good wingman must, and Earl gave him a chance to put a German into his sights. Fairbrother fired a short burst, but the German touched his rudder without banking and slid away with no visible damage. Earl hung on to his own target long enough to put a few holes in its tail. Then they were out the other side, and Earl tipped his wing and took them into a tight turn that brought them back into the fighting again. The radio was still an unintelligible clamour. There were 3 parachutes below them. Fairbrother guessed the yellow one was German. The 2 white ones were American, one probably Baxter's. Earl found a stray Messerschmitt 10. These twin-engined fighters were slow, and Earl turned gently for a perfect deflection shot from 3/4 above. But the German seemed to sense he was there. Or perhaps he heard a warning on his RT, for he banked steeply away too quickly for Earl to follow him. But the German passed right across Fairbrother's sights. It was matte black all over, probably a night fighter summoned to this big daylight battle over the fatherland. He had no rearward gunner. The Messerschmitt's back cockpit was packed with radar gear for night interception. Fairbrother held tight to the stick grip, gave him the prescribed 3 rings of gun sight, and gently pulled the trigger. After the first gun camera pressure, he felt the gun's recoil kick the airframe. With mixed emotions of elation and horror, he saw his bullets eat through the thin metal airframe like a buzzsaw through a bundle of kindling. Earl slid neatly back to Fairbrother's wing. Their roles reversed. Fairbrother eased the stick to port and followed the German, still shooting. There was no way that any man could have stayed alive inside it. First, the wings went shiny as the bullets burned silver dollars out of the paintwork. Then the port engine stopped and trailed smoke as the transparent hood shattered and she went nose up to stall, and dropped away her port engine, flaming fiercely. But Fairbrother's world had gone suddenly black as the Messerschmitt's smashed engine dumped its oil over him and smothered his canopy. From the radio, Fairbrother could distinguish one voice, louder than the others. "Break! Cap! Break! Jesus!" And as Kibitzer shuddered under hammer blows of hits, he realized that he was the Cap, and it was Earl Koenig's warning him about a German on his tail. Blindly he kicked the rudder and turned away. It threw the German off his aim, but as Fairbrother turned, he knew his pursuer was right behind him, no doubt his finger tightening on the trigger as he followed into the turn and tried to bring him back into his gun sight. Now the airstream began to streak the oily canopy, enough for Fairbrother to get glimpses of the world outside. Probably Fairbrother would have become a Luftwaffe statistic right then had the cloud top not been so close. He dived into it, and after a last burst of fire that put some holes in Kibitzer's wingtip, his streaky world went dark again as the cloud pressed close upon the cockpit cover. Fairbrother checked his gyro horizon and eased back the stick until the rate of climb indicator steadied up. He continued straight and level for a moment or two, his hands trembling and his heart beating so fast that he could feel the blood pounding in his temples. "Jesus! Captain, where are you? You hit?" It was Earl's voice out of nowhere. "Earl, spark plug green 3. Are you above the cloud?" "Sure am. Cap, come on up here. All the other kids have packed up their toys and gone home." Fairbrother took Kibitzer up out of the cloud to find 3 P-51s circling lazily with the kind of confidence that the close proximity of cloud cover provides. Earl was slotted against Mickey Morse, with Rube Wine and Daniel on his other side. "Sorry, Earl," Fairbrother said breathlessly. "I should have seen that one. You did swell." "Cap," said Earl, "you did swell for a rookie service. Can you see okay? You're smothered in oil." MM's reaction was more restrained. He checked with Fairbrother for the course home. By now the whole squadron knew that Fairbrother was the conscientious one at taking notes at briefing and providing himself with homeward compass bearings from landmarks that might be spotted en route. Fairbrother peered through the oil-streaked canopy to see where they were. The cloud was broken cumulus, a legacy of the frontal system with endless altostratus riding on the cold air. To the north, over Hanover, the horizon was still dark with rain clouds. From this height, low enough to avoid trailing long white telltale figures of condensation behind, Fairbrother could see the light grey double line of the autobahn etched into the wintry landscape of dark green forest and bare brown earth. He knew that road from before the war. He remembered his father driving him at some crazy speed in order to dine with friends in a big mansion near Gütersloh. His father had hit a dog and refused to stop and go back. Even now he couldn't forgive his father for it. Sparkplug Green 4. "You sure this is the way home?" It was MM again. "I'm sure." Sparkplug Green Leader. There was always time for radio procedure when it didn't matter. Near the German-Dutch border, they saw Tucker leading a formation home and joined him. As they eased into position, Fairbrother could see no sign of Colonel Dan or Major Phelan or any of the other flights that had gone after the twin-engined Messerschmitts immediately before the first attack. He wondered what had happened to them, but decided against using the radio to ask Major Tucker. "Push it! Sparkplug Green!" It was Tucker's voice, now that they were in formation. Fairbrother eased the throttle forward to adjust to their speed. Kibitzer was an old banger, dumped on Fairbrother because he was a newcomer, but today she was especially temperamental. Ever since the fight with the Fokker Wolves, Fairbrother had been trying to persuade himself that the plane was behaving no worse than usual. But now that he'd opened the throttle to full cruising power, she was objecting. His first fears were for his coolant. He checked that the radiator shutter was open. That didn't help. Fairbrother had to face the fact that his engine had ingested a lot of German oil, and the plugs and supercharger were acting up. He watched the engine temperature needle climb and heard what had been no more than hiccups turn into splutters. Now, as the splutters became coughs, the needle went into the red sector. Fairbrother eased the throttle back. The needle steadied. But he lost formation until Earl slowed a little too and closed to wave encouragement. "Thanks." "Earl, on the radio, Tucker called. "You hear me? Sparkplug Green Leader, this is Slingshot. This is Slingshot." MM didn't answer Tucker's call. Instead, MM and Rube throttled back to stay with Earl and Fairbrother. "Sparkplug Green 4, you're making oily smoke." Earl's voice. Fairbrother tried pumping fuel by hand. For a moment it all looked good. Even the engine quietened, but it was no more than a temporary expedient. "This is an order from Slingshot. Sparkplug Green Leader and Green 2, 3 and 4, you're straggling behind, pull in tighter. You're all over the sky." Tucker had no time to watch over his flock. He was taking a direct course for home instead of skirting the heavily defended towns. As they crossed Hilversum, they could hear the hum of the flak radar in the earphones, and the next moment they were buffeted by an uncomfortably well-aimed salvo. More anti-aircraft guns joined in, and now that they had confirmed the range, it wasn't only the black puff of the 8.8 centimeter gun smoke, but the larger brown 10.5 centimeters too. They were at 26,000 feet. And although intelligence insisted that 88s weren't dangerous at that altitude, there seemed to be plenty of little black men up here and even above them. "Damn it, Sparkplug Yellow Leader. Will you remember that I'm leading the group today? Stay at this altitude until I tell you otherwise." It was Tucker, shouting at a flight commander who was trying to put a little space between himself and the flak. If Tucker had had any intention of gaining altitude, Sparkplug Yellow Leader's anticipation of it changed his mind. Tucker steered a few points north, but another salvo proved that radar estimations had been fed into the predictor. There was something uncanny about the way the flak kept coming at them, guessing their intentions. With each salvo getting closer, Fairbrother could smell the cordite in spite of his close-fitting oxygen mask, and now he was able to see the orange flash of the gunfire. a sure sign that the flak was dangerously accurate. "Jamie's kid, you're still making oily smoke." It was MM's voice. The airflow had cleared the oily canopy as much as it was going to. Fairbrother waved to Earl, who was twisting his neck to see him. By now they were passing over the outskirts of town, and the gunfire was lessening. For a few minutes they flew on peacefully. Then there came more and more jamming as they went through the coastal region, where German radar defenses were concentrated. A pulsating whine made Tucker's voice difficult to hear. "Spark plug green leader," he was saying. "This is Slingshot. For the last time, and this is a direct order. Pull in close." "Tucker," said MM, speaking deliberately and distinctly and well aware of the other pilots listening to him. "You take your big yellow ass out of here and leave me be. I never left one of my boys limping, and this isn't going to be the day I start." There was no response. Tucker had decided it was better not to have heard MM's call, and soon he was worrying about the intense gunfire coming up at him from Amsterdam, a region shaded in red cross-hatching on all operational maps. MM didn't fly over Amsterdam. As Tucker and the rest of the formation pulled ahead, the four stragglers skirted the built-up areas. Fairbrother saw the Dutch coast with mixed feelings. There was a lot of very cold grey water between here and England. All he asked was that the prop keep turning until he was within gliding distance of the far shore. He coaxed Kibitzer along with soft words of encouragement. They were the very last to land. The debriefing room was empty except for Doc Goldman, the flight surgeon, and his medic, Corporal Walker, an old man of 40. They were sitting in the corner talking and laughing together. Fairbrother wondered if they had been sampling the mission whiskey. "Is Vince Madigan around?" MM asked Goldman after he'd swigged his whiskey. "Vince had to get back to his office," said Doc Goldman, a small bespectacled New Yorker who seemed incapable of knotting his tie so that it didn't twist up under his collar. "Is Vince avoiding me or something?" said MM without expecting a reply. He hammered the side of the machine to dislodge a jammed Coca-Cola and held the ice-cold bottle against his forehead. "He told me the New York Daily News reporter wanted to see me." Doc Goldman made a face and said, "I heard something about that." The room was hazy with tobacco smoke and littered with Coke bottles and empty paper cups. The intelligence officer debriefed the four pilots together. He knew all the missing pilots and played a regular bridge game with Baxter. He was still trying to convince himself that his friend might be limping back across the channel. But Fairbrother knew Baxter was lost. He'd seen him bail out. He felt sorry for the I.O., who was becoming too emotionally involved to stand the strain of the debriefings. When they went into the locker room, Tucker was there with the chaplain. They were sorting through the personal effects from Baxter's locker. Both men looked up as the four pilots came in, trailing parachutes and flying gear. Tucker had combed his hair and put on his tie and a carefully pressed jacket. The wine waiter always looked ready to go on parade. He'd thoroughly enjoyed West Point. His eyes moved quickly across their faces, and nervously he ran a fingertip along his hairline moustache. "Thank God you guys are home safe," said Tucker. He turned to the chaplain. "Fairbrother's plane was hit in combat, Father. It's a miracle he got it home." "Miracles are my department," said the chaplain in mock admonition. He was a ruddy-faced captain of about 45, wearing a tan service trench coat with the thick woolen liner buttoned into it, so that he was bulgy and shapeless. He guessed which of them was the miracle and studied Fairbrother with sad, grey eyes. "Tell me, Captain, did you pray?" "I did." "Father, and God heard you. Looks like he didn't hear Baxter," said MM, going over to see the personal effects the men were examining. "Baxter was lucky too," said Tucker, glaring angrily at MM. "Baxter bailed out unhurt from a damned dangerous, begging your pardon, Father, dangerous mission." MM fingered Baxter's family snapshots and helped himself to a packet of gum. "Any mission you're leading is dangerous," said MM. "We're all lucky to get back." Tucker's already pale face went white with fury. What do you mean by that, Lieutenant Morse? Tossed his parachute onto the bench and it landed noisily as the metal fittings and straps slid to the bare floor. I mean, you always choose to lead the really rugged missions. Major, it's a well-known fact that you are the most intrepid birdman in the European theatre of operations. Turned to Rube Wine and Earl Koenige. Ain't that right, boys? Shoot, said Earl, always ready to back up, even if it meant crossing his squadron commander. That's just what Rube was saying to me when we were looking through my collection of pressed flowers this morning. He looked at and was pleased to see him smile. The chaplain scooped Baxter's possessions together into a brown paper bag, picked it up, and said, I really should be getting along. Major Tucker threw his flying boots into his locker and slammed the steel door and locked it. Before he left the room, he turned to look at the four of them. Colonel Dan knows you disobeyed an operational command today. Morse, the exec will be wanting to talk to you, and I don't want any of you 4 pilots to try leaving base until I give you personal permission. Tucker, said I shot down 2 Huns today. That puts me 2 ahead of any pilot in this group. Vince Madigan has fixed it so that a reporter from the New York Daily News does a story on me. How would you like me to tell them I got a yellow-bellied squadron commander? This threat seemed to amuse Tucker. He smiled and said, I wouldn't advise anything like that, Morse, not with the reporter from the Daily News. Disconcerted by Tucker's response, rubbed his face reflectively and persisted with his joke. Come to think of it, that might be just what you need for a job on the staff. The Japanese staff, for instance. I guess they've got yellow bellies there. No one would notice. Earl laughed nervously, as if desperately hoping that Tucker would join in the fun. Rube Wine shook his head and said, Jesus. Mem, you sure have got a sense of humor. You insubordinate bastard, said Tucker to I would have made mincemeat out of you at the point. Yeah, said affably, but I would have made mincemeat out of you at flying school. Right, Major? Tucker banged the door and left. He'll get you, Earl warned. He's a real means. But Tucker, he'll find a way to get you. That's what they told me about Hitler, said But he's still trying, ain't he? I don't like the way Tucker smiled when you told him about the Daily News, said Rube. That bastard's up to something.
Forget him, said I already have. Fairbrother buttonholed as they dumped their flying gear into the equipment racks. Thanks a lot, I sure appreciate it. What for? Said turning away as if expecting no answer. Staying with me out there. Maybe I should go and explain what happened to Major Tucker. Forget it, said You think I'd leave you out there in the big empty space? Shit. You're the only dope who'll lend me money. After Fairbrother had showered and changed, he phoned the Coopers to tell them he was on his way. There was no problem in borrowing a jeep for the evening. None of the other pilots wanted to leave base. Several had claimed victories at the debriefing, and now they were sitting in the bar, waiting for the photo lab to finish processing the gun camera films that would settle any arguments. But the prevailing mood was one of despondency. The 195th Squadron pilots were particularly low. They'd lost 2 pilots on that first pass. One of them was Boogie Bazzelli, the noisy kid from Tallahassee, Florida, who played piano like a pro and on Sundays provided music for the chapel. The other casualty was captain of the softball team. Both men were popular, and there were arguments about whether they'd been seen to bail out safely, as their friends insisted, or whether both ships had tumbled out of control, as other eyewitnesses reported to the intelligence officer. Either way, their absence was keenly felt, and, after a few drinks at the bar, some were insisting that Major Tucker had led them into a trap. Fairbrother arrived at the Cooper's house in time for dinner. It was a rather ugly red brick mansion in a beautiful part of Cambridge not far from the Backs. There was a large garden and at the front a few trees and a gravel drive where he parked the jeep, having removed its rotor arm as the regulations stated in order to guard against theft. Victoria opened the front door even before he rang the bell and embraced him with great ardor.
You were flying. Jamie, she said, almost choked with emotion. Thank God I didn't know. I would have died of worrying. Was it terrible? He took his time before answering. It wasn't terrible, he said. I shot down a German plane. Jamie! She stepped back and stared at his face as if expecting some change in the way he looked. You did what? I shot down a German plane, he said. Where? Somewhere between Hanover and Bielefeld. It was cloudy. Will it be confirmed? Give me a kiss, he said, and embraced her again. He hadn't expected her to be like this. He hadn't understood the British cold-blooded determination to win the war at all costs. They kissed for a long time, then nuzzling against his shoulder. She said, Will it be confirmed? Your victory? No one can deny it, he said. My film will show him breaking apart. That's wonderful. She hugged him, a schoolgirl's gesture, the hug given to the girl who won the netball match. Daddy has champagne open to celebrate your father's promotion to general. Now it will be a double celebration. Tomorrow, Vicky, he said, or maybe the day after. But for today, let's keep it between you and me. But why, darling? Isn't this something to celebrate? Something you'll want to tell your children? In anyone else, he might have found this insistence unattractive, but Victoria could say such things with the innocent curiosity of a child. I killed a man today. Vicky. I saw him burn. It's not something I want to celebrate, and I doubt if it will ever be something I'll be proud to tell my children about. I love you so much. Jamie, don't ever leave me. Are our fathers getting along together? She laid her head against his shoulder for a moment, then looked up at him. You said you were a wingman. You said your job was just to protect your leader. You said it wasn't dangerous. How did you come to shoot down the German? It was an accident, he said flippantly. Don't treat me like a child. Jamie, it's just geometry, three-dimensional geometry. Sometimes the two planes turn tightly in an attempt to get a sight on an enemy, and the wingman, inside the turn, becomes the leader, and the two pilots change roles. It's difficult to explain. I guess it's like dancing. She pushed him away to arm's length, holding on to his sleeves while she looked up at his face. Let's hope it's not too much like dancing, darling, she said mischievously. Having already tried to improve his ballroom dancing, she'd abandoned him as unteachable. And are our fathers getting along together? He asked again. Jamie, it was a different voice now. It's quite amazing. I've never seen Daddy quite so relaxed as he is with your father. They've even been telling dirty stories. Have you been eavesdropping? She blushed deep red. Yes? I listened at the door. You terrible girl. Let's go and say hello to your mother. She held on to his arm so that he couldn't move towards the kitchen, where he could hear her mother working at the stove. Jamie, said Victoria. You make me ashamed. He stroked her hair. Suppose that tonight there was some young German in Hanover opening a bottle of champagne to... He kissed the top of her head. Exactly. Vicky, he said. Captain James Fairbrother looked around the dining room. Nothing had changed since the last time he'd visited the house 2 days before, to share dinner with them and play bridge. The dark mahogany sideboard held the same collection of antique silver that had been in the family for several generations. An oil painting of Victoria's grandfather still dominated the room, and the same bone-handled knives were as blunt as he remembered them being. The Coopers were unchanged. Her mother's wavy hair was no less and no more grey at the temples, and she was still a rather beautiful middle-aged lady with the same nervous smile as she apologized for their wartime food. Everything was the same, and yet everything had changed. He had changed. He'd been strapped tight into the narrow confines of a P-51, flown it across Western Europe, and come back again, 1,000 miles. He'd killed a man, come close to dying, and been more frightened than he'd ever dreamed was possible. Of course, everything was different. The boy who'd played bridge with the Coopers the other day would never return again. For better or for worse. He was a different man. "It's a young man's war." "Bernard," his father was saying. "All wars are," said Dr. Cooper. "We teach our children that life is a trial of strength, and then we're surprised to find that they believe us." Cooper was an amiable old card, the sort of figure Hollywood casting agencies sent to play eccentric professors. Jamie's father would never grow old gracefully the way Victoria's father was able to do. Alexander Bonin resisted the onset of middle age as he'd resisted so much else in his life. As he'd resisted so much of what marriage and fatherhood demanded, he was lean and handsome and energetic, and above all, he was smooth and charming, giving Victoria a smile. He said, "Your father's too erudite for me. Victoria, did I teach you that life was a trial of strength? Jamie, you showed me it was." Jamie Fairbrother was too tired to think of some polite evasion. It was simpler to speak the truth. "You always won. You got the best deal, the bigger margin, or the shrewdest investment." "Did I?" said Bonin, genuinely puzzled. His son had hurt his feelings. On the one hand, he was pleased to believe that what Jamie had said was true, and yet he recognized that his tone of voice was reproachful. "For you," said Bonin defensively, "I did whatever I did for you, and for your mother." "Sure," his son said, and tried to heal the wound. "Why do you say a young man's war?" said Dr. Cooper. Jamie saw Mrs. Cooper frown to show that she did not want to talk about the war. But Bonin didn't notice, and Cooper paid no attention. Jamie's colonel, commanding the group out there at Steeple Thaxted, is 36 years old. A youngster his age is measured in the world of commerce, but already he's too old to command a fighter group. "Colonel Dan's a fine flyer," said Jamie Fairbrother. "No doubt he is," his father replied. "Flew the mail routes back when Lindbergh was doing the same thing. Sure, I looked up his record, no doubt about his flying ability, but by the Army's standards, too old to command a combat group." Jamie Fairbrother found some element of retaliation in his father's description of Colonel Dan Badger. Jamie had no doubt that Colonel Dan's failings were social rather than operational. Alexander Bonin would not appreciate the gum-chewing, rough-spoken airman who'd flown more missions than any group commander had to, and who had recently offered an insubordinate staff sergeant a chance to fight him in the boxing ring. "He's not exactly West Point," said Jamie. "I'm not exactly West Point myself," said his father, "but that doesn't mean I fail to see the value of the sort of professional training men from the Point have behind them. West Point training is just fine for infantry officers, for the Signals Corps and the Ordnance Department, and the cavalry officers who have to calculate how much hay to feed to their tanks. But the Air Force is something else again. Pilots have to be able to improvise or to think quickly. I worked many long months trying to teach men to fly airplanes. The Point doesn't produce many natural pilots. There are plenty of exceptions, Jamie," his father said. He looked round the table. Jamie's squadron commander, a young West Pointer named Tucker, is an example of a career soldier who's carved a name for himself as a fighter pilot. "Right, Jamie?" He had already resolved never to discuss the group personnel with his father. It was surprising that the general didn't see what a slippery slope that would be for his son, but his entire business career had benefited from whispered confidences in smoky rooms. "Does he have a reputation as a fighter pilot?" Jamie asked, keeping his voice level. His father put his fork down on his plate. "Major Tucker will end the war with a star on his shoulder." Bonin pointed at his own shoulder, just in case there was any doubt in their minds about what Tucker was going to get. A cadet makes friends, and now some of Major Tucker's West Point classmates are rooting for him in Washington, and at High Wycombe too. Observing the unenthusiastic look on his son's face, he turned to Dr. Cooper. "Do you see anything wrong with that, Bernard?" Dr. Cooper was cautious. "It's the way the world is. Jamie, he said, apologetically, I've been grateful for favors from old school friends of mine. It's asking too much of human nature. I mean, we ask men to give their lives for their friends in war. Shall we then punish them for granting friends a favor afterwards? I guess not. Dr. Cooper, said Jamie Fairbrother. His father always got the better of such arguments. He remembered the time, so long ago, when his father had explained why it was impossible to turn back to attend to the dog they had hit. It was miles to the next autobahn exit and against the law to stop a vehicle on the road. Perhaps his father was right. Perhaps the hostility was in Jamie's heart. You're no longer married to Jamie's mother, General Bonan. Jamie had watched Mrs. Cooper wrestling all through dinner with what he now realized was this opening. Now she raised her linen napkin to her lips, as if regretting that she'd blurted it out, and kept her eyes averted from her husband, whose face had stiffened. Of course his father didn't mind her direct question. He smiled and took a deep breath as if he relished the opportunity to talk about Jamie's mother. You and Dr. Cooper will love Jamie's mother, just as I still love her. She's gentle and kind and understands music and art, and has all those priceless gifts that Jamie inherited from her. We separated and divorced long before the war, but I write to her still. Victoria glanced at Jamie, and he winked at her, and to Cooper said, I hope this is not... He didn't finish telling Bonan what he hoped it wasn't, but he got an answer anyway. Not at all. She's a wonderful woman, and she deserves the happiness her new husband, Bill Fairbrother, has provided for her. To Jamie, his father's obvious distaste as he mouthed the name of Jamie's stepfather was almost comical, but apparently he had conveyed to the others a heartfelt sincerity. The general looked round the table, lingering a moment on Jamie, who nodded his approval of these sentiments. Reassured by his son's response, he enlarged upon his ex-wife's affluent lifestyle and the big house overlooking the Pacific Ocean near Santa Barbara, where the Fairbrothers now lived. It's simply wonderful, said Mrs. Cooper. What is wonderful? Mother? Victoria asked her. Was her mother admiring Jamie's father, or the prospect of being divorced from him? That you can all remain such good friends, said Mrs. Cooper. She touched her hair. I've always wanted to go to California, she added, inconsequentially. Was Victoria as complex a creature as her mother? Jamie wondered. Dr. Cooper was straightforward enough, always allowing for the fact that he was not only a Britisher, but also the father of a girl Jamie was having an affair with. But his wife was less easy to understand. Essentially feminine. She was able to chatter but say nothing, ask questions and require no reply. It was as if she had already decided whether Jamie Fairbrother was a suitable match for her daughter, but was not yet prepared to reveal her decision to anyone in the world. Dr. Bernard Cooper, your rabbit pie was delicious, dear, Bernard Cooper told his wife after their guests had departed. Thank you, Mummy, said Victoria. It was a wonderful evening. And you worked so hard. And what about me? Said her father. Didn't I work hard too? Opening the champagne and telling your joke about the drunken air raid warden. She kissed her father and put her arm round him with a sudden movement that surprised him. Of course. Thank you both. Your father hates rabbit, said Mrs. Cooper. It's not a dish I will hunger after when this wretched war is over, admitted Dr. Cooper. But General Bonan called it a chicken pie, so I think it must count as a culinary triumph. Well, when, after the war, we return to having a full-time cook and housemaid, you'll not be asked to eat my rabbit pie or any of the other dishes I slave over. No offence, dearest, said Dr. Cooper, who secretly doubted whether they would ever again be able to afford domestic servants. He wondered to what extent his wife realized that she was sentenced to cooking and house-cleaning for the rest of her days. To think of that poor man, managing without a wife all these years, said Mrs. Cooper. It's not fair on the children. I've always said that. I know nothing of psychology, but I'm sure there's no greater gift for a child than a happy and harmonious home life, What scars it must have left on Jamie. He seems normal enough, said Victoria. In his lectures, your father says that any sort of trouble in childhood leads to emotional breakdowns in later life. Isn't that so, dear? Bernard Cooper was tempted simply to nod, but no expert can tolerate hearing his theories distorted and misrepresented to such an extent. Genetic or environmentally induced neurotic conflict initiated in childhood is often repressed and forgotten forever, causing no problems in adult life. It's the combination of childhood anxieties plus adult stress that triggers physical and emotional symptoms severe enough to require treatment. Mrs. Cooper's face had tightened as her husband provided his explanation. She'd heard enough psychology to last her a lifetime. She stopped listening, waiting patiently for him to finish, knowing that her departure now, or a deliberate change of subject, would make him bad-tempered for days. War brings such extremes of stress, Cooper went on, speaking as much to himself as to his wife and daughter, that even the mildest of childhood anxieties are enough to produce clinical neurosis. I was bound to notice young Jamie's physical fatigue tonight, as well as the way he sought his father's approval, often the sign of the kind of insecurity that can lead to problems. Mrs. Cooper waited politely to make sure her husband had finished before beginning to gather up the unused cutlery from the table. Why don't you make yourself comfortable by the fire while we're washing up? I'll put the milk on and we'll have a cup of cocoa before going to bed. Bernard Cooper took her advice. Pleased that she didn't expect him to dry the dishes, his wife's question had started him thinking about both guests. General Bonin was a compulsive, if not to say obsessional, personality, conditioned by the business world in which he found the sort of peer group respect that such men need. But now his duty had become a rationale for demanding too much from others, and far too much from his own limited emotional resources. Was there within him some deep-felt desire to sacrifice what he loved most, his son, upon the altar of war? And did the son, in some dreadful fashion, perceive it, as all sons instinctively share the mental state of their fathers? Bonin loved his son, as every father must love his child, and the son could not respond with equal love. For that is the fundamental and tragic truth of human biology. For if children did love their parents with that same consuming passion, they would never leave home, and the world would end. Cooper stared at the flickering fire. He wished he could help his wife reconcile herself to their daughter's need to leave home. But he could not. The relationship between mothers and daughters are unfathomable, even for a psychologist of note. Men compete with their sons, but mothers devour their daughters. Devour them. There was no other word for it. From where he was sitting, he could hear his wife talking to Victoria in the kitchen. They were washing up, or clearing away, or performing some other household task, the tedium of which was echoed in the listless tone of their voices, and yet Cooper had lived in a household of women too long to miss the meaningful undercurrent that so often runs beneath such undramatic tones. I adore Jamie, darling. You know I do, he heard his wife say, but I was surprised to notice that he wears perfume. It's not perfume, Mother, said Victoria patiently. It's called aftershave lotion. Most of the Americans use it. And talcum powder on his face, continued Mrs. Cooper, as if she hadn't heard Victoria. I can't imagine an English boy using cosmetics. They'd think it rather effeminate. I can assure you Jamie is not effeminate. Mother, and that large gold wristwatch, continued Mrs. Cooper, anxious lest Victoria enlarge on her testimony to Fairbrother's masculinity, and the gold identity bracelet he wears. I'm surprised you can't see him as something of a mother's boy. Bandon, he heard Victoria put the potato peeler, or whatever it was, down on the wooden draining board with a loud bang. Women spoke to each other by means of these abrupt actions. He'd witnessed the same sort of thing among his office staff. I love Jamie, said Mrs. Cooper again. You know I do, darling. I'd hardly have gone to all that trouble cooking for him if I didn't. Later that night, as Dr. and Mrs. Cooper prepared for bed, Bernard Cooper mentioned Jamie's obvious deep affection for Victoria. "Victoria behaves like a slave to him," said Margaret Cooper. "They're in love," he told her. "For him it is nothing but a fling." She pronounced that final word as if it was an obscenity. "He'll go back to America and forget her just as soon as the war is over." "Why do you think that, darling?" he asked her mildly, hoping for a more reasoned answer. His wife flared up at him as if she'd been bottling up the answer all evening, as in fact she had.
"And if he takes her away with him, will that be better? We'd never see her again. Do you realize that? Your precious daughter will be 6,000 miles away." Cooper sighed. Poor Margaret. She could foresee only two alternatives. Either her daughter would be the spurned plaything of an effete foreigner, or she would leave them forever. Perhaps it was just as well that Margaret had a husband upon whom she could vent her anger.
Captain Vincent H. Madigan. In civilian life, Vince Madigan had held many different jobs. An English Lit degree from NYU is not a passport to the Pulitzer Prize, or even to a well-paid job on a newspaper. After college, Madigan sold lawnmowers, delivered laundry, and caddied for a swank golf club before getting a job he liked on a good newspaper. At last he was happy. His coverage of the opening of the Queen's Midtown Tunnel, mayor cut ceremony, lady guest cuts tape, got him a byline, so it was unfortunate that his dismissal came so soon afterwards as a result of an affair he had with the advertising manager's daughter. On that newspaper, the ad manager had some of the biggest advertising accounts in his pocket, and when the editor had to choose between them, Vince Madigan wasn't a serious contender. It was 1940, Madigan was 29 years old, and there was an army recruiting officer next door to the sandwich counter where he regularly had lunch. His eventual assignment to the European Theatre of Operations as a public relations officer with the 220th Fighter Group was just as casual. When at Fort Benning, he saw the request on the bulletin board for officers with experience with the press or public relations for training and assignment to the Air Force. He put in his application without even finding out what a PRO had to do. The Army sent the volunteers away on a course of instruction during which it became increasingly clear that the Army wasn't too certain what a PRO was supposed to do either. When he arrived at Steeple Thaxted, he found a PR office already functioning. A technical sergeant had opened files on all personnel and had cockpit photos taken of the pilots. Press releases were produced regularly. Much of the smooth functioning of the office was due to the efforts of a thin, assertive, private first class named Fryer. A graduate in journalism from the University of Maryland, Fred Fryer was young enough to believe he knew more about public relations than anyone else on the base, and was foolish enough to try to prove it. But there were many jobs that the PFC was not permitted to handle. With an operational group such as the one at Steeple Thaxted, Captain Madigan knew it was important to be present at the debriefing when the planes returned from a mission. His sergeant took a photographer round the hard stands to cover any battle-damaged planes or pilots reenacting their victorious combats. PFC, Fryer remained in the office to answer the phone in case Hitler suddenly surrendered. It was standard operating procedure, SOP, as the Army calls it, that fighter pilots got a shot of whiskey on landing after a mission. This came courtesy of Uncle Sam and was issued by the flight surgeon, but when Doc Goldman was on duty at debriefings, he allowed Vince Madigan to pour it for the boys. He knew it gave him a chance to get stories from them. On that dark January afternoon, after the long flight back from Brunswick, the boys needed that shot of whiskey as few of them had ever needed a drink before. The group had lost 3 planes, and Morse's flight with Wine, Fairbrother, and Koeniger wasn't back yet. The strain of the flight was evident in the hollow eyes and drawn grey faces. There was none of the usual shouting and laughing during the debriefing session. The voices were high-pitched, a sign of fatigue, and tinged with hysteria. Harry Costello had seen his roommate, Boogie Bozelli, shot to pieces. The two boys had grown up together in Florida. They found Harry sitting in the latrines. sobbing his heart out and incoherent with grief. Doc Goldman gave Harry a shot that quietened him down, and then two of his friends half-carried him back to his quarters. "How did it go today?" "Spurrier?" Madigan asked Major Tucker. "It was rough, Vince," Tucker said, taking a whiskey and drinking half of it in one gulp. "With most of the heavies called back, the rest of them took a lot of punishment. We were flying on fumes by the time we landed." "Is Bobby Baxter here yet?" said Madigan. "I've got some beautiful air-to-air photos of him. You'd better send them general delivery." "Berlin," said Tucker. "Baxter took to his chute while we were still over the target." "Poor Bobby," said Madigan. Baxter had been Tucker's wingman since before Tucker began to lead his squadron. "It's these Merlin engines," said Tucker. Baxter was spewing coolant. It had never happened to him before. He got scared. Tucker was trembling. He saw Madigan watching him and drained the whiskey from his paper cup. "Fairbrother had worse trouble," said Tucker. "But Fairbrother nursed his ship along, and that Kibitzer is a shitty airplane. Where is Jamie?" "I left the rest of the flight with him," said Tucker. "He'll be here soon." Then he crushed his empty paper cup and said, "Baxter got scared." He threw the paper ball into the wastebasket with violence enough to show that he didn't want to talk about it anymore. Madigan liked Major Tucker, and yet he could never resist needling him. He said, "I hear Mickey Mouse got another Nazi today. Someone said they think he got 2. Tucker grunted. "We're bringing the group total up toward the 100 mark now." "Spurrier," Madigan told Tucker. Tucker didn't answer, and Madigan turned to watch the room. One day he would write about this, a series of articles for a newspaper or magazine, but would he ever be able to convey the tense atmosphere of this scene? The room was big, made dark by the rain clouds and gathering dusk outside. Half a dozen electric light bulbs hung low over the pine-top tables, shedding warm yellow light onto the papers, pencils, and maps. Discarded scarves, flying gloves and helmets were pushed aside as pilots argued, demonstrated and contradicted each new account of the mission they'd flown. At the other end of the room, the pilots waiting to be interrogated stood around in small groups, not talking, just staring and thanking whoever it was they prayed to that they were back in one piece. Even the ones who'd finished their debriefing didn't leave immediately. It was as if they gained some comfort from standing with their friends in that room. 100, said Tucker. "Is that what you publicity hounds are telling them?" "We're getting real close," said Madigan. "We're getting close," said Tucker. "How many of those Huns did you knock down with your typewriter, Vince?" Madigan smiled. "Jesus. It's a good thing I understand you." Spurrier. "Some guys would take offense." Tucker touched his thin moustache. Madigan wondered if he dyed it to make it so black. He said, "I'm sorry. Vince, that little bastard Morse has been handing me a lot of shit the last few weeks." "You don't have to take anything from that creep," Madigan said. "You're the squadron commander. Make him toe the line." "Easier said than done," said Tucker. For the first time, Madigan felt sorry for him. The flyers were a collection of ill-disciplined individualists. There was no way they would respond generously to Tucker's old-fashioned West Point manners and methods, and Tucker just couldn't unbend enough to join in the knockdown, drag-out exchanges that came naturally to most fighter jocks. Madigan smiled to show he sympathized with him. Tucker said, "You're the guy who gives him these big ideas. Who are you talking about?" "You know who I'm talking about. The guy you've been writing up as if he's Baron von Richthofen reincarnated." "Don't get mad at me." "I've got a job to do. I just write up the publicity. I don't give anybody special breaks." Spurrier Tucker scowled. "Well, Morse sure gets his picture in the papers. You're talking about his scrapbook. Name me a pilot here who hasn't been mentioned in some stateside newspaper. Hell, I know you have. I've got the cuttings on file in my office. And Colonel Dan never gives me any proper support. Last night I went out to the operations room to talk about the field order, and he bawled me out in front of the whole HQ staff. He does everything he knows to make me look like a damn fool. And he's the group commander, so I have to stand there and take it." But Madigan wasn't going to permit Tucker to change the subject so easily. He never played favorites with his publicity releases, and he wasn't going to let Tucker get away with his beefing about it. "You think Morse is a vain, boastful little creep," said Madigan, "and I agree with you, but he can be a charmer too. He poses in front of that ship with the Mickey Mouse painted on its nose, and he stretches out his hands the way press photographers like fighter pilots to show how they shoot down Messerschmitts. And he holds a smile while they focus up. And he's always happy to give them one more shot, the way every photographer always wants one more shot. And he tells them how he used to be a night watchman at an Eastern women's college. No one believes all that crap." Tucker was exasperated. Madigan grabbed Major Tucker's sleeve and tried to make him understand a few of the facts of life. "No one believes all that crap. Spurrier. But it makes a good story, and reporters live on stories, so stories give a pilot a lot of extra column inches. You mean I should start making up stories? I don't give a damn what you do. Spurrier. But you're complaining about the kind of news exposure MM is getting, and I'm trying to explain it to you. But you better remember one more thing. MM is knocking down crowds, and that's why reporters are interested in him. If he's really added 2 more today, he'll be the biggest score of this group. If anyone else wants to better his score, I'll happily write up the releases." But Madigan's efforts to make Tucker see reason didn't have much effect. "Is it true that you fixed up an interview for him with a reporter from the New York Daily News?" "It's true I fixed it up," Madigan admitted, "but I got a message to cancel it. New York cabled their London office that they're up to their armpits in Flyboy features. The reporter's off to do a story on a Liverpool mother who's given birth to Quince." Tucker, who had been hugging himself in an unmistakable gesture of anxiety, now bent forward and laughed shrilly. "Quince!" he yelled. "I can't wait to tell that little bastard what's elbowed him off the feature page. Quince! That's just great." By now, the interrogations were almost finished. The I.O. was beckoning to Tucker. "All ready for you, Major Tucker," he called, and as Tucker went across to him, he said, "Well, Major, and how did Lady Luck treat you this afternoon?" He smoothed the report pad with the edge of his hand and held his pencil poised. That I.O. said the same thing to every pilot he interrogated. Tucker slapped his helmet on the table. "Did you hear what the Daily News are going to feature instead of Morse?" he demanded. Madigan knew that within a couple of hours the story would be all over the base and felt a little guilty at the malicious pleasure this thought gave him. You don't stand visible to the public gaze holding a 5th of bourbon without soon attracting the attention of Kevin Phelan, the operations officer. His face was dirty and his cheeks still bore the red marks that the moulded oxygen masks left. "You call that a drink?" said Phelan, throwing a generous measure of whiskey down his throat and offering the paper cup for another. Phelan had already been with the I.O. As one of the group's senior officers, he was always among the first to be debriefed. "How was it?" Madigan asked him. Phelan reached for the whiskey bottle and twisted it so that he could read the label. "Real good," said Phelan. "About time we got some sour mash. It's a man's drink. The mission, Colonel Dan shot down a Messerschmitt. I hope your photographer got a good picture of him climbing out of the cockpit just now. It's about time you put Colonel Dan's photo in the papers." "I'll do what I can," Madigan promised. "Do better than that, Vince," Phelan said. "And that's an order." He reached for the neck of the bottle and tilted it down to provide himself with more whiskey. "You better take it easy on the juice, Major," Madigan warned him. "A 1-star general hit town while you were gone. Colonel Dan is with him now. Could be he'll need you. Take it easy on the juice," said Phelan scornfully. "What kind of talk is that from an Irish boy with a name like Madigan?" "As one Irishman to another," Madigan joked. "I sometimes wonder what the hell either of us is doing here. Fighting England's war." Phelan swallowed more whiskey and said, "My dad said the same thing. He'd fought the English all his life. He told me, and his father before him, he said he never thought he'd live to see the day when a son of his would be going off to fight for the British, but I told him that a good Irishman shouldn't be so darn choosy when getting into a fight. Leave a little of that stuff for the others." "Kevin," Madigan said, and Phelan grinned and moved on. Watching fighter pilots at such close quarters had taught Madigan a lot about the resilience of the young. By early evening of the day of the Brunswick mission, most of the pilots looked fresh and relaxed enough to be newly arrived replacements for those shattered-looking boys he'd seen being debriefed only a couple of hours earlier. But that was only the youngsters. The men over 25 didn't bounce back so easily. Even Fairbrother, only a little above average age according to his file card in the PR office, couldn't shrug off the after-effects of the mission as easily as the younger kids could. The Officers' Club bar was where they congregated after a mission. The blackout shutters were closed, and the electric fans didn't dispel the faint perfume that the US Army's kerosene left on the warmed air. The long mahogany bar top and its shelves of glittering bottles shone in the light of small coloured bulbs, like a stage at the end of a darkened auditorium. The rest of this large room was lit only by heavily shaded wall lights. It was too dark to see the cheap gilt ornaments, except as a glint of gold, and too dark to see the large stains on the heavy drapes, the spilled drink and cigarette butts that littered the floor. But this warm, dark room, the Stork Club, with its virtually unceasing sweet music, provided a substitute every evening for the New York night spots of which they all constantly spoke, but which few of them had ever visited. Fairbrother was in the bar when Madigan arrived. He was waiting for a chance to use the phone. After a tough mission, the pilots liked to phone girlfriends before the losses were announced over the radio. Jamie had dark patches under his eyes, and he was fidgeting endlessly with the large gold Rolex that was coveted by one and all. "Hello, Vince," he said. "Do you have any pennies for the phone?" Madigan found the necessary coins, and Jamie insisted on giving him a threepenny bit. Fairbrother was like that. "Cheer up, Vince," he said. Vincent Madigan was not the fun-loving Irishman he liked to be taken for. His mother was from a Swedish family named Carlson, who lived in Wisconsin. It is a fact of life that a man with a Swedish father and an Irish mother will be called a Swede throughout his life. Although Madigan had inherited much of his mother's humorless ego, he preferred to be an Irishman. His gratitude to Fairbrother for giving him a warm billet far away from the tents had now faded. As he was beginning to see it, Fairbrother had needed someone to share the room, and Madigan had obliged him. Madigan's opera records, which sometimes kept his neighbours awake, were, in Madigan's view, a cultural benefit that his fellow officers badly needed. And the way in which Jamie Fairbrother and Mickey Morse had never properly thanked him for introducing them to their girls would have saddened him, except that by now he had grown used to the way in which the world never treated him with the respect and courtesy he deserved. "I hear you got your first Nazi," said Madigan. "Let's wait until the movies are ready," said Fairbrother. Madigan waved a hand at the barman. "2 beers," he said, and they came immediately. He made it a top priority to get along with the Officers' Club staff. A few packets of cigarettes worked wonders, and so his beer arrived in his personal pewter mug, hand-engraved with his initials inside a winged crest. He saw Fairbrother staring at it, and guessed incorrectly that Fairbrother's amazement was covetousness. "MM is claiming 2, said Madigan. Fairbrother picked up his beer. "That's what I hear," he said. "Slainte. Vince?" "Mud in your eye," Madigan countered in a very British voice, holding up his beer. Fairbrother grinned. "Touché," he said, and they both drank. Behind them, MM was bellowing into the payphone. "I'll meet you at the Blue Boar. Well, tell your boss you can't work late tomorrow. Tell him you'll be raising the morale of a fighter pilot." There was a pause while he listened. Then, "Please, Vera Honey." Some architectural genius had put the club's only payphones right outside the rumpus room, by far the noisiest place in the building. MM took a minute or so to catch his breath, then bellowed again into the phone. I'm counting on you. Vera, baby. Madigan put his beer down on the counter and wiped his mouth. He watched struggling with the British telephone network and shrugged at Fairbrother. I guess doesn't realize we can hear him, said Madigan. Fairbrother didn't reply. And Madigan said, I've always had good hearing and I've always been interested in people. Ever since I was a kid. I'm something of a psychologist, really, in my job. You've got to be...
Fairbrother smiled as though Madigan had said something funny. Yelled, I'll pick you up at the Blue Boar. I'll wait for you there. Sure. I know a lady doesn't want to wait around in a bar alone, but I'm promising you I'll be there, Madigan said to Fairbrother. Vera is a great piece of tale. I sure hope appreciates what I did for him. I thought got you out of a tough spot, Vince. The way I heard it, was doing you a favor, taking Vera off your hands just when that little brunette was going for your balls with a bread knife. At the Christmas party, you mean... Madigan grinned nervously. He was never sure when Jamie Fairbrother was kidding him, but behind the smile, Madigan was irritated. Jesus. He thought, is that all the thanks I get? Maybe I should remind Fairbrother who introduced him to his own broad. He swallowed his resentment, but it was at times like this he remembered his mother telling him he wasn't pushy enough.
I told you I'd be there, called into the phone. He reached for his drink from where it was balanced on the coin box. Listen, Vera baby, I love you, so be there. Just be at the Blue Boar. Will you do that for me? Sweetie? The answer was apparently in the affirmative, for went into a series of endearments. Sounds like MM's got the hots for Vera, said Madigan to Fairbrother. Well, that's not so surprising. She's quite a number, right? I learned a thing or two from her, I'll tell you that. Is that so? Said Fairbrother, looking at his watch. I wonder if knows she's married. She never wore that goddamned gold ring when she was out with me. We were in bed the first time she got around to telling me she was hitched. Fairbrother seemed not to have heard what Madigan was saying. Maybe he was too fucking well-bred to eavesdrop even. Has been clowning around with Tucker again? Jamie? Madigan asked. I noticed your flight came in long after Tucker got home. Was screwing around again? Is that what Tucker says? Fairbrother asked. Madigan held up a hand and balanced it in a gesture of equivocation. It's what I hear. And did this source from which you heard it tell you that Tucker ordered and the rest of them to abandon me with engine trouble in a part of the world where the natives are even less friendly than your average limey and not so well spoken? And disobeyed. The whole flight stuck with me, said Fairbrother. Madigan shook his head to show that he couldn't understand behavior. If learned how to keep his big mouth shut, he could easily wind up leading the squadron. We're not running him for membership in some fancy country club. Vince, he's the best damn fighter pilot here. Whatever the size of his mouth, and when wants to kick, he talks man to man. He doesn't go behind Tucker's back, spreading stories about him. Listen, Jamie, Madigan said. I'm not rooting for Spurrier Tucker.
You could have fooled me, Vince. Madigan hunched his shoulders and grimaced. I'm the pro, he said. I've got to live with Tucker. That's the way we all feel, said Fairbrother. We don't want to die with him, that's all. How's it going with Victoria? Asked Madigan to change the subject. Did she score? We get along, said Fairbrother, evading the question. How well? Said Madigan with a suggestive grin. She likes opera, said Fairbrother, before Madigan could think of a reply. The payphone was free, and Jamie finished his beer and turned away. If you feel like a change of pace, I can fix you up with a sure thing for Saturday, Madigan called after him. A lively little blonde, a sweet kid, and a sure thing. I guarantee it. Fairbrother didn't look back. There was so much singing in the rumpus room by then that perhaps he hadn't heard. Madigan watched Fairbrother on the phone, but he couldn't hear what was being said.
Then Fairbrother waved good night after finishing on the phone. He didn't say where he was going, but Madigan could guess. He knew Jamie had borrowed Doc Goldman's jeep. Madigan liked to know everything that was going on. He considered it all part of his job. Things got more hectic in the Stork Club as the evening wore on, and it was about 9 o'clock when a short, fat man in civilian clothes came pushing his way up to the bar counter. He had a strong Bronx, or maybe Brooklyn accent, and he was asking for Lieutenant Morse. Madigan suspected some kind of gag, but the newcomer was serious enough to be convincing. Mickey Morse was holding court before half a dozen cronies down at the end of the bar. There was a table there, tucked away under an old airplane propeller, and some posters in which airplanes and movie stars were depicted in primary colors. MM regarded it as his regular place in the bar, and woe betide anyone who was sitting there when MM wanted it. He stood up and leaned over the end of the bar counter when he heard his name being called. "Are you Lieutenant Morse?" said the aggressive little man. He was wearing a new civilian belted raincoat, from the pocket of which he produced a notepad and pencil. "That's me," said MM. "Mickey Morse, the guy I've read about in the newspapers." "One and the same," said MM, smiling nervously. There was no way out of it now. Gag or no gag. All conversation in the bar had stopped, and even the noisy crowd in the rumpus room had drifted in to see what was happening at the bar. The civilian bartenders had stopped serving. They stood back and were watching the exchange with that dour solemnity with which the British workers on base treated everything the Yanks did. The man in the raincoat threw his hat in the air and shouted, "And where's the young lady who's given birth to those 5 babies?" "Sir, I want to interview her. Congratulations on a top score." The civilian, who was really a master sergeant from the Air Service Group's Ordnance Supply and Maintenance Company, based near Thaxted Green, found his final words drowned by the roar of drunken cheers going up from the crowded room. He was lifted up by 2 pilots and handed a bottle of whiskey as a reward while they carried him shoulder high around the club. Needless to say, one of the shoulders belonged to Spurrier Tucker, and well in evidence nearby was Major Tarrant, the officer in charge of the military police company. Some people said he almost smiled, but Madigan was watching MM as he flushed to the roots of his hair, gripped the edge of the counter, and tried to smile. Even Madigan felt a little sorry for him. "Quiet, everyone, please." It was the voice of Duke Scroll, the exec. Just about the only voice that could have quelled that racket in so short a time. "The group commander has something to say to you." Colonel Dan leaped up onto a chair in what was meant to be a demonstration of their commander's youthful fitness. In fact, he stumbled and nearly knocked the chair over, and had to suffer the indignity of being helped into position. Everyone was quiet now, and all faces were turned towards him. "We drew a tough mission today," he said, and cleared his voice before continuing. Colonel Dan was only 36, 3 years older than Madigan, but he looked like a man of 50 and will go on drawing tough missions, some of them a lot tougher than the one we flew today. He took his time looking round the room, but I just came back from looking at some combat film, and I want to tell you that, subject to confirmation by HQ, the group shot down 6 German planes today and badly damaged 4. "Who?" someone called amid the cheers and shouts. "Captain Fairbrother knocked down a 110 so neatly that it flew apart with his first burst. Major Phelan also shot down a twin-engine Messerschmitt. Lieutenant Dietrich got a 190. Special congratulations, Dietrich, on your first victory." He raised a hand and touched forefinger and thumb in a high sign of congratulations. "You too, Fairbrother. Where's Captain Fairbrother?" "I think he went to bed, Dick." "Colonel," shouted Madigan, who had an idea that Colonel Dan would not be pleased to hear that Fairbrother was off base without permission. "Reading his training manuals, too." "No doubt," said Colonel Dan. It raised a laugh. Jamie Fairbrother was reputed to be a pilot who learned all the regulations by heart. "You said 6, shouted MM. "Don't worry, but..." "Lieutenant," said Colonel Dan, so I wouldn't sell you short. You got 2 kills today. He looked round the room, and that makes Lieutenant Morse the highest scorer in the group. There was a loud cheer. The same pilots who'd been so delighted to celebrate MM's recent humiliation were just as ready to shout congratulations, exactly as Madigan remembered teenagers at high school parties. 6, shouted Major Kevin Phelan. Group Operations Officer? You said 6. Colonel. Who got number 6? He was smiling as he asked his question, and Madigan decided he must already know the answer. You're just looking for a free drink, Major Phelan, said Colonel Dan. The pilots chortled, just like schoolboys. They enjoyed best these familiar jokes in which each one of them had an appointed role, happy to play the part of town drunk. Kevin Phelan responded by putting his tongue out thirstily. Yeah, I got that last son of a bitch, said the colonel hurriedly. Drinks on me for the rest of the evening. There was a pandemonium of congratulations and war cries and whistles. The little civilian had departed, and the joke played upon MM was forgotten by everyone except MM himself. Madigan looked around the noisy room. Drinks spilled on the floor, and the air blew with tobacco smoke and ribald song. The wounds of that day were beginning to heal, or at least were hardening to scar tissue. By that time, Madigan was one of Steeple Thaxted's oldest American inhabitants. He'd seen the group change airplanes, and he'd seen them change group commanders. Maybe he didn't know enough about planes to have an opinion on them. But as for Colonel Dan, Madigan preferred the guy he'd replaced. As far as he was concerned, Colonel Dan was a selfish and opinionated man who openly admitted that he had no interest in anything but his planes and his flyers. Colonel Dan couldn't be bothered with the problems of the service units or interest himself in the terrible conditions in which the ground crews lived. Don't ask Colonel Dan to present prizes at the Sergeant's Aero Club party, or suggest that he pose for a publicity photo in the bakery early one morning and show the boys that their work was appreciated. Colonel Dan was always too busy mollycoddling the goddamn pilots, who, in any case, got extra pay. More leave and shorter working hours than anyone else on the base. This meant that the exec was overworked, and Duke Scroll was a man who thought everyone should do everything by the book. Well, Madigan could tell him that you can't run a PR office by the book the army wrote, and certainly not at Steeple Thaxted.